Hi everyone. Hey Golden. Hey Julius. Okay, let me switch screens. There we go. Um, Hello everyone. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, sorry, I was taking care of some stuff. Um, uh, hang on. Let me type something in mod chat. Mods, I'm gonna need you to take a look, please, real quick. Um, because yeah, we're having some issues with bots recently. Uh, all right. Okay. So I'm just typing something in mod chat real quick, and then we'll get to it. Okay. All right. There we go. Yeah. So mods, if you can please check mod chat and check into that thing I'm asking about. I would appreciate it. I don't get the pun today. It might be the sickness. Great Barrier Reef, Julius. Um, yeah, it's a play on words. Like the Great Barrier Reef, it's the Great Barrier Leaf. Ah, yes. Uh, yes, it's a funny little autumn pun because we are checking out Autumn's Journey tonight. Yeah, thank you to Rada Laika Games. They gave me a game code for the Switch, so we're gonna check it out tonight. Apparently, it's not a very long game. It's like an hour, give or take. Thank you, Golden. Yeah, if you're a bot or a troll, I don't want you here. Like seriously, I don't have time for this shit. Um, and if I'm gonna move, yeah, I kind of am. And we're gonna get into why. Um, yeah. So, but first, yes, we are playing Autumn's Journey. It is only about an hour, give or take. And then the second half of streaming, once we finish that, it's a visual novel. It's an indie game. It's a visual novel. We're going to be checking that out. Once we finish it, we are going to switch over to Doraemon Friends of the Great Kingdom, which is the Doraemon Story of Seasons sequel. It's part two. Um, and we're just gonna chill out with that. And then Thursday night we're gonna get back to Skyrim. We're gonna be playing our orc playthrough with Buon the orc. And then Friday night, I don't know. It's either going to be Animal Crossing, some designs in Animal Crossing like we do, or it's going to be Dreamlight Valley. Um, I think it's influenza. Yeah, flu is influenza, Julius. But yes, if you are sick, have you gone to see the doctor? Are you? Yeah, flu is short for influenza. So yes, the flu it can be very serious. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're resting. It's been 5 days. If you can, maybe go see the doctor. Maybe make an appointment. Because it can be very very serious. Uh, yeah. So I adjusted. So I tweaked some things today. I edited the panels a little bit for yeah the Twitch panels. It took a lot longer than I thought it would, but I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. There are some things that are the same, and some things that are different. Uh, yeah, but I use Canva. Honestly, Canva's amazing. I highly recommend it. It's free to use. I mean, you can get a pro account, which is a paid account if you want. Um, but it's free to use. You can edit the templates. You can edit the templates to like how you want them to look, the the lettering, everything. Really easy to use, really easy to edit. Yeah, so I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. So the panels have been tweaked a bit. I also amended the rules because apparently people don't want to follow my damn rules. this is So this is me getting the mom tone, and I do apologize for that, but I don't know how much clearer I can make it about our community. Um, yeah, I'll catch up with chat in a minute because this is important, okay? Like, seriously. If you are under 18, you cannot be here in my chat, period. Period. If you are under the age of 18, if you are not 18 or older, you can't be in my chat, okay? You can't be here. You know, and if you are under 18, you can't be here. You need to go. Please come back when you are 18. Our community will be here to welcome you. But if you are under 18, you can't be here. Um, and I amended the Twitch panels with the rules to show that it's the first rule there because I am frankly really tired of people just not thinking they don't have to follow the rules of our community. It's my space, it's my stream, it's my rules. And one of the major rules is you have to be 18 and older. It is a mature stream. Okay? Because the things that we talk about in regards, and this is why you shouldn't bring up your age in chat either. We don't talk about age in chat. If you're under 18, if you bring it up, if you mention it, the mods and I have to ban you. You know, yeah, we have to ban you. But if you're under 18, you shouldn't be here at all. It is a mature stream, which means it's adult. We talk about adult topics. And it's not just to like protect me, it's also to protect, for young people, it's not just to protect me, it's to protect you. It's to protect you and protect our community. Because some of the topics we discuss are really heavy in regards to mental health and social issues, as well as relationships, like adult relationships and sex education in regards to adult relationships. So you can't be here for that. Okay? The other side of that is like, I get it, sometimes sometimes, right? when you're a young person, you think you know everything. You think that, you're untouchable, you're invincible, you can do whatever you want. Here's the other side of that. Not everyone is kind, and not everyone is your friend, and not everyone has your best interests in mind, and you can put yourself in situations that are dangerous with people who are predatory. Okay? So I have a responsibility, to young people who may need to hear this. I have a responsibility to keep you safe and to keep our community safe. So, bottom line, if you're 18 and older, welcome. If you are under 18, you gotta go. You can't be here because it is a mature stream. Yes, we do our best to be kind, welcoming, and supportive of everyone. And yes, our space is a safe space for our LGBTQIA plus and BIPOC community, right? And I'm saying that as a Filipino queer person, but you cannot be here if you're under 18, period. There's no exception to that rule. Okay, those rules are in place for a reason. It's not just to be mean. It's not because we don't like you, we don't care about you. It is for a very good reason. Okay, because seriously, I mean, I did dumb shit when I was a kid. Lots of us did dumb shit when we were kids, right? I mean, my sister lied about her age before when we were kids, and she got into a situation, with a guy that was way, way older than her, right? Like adult, and she was like 15, and my mom and I had to like go and rescue her. And that's what I'm talking about. Not everybody is a good person. And I know it sucks to say that out loud, but big picture, not everyone is your friend. Not everyone is a safe person to be around. Okay, so it's to protect you, it's to protect our community, it's to keep everyone safe. Yeah, and it is very much against the TOS. If it's a mature stream, if you're under 18, you cannot be in here. Period. Yeah, and it's just like, this is like, I think like the fifth, and I get that it's the holidays and a lot of kids are like home from school and and all of that. right? But we are not a PG like 13 stream. We're a mature stream because again, we talk about very adult topics in regards to mental health awareness and resources, as well as adult relationships, and in regards to like healthy, healthy sex, healthy and safe, safe sex practices and education and adult relationships. That is not something that is kid friendly. Um, so, um, and as adults felt bad for her since she was being taken advantage of by adults. Yeah, it's called grooming, and it's not okay. Um, it's not okay. It's predatory. It's abusive. Yeah, and these are the kinds of things that myself and the mods have a responsibility to look out for, because we have a responsibility to keep everyone in our community safe, even if that means we gotta ban you because you're underage. Um, yeah. So, and yeah, I'm sorry that you're sick, Julius. And yeah, if you need to go to the doctor, then go to the doctor, get yourself taken care of. Um, because the thing is like it can take a serious turn, and sometimes flu. It happened with my grandfather. Sometimes flu can turn into pneumonia, and it can be really serious. So yeah, just like please follow my rules, and if you're botting, if you're troll, if you're if you're bigot, like basically if you're a bigot, no, no, you can't be here either. Because again, I have a responsibility to keep everyone in our community safe, and I'm tired. So, it's been kind of a rough year, and it's been kind of a rough month. And I'm tired, and I'm sick of putting up with the constant nonsense from bigots, right? And it's only gotten worse with the whole Twitter stuff. Um, so so for anyone who thinks they're gonna be a bigot in my chat, no, just no. Yeah, especially with December coming up, because we have a charity stream coming up for Stream for a Cause, starting December 1st. We are going to be raising money for Stream for a Cause. And yeah, the money is going to them. Right, the money goes to Stream for a Cause because that money helps them to create grants for smaller community-based grassroots charities. Like Warrior Strong is one of the charities that they're raising money for, and another one that does suicide prevention outreach. Where they deliver holiday meals to people, to families, to veterans. They provide that community for them, because not everyone has like a home that they can go back to. Not everyone has family during the holidays or the community. So these are both really great charities that are grassroots and community based, and Stream for a Cause is raising money for them. So the money goes to Stream for a Cause so they can provide those grants for those charities. Um, so December 1st, we're gonna start raising money for Stream for a Cause. It's gonna be the entire month of December, and December 21st is like the really like my designated day, like featured day, for Stream for a Cause. And I think that day we're gonna do like Nintendo like game roulette. So we're gonna be playing games on the Nintendo Switch with Super Nintendo and NES games, and it's donation based. Like we're gonna pick. The community's gonna pick a game to start with that I play on stream. And then if you want me to switch, right? If you want me to switch, roulette, you got to donate money to the charity. And then you get to pick like which game I play. I'm gonna call the doctor today when the calling time start. Okay, Julius. Yeah. So I think that's everything, and as usual, of course, do your best to be kind when you're here, be cool, hang out with everybody, make friends, and just don't don't be rude, don't be unkind. Okay, so we're gonna check out Autumn's Journey. So this is a visual novel. Yeah, and then How to Take Off Your Mask, I think, is another visual novel, but it's a remaster. So I think we're going to be checking that out next week. Um, that one I think is short too, but it's not like an hour. I think it's more like 2 hours. Okay, so oh my gosh, the music volume. All right, transitions none. After choices, stop skipping. Font is regular. Okay, language. Yeah, language is English. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're gonna. Is there voice acting in this? I don't know if there is. Okay. Well, we'll just turn that down just a little bit. We'll put it like, we'll put the acorn here. 5 days is the minimum amount. Over 8 days is when you need to start being worried, but I'm gonna call the doctor either way. Honestly, I would call the doctor anyway. Um, that's not necessarily hard and fast rule. Okay, so we'll do. Let me slow down the text speed because I read kind of slow. Okay, so we have auto forward. Okay, I think that's everything. Right? I think we can do it. Okay, so we're gonna start. Ta-da! Okay, so chapter 1, the end of summer. Okay. Let's see how we do. Oh, that's pretty. Sunlight flittered through the airy birch forest as the lush ferns grazed my boots. I momentarily shielded my eyes before I turned north, treading carefully. The muggy atmosphere that had hung over the past few months was now being replaced by the subtle crispness of fall. Oh, okay, that's nice. Though the trees were still vibrantly green, apple picking season was fast approaching for the town of Barry. Okay. I cheerfully stretched one arm toward the sky, inhaling deeply. I prefer oak and spruce. Well, birch trees are where it's here now. Okay, so this is her, I guess. Orally, and thus, my weekly scouting for monsters, bandits, or anything out of the ordinary that may harm local citizens is over! And that concludes my mission. I laughed, wondering why I was announcing my agenda to no one. I guess I always just wanted to say that out loud. Walking around alone does prompt you into monologuing just so you can hear a voice. I just wish I wasn't restricted to freelance work in Barry, though. How long is my training going to last? I'm more than ready for knighthood. I can do this. I adjusted the belt, holding my sword, making sure the hilt could be pulled out at a moment's notice. Humming, I decided to meander back to the village by following the thin river down the gentle slope. I loved the terrain here, not super rocky, but not entirely flat either. There was always an inclination, and higher up, I could get a breathtaking panorama of Barry and its endless orchards. Especially in autumn, when the leaves were so vibrantly red that the entire forest seemed to ignite, and the smell of crisp frost and thick fallen foliage lingered welcomingly. It was then I spotted something entirely out of the ordinary near the riverbank, leaning against a birch tree. Thin birch trees were not exactly known to be comfortable resting spots, and I did not recognize the stranger's attire. Hello, are you a traveler? His face came into view, and I realized he was sleeping, but that's not what caught me off guard. Oh, really? Oh, really now? He's like, that's not what caught me off guard. She's like, hello, sleeping person. Let me bother you. He's like, let me bother you, sleeping person. Well, he looks very nice. Let's see. He had beautiful protrusions resembling shale shards jutting out of his long hair, right where someone's ears should be. Or was it a decoration covering his ears? I suddenly wanted to touch them, but I resisted. Yeah, don't touch people without their consent. If he woke up in an untimely manner, it would be awkward to explain. How about don't touch people you don't know without their consent, because that's weird. At first I was about to leave, but then I noticed something else rather odd. From a simple glance, I saw no bags, no possessions, or anything else on him. This place was too far away from civilization for a simple afternoon stroll. Was he mugged? And if he had been in Barry previously, I would have known. It was that small of a town. Curiosity won me over. Hello? Flicker of concern passed over my face. I grabbed his shoulder and gave it a gentle shake, finding his lack of response unnerving. I quickly hovered a hand in front of his nose. Sure enough, he was breathing, and I did not see any injuries that would suggest he was knocked unconscious. After some more feeble attempts to wake him, I decided to improvise a camp. I did not want to leave him unattended, and I knew I couldn't drag his body very far. Tossing down my bag, I went to work. Okay. Well, now what? The fire crackled merrily on the birch wood as I opened my cloth, which contained a lump of rye bread and hard cheese. These were emergency rations, lest I was unable to return to Barry. Mother and father were probably worried. Just as I was about to bite into the cheese, I saw movement and glanced up, eyeing the stirring stranger. Oh, okay. Setting my food down, I cautiously shuffled over. I had previously placed his body in a supine position and used my bag as a substitute pillow. Though it was probably more lumpy than anything else, it was better than nothing. Are you awake now? You've been out all afternoon. I was getting worried. I trailed off before I started rambling and watched him cautiously as he opened his eyes.
Whoa.
In a split second, he shot up and then clumsily fell back. I caught his arm to steady him. Whoa, take it easy. You just got up. He flinched from my skin contact, and I hastily let go, retreating slightly. I didn't get any sense of hostility, but he certainly seemed bewildered. I like his arm rings. Who are you? There was an uneasy edge in his voice, not quite one of panic, but more of anger. It was then I noticed that his eyes were of a brilliant amethyst hue, contrasting with his earthy hair tones. Oh, okay. So he's got purple eyes. Maybe he's a dragon. I mean, the way she said the coverings where, like maybe those are his ears. Better to remain calm. Aurelie, I found you in the woods outside of Barry. The surprise did not leave his eyes. They darted quickly to his hands, which then covered his face. Lastly, he ran his fingers through his brown hair. The horror on his face was so unsettling that I dumbly sat there for several seconds before mustering the courage to address him again. Are you all right? Obviously not, but I wanted a better grasp of the situation. He attempted to sit up again, but this time I was prepared. Again, he was repelled by my touch, and I gave up the desire to help him that way. He still appeared unstable, but ceased his sudden movements at least. He actually did it. The hell? He clutched at his temples, his fingers grazing over the odd fixations in the place of his ears. He wobbled as he tried to stand, and I impatiently rushed to his side. Stop it. You obviously can't move in your condition, so you might as well sit down and clear your head. What is going on? Who are you, and what are you doing here? He looked at me as if he was registering me for the first time since asking who I was. Everything about him screamed overwhelmed, and he simply grit his teeth in frustration. Let's say nothing. Okay, we can either say nothing. I guess let's ask if he's hungry. I decided to find another angle to help him open up. I did not consider myself intimidating, but it was possible he had no desire to answer anything. Are you hungry? I softened my voice and returned to my spot by the fire. I grabbed the cloth and genially offered him the rye bread and cheese. He only arched an eyebrow in disgust. What is that? That? It's food. You chew it? I ripped off a piece of the dark bread and demonstrated, humming delightedly to show that it was edible. He scoffed and averted his eyes.
I don't care.
I don't want it. It looks revolting. Wow. That's a little rude. Wow. Sorry, my peasant food does not please my lord's taste. Ugh, his attitude was rubbing off on me. Calm down. If anything, he's hiding that he's scared. He did just wake up in a foreign place. Are you nobility? Okay. He fell silent, and only the occasional crackle of the fire and the hooting of owls interrupted the stillness. I leaned back and ruminated over my meal, careful to leave some food untouched in case he changed his mind. Ah, there was that apple tart too. I'll save it for later. I wrapped up the cloth, only vaguely aware that the stranger was examining my every movement. It nettled me slightly, but I decided not to comment. I did not want to do anything that would cause him to raise his guard even more. It was now dark, and I occasionally fed the fire, getting the feeling I was going to be spending the night. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke up. Who are you again? Aura Lee. I'm from the town of Barry. And you? Care. Okay. Okay, Care. He reluctantly uttered the name, gazing into the fire. He seemed much calmer now. And how did you get here? His lip curled, almost smirking knowingly. You probably wouldn't believe it if I told you. You have unusual eyes and a strange fashion accessory over your ears. I think I can find your story credible. He flexed his hand, scrutinizing his fingers carefully. I didn't come here willingly. Out of all the places, I don't see why he decided to drop me in this low-born, simplistic... Okay, wow. Care? He glared at me as if offended that I had addressed him directly. So, where are you from? I'm not particularly tied to any region. If it's not obvious already, I'm not one of you. Oh, you don't say. Not one of us, huh? Interesting. He tapped his knee petulantly. I'm one of the dragons. An earth dragon. Oh, he is a dragon. Okay. That's interesting. So he's an earth dragon? He stated it full of pride with no ounce of humility. Okay. Dubiously, I inspected him from head to toe, taking note of the stone, like juts for ears, and his remarkable eyes. He balked under my stare, but quickly regained his dignity. Okay, so he is a dragon? His eyebrows furrowed fiercely. So why would an earth dragon be here? It's not because I wanted to. He blurted it out angrily, then touched his unique ears for comfort. I sighed, then tilted my head from side to side as I absorbed his explanation. All right, I'll admit I'm not exactly accepting this as feasible, but I'm not dismissing it either. You can't transform back? If I could, do you think I would remain in this pathetic body? So weak. I instinctively patted my sword hilt to counter that remark, but stopped when I saw him attempt to stand again. It was like watching a toddler take his or her first steps, but instead of cutely coaxing, I was fervently discouraging his efforts. Oh dear. We've already established that you're unfamiliar with your form. Besides, it's too dark to walk around aimlessly. I'll find a walking stick for you, and we can return to Barry if you'd like. It would feel wrong if I abandoned you in this state. Are you saying I can't handle myself? I'm pointing it out. Realizing we were both escalating our voices, I looked away in a huff, not wanting to have our encounter turn sour so rapidly. An altar? Huh? I need to find an altar. You heavenkind worship us, right? Well, yeah, I mean, the dragonkind were here first, so it's only natural we pay our respects. I admit, I thought dragons were more divine and irreproachable. Terror was definitely giving me a different impression. Just like, nope, we don't like you, sorry, sir. I barely knew anything about the dragonkind, though. They focused on their own affairs. You will take me there. The words you're looking for are please and thank you. But apparently that's not in his vocabulary. It was a plain statement, not a suggestion, nor a plea. Why an altar? They're all heavenkind made? How would it help you? He parried my questioning exasperatedly. It doesn't matter. Do you know where one is? Yeah. Yes, there's not one far from here. There's a cave that leads to it. Relief washed over his face, and for once his scowl vanished. Good. We should go there this instant. He obstinately tried to stand up again, but I lunged forward and firmly sat him back down. He gaped at me in disbelief, but my will was as stubborn as his. Morning. We will do this in the morning. Get some sleep. I'll find an ideal walking stick. I don't think you'll master bipedalism without some assistance, especially not in a day. And it will be difficult if I have to physically support you the whole way there. So, just take it easy tonight. I'll even keep watch while you sleep. Like, like, okay then. Okay, so, After my entreatment, he fell silent and gave a reluctant nod, closing his eyes wearily. I sighed gratefully, feeling moderately triumphant over that battle of pig-headedness. As Kara was grumbling, I leaned over and pulled a small blanket out of my bag. The temperature was still pleasant, even at night, but it could cool rapidly, especially since it was the end of summer. After returning some items to my bag, I reshaped it so it was a passable pillow again and offered it to Kara, who seemed puzzled by its purpose. Believe me, you'll need something comfortable or you'll have trouble sleeping. Worse, you'll wake up with a sore back, and getting to the altar will be even more troublesome. You already slept on it once. I think you can figure out how to support your head with it again. Oh dear. I laughed sheepishly at my own stab at lightening the mood, but I could tell it wasn't working for Kara. Oh dear. He's just like, nope. He seems very, surly. Disgruntled, he lay down on his side and experimented with a few positions before resting his head in satisfaction. At first he refused to use the blanket, but as the temperature dropped, he discreetly pulled it toward him when he thought I wouldn't notice. Probably to hide his expression, he rolled over so his back was to me and the campfire. I had the feeling the initial shock took a lot out of him, and I admittedly hadn't helped when he'd ruffled my feathers, more than once. Now that he was sleeping, though, any irritation I still felt dispersed along with the summer heat. So, yay! Alright, so he did take the blanket. I poked the fire and stayed on my watch until exhaustion beguiled me into resting my eyes for just a few minutes. Okay, well, so he's a dragon. That's interesting. Hey. It's a little picture of her like poking him. That's funny. That's funny. Alright. Hey. Wow. Oh, please. I've had less sleep than you and I'm already yawn, energized, and ready to go. Pouting, I poked Kara some more with the walking stick I had fashioned for him. It hadn't been easy to find a sturdy stick in a birch forest, but I had located a long one that would suffice. I'd spent the morning carving off any bark and had even indented the top to make it easier to grip. Now it was my dragon prod. Up! Arise, sacred dragon!
Whoa!
Put that out! Hare hastily shot up, throwing off my blanket in a feeble attempt to hide the fact he had used it. I decided to counter his usual scowl with the perkiest, most cheerful grin I could muster. Good morning! My buoyancy was genuine. For some reason, it satisfied me to know that my vivaciousness irked him. I could use my sunny disposition to my advantage. It would be better than snapping at him at any rate. So basically, she's trolling him. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Like, oh, okay then.
You're welcome.
Stop poking me with that. It's your walking stick. Here, you're welcome. I turned it sideways and offered it to him. He warily gazed at it, as if I was presenting a cobra instead, but carefully grasped it. Cautiously, he pressed the stick against the ground as he stood up. I remained close, lest he topple over like yesterday. His fingers drummed against the carved handle, and he looked at me quizzically. You spent time on this? Well, I wanted to finish it off with a pretty flowing ribbon, but I had the feeling you wouldn't like it. Grumbling, Kara took a step forward, leaning on the stick before hesitantly taking another. With each step, he regained some confidence, and soon he was walking in a straight line, albeit with an uneven gait. He could not exactly break into a run, or even a brisk stride, but it was a huge improvement from last night. I estimated we could reach the cave leading to the altar by mid-afternoon. I quickly packed and followed him, since I had the feeling the only thing on his mind was that altar. It's this way. I pointed toward the gentle incline, and Kara narrowed his eyes resentfully. Going downhill would probably be difficult for him. As we headed towards our destination, I kept my distance at first, but I gradually drew toward Kara, one hand extended in anticipation of a stumble. Kara balked and increased the distance between us, determined to progress on his own. However, his pace was excruciatingly slow, and he was unwilling to start any small talk. As the slope gradually steepened, his footing became more unsteady, and I worryingly grabbed his arm for support. Here is kinda hot? Yeah, kinda.
Whoa!
What? He twirled around in surprise, and I actually did end up bracing him. Once he was stable again, I sighed. Look, I know you don't like me touching you, but if your priority is to get to that altar as soon as possible, I think you can swallow your dignity and accept my help. Besides, no one else is around to see.
I don't need your...
You've done enough. I don't need any help from you. He shifted his weight and started using the stick to ward me away. I frowned disapprovingly. Hey, if you try to hit me with that thing, I'll confiscate it. Even I wouldn't do something like that. Gritting his teeth, he leaned heavily against one of the birch trees. When I get back, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Who? My master. His curt answer stalled the torrent of questions piling up in my head. It would be poor of me to interrogate him when he was still obviously overwhelmed by the situation. Right now, the goal was more important.
Right.
Then let's get you to that cave. You believe me? Everything I told you? Maybe you're just a very convincing actor, but I think even an actor would drop this charade after a while. Just as I was about to reach for him again, a low grumble pierced the forest. I glanced at Care in amused bafflement. He averted his eyes, but I could tell he was embarrassed. You know, if you're hungry, I'm not. Another complaint from his stomach. I think you'll be able to walk faster if you have something to eat. What do dragons eat anyway? Meddling heavenkind. Wow, he's threatening to eat her. He's just like, we eat humans, okay? That's what the hell we do. He's like, you're fucking welcome. He's like, we eat humans. What about it? Like, oh, okay then. I see how it is. Like, wow, sir. I rolled my eyes. Well, you have a heavenkind stomach now, and I doubt it'll agree with a diet like that. But it does make sense that you would want to try the bread or cheese. I doubt dragons thresh rye or run dairy farms. It was then that I remembered the apple tart. Even if Kara found the pastry part detestable, the fruit would probably be familiar to him. I urged him to sit down. When he refused, I simply made myself comfortable on the ground first. Here, this is the closest thing I have to something found in nature. I could forage, but that would take even longer. I don't mind eating him, right? What is that? It's a pastry. My dad owns a bakery. You probably wouldn't understand that. It's basically a treat with apple filling and I think some apricot jam. Thankfully, my dad preferred showing off the natural ingredients. As a result, the top of the tart had thin slices of appetizing fruit covered with a lustrous yellow glaze. Oh my god, Kerr sniffed it warily. It must have been agreeable enough since he soon accepted the pastry. Oh my god, he's getting it all over his face. He's like, oh, okay, it's fine. You're welcome. As soon as he started nibbling on it, he must have realized how famished he really was, because he quickly devoured the entire tart. I watched as he coughed slightly and wiped the crumbs off his mouth, but his expression was unreadable. So, how was it? Anything tastes fine when you're starving. Or you just inhaled it so fast you didn't actually taste it. Well, it should tide you over until we reach the altar. I know, right? Garrett grabbed his stick and we resumed our trip. The extra sugar boost seemed to lift both the pace and his mood, although he stayed taciturn. Oh dear. Well, as we continued through the forest, I stopped and groaned when I spotted some dark trees.
Oh no.
Ugh, those are Efelbin trees. Completely forgot. We should probably go around them. Efelbin? He peered at the thick, gnarled trunks. What, scared of the bark? It'll be quicker if we continue in a straight line. No, it's not about the trees, it's what lies in them. They make perfect nests for avatarals. The hell are those? Those giant bird things? I thought you would know them? I would if I understood your names. Why are you giving new names to everything anyway? We dragons were here first, and we've already established. I raised my hand to silence him, not wanting to make any unnecessary noise. He scowled, but a shrill cry startled both of us. Then what do you call that?
Whoa.
Usually food. Well, that'll be us now. Perched on one of the lower branches was a reptilian bird with scales running down its front. The rest of its body was covered in earth-toned feathers. Though probably no taller than 4 feet, its extremely wide wingspan and sharp talons made it a fearsome animal to encounter in the wild. Avatarals raised young way into the fall, so the mothers would be extra territorial this time of year. The bird ruffled its plume, making itself seem larger than it was, and prepared to launch itself at us. I immediately stepped in front of Kara, gripping my sword as I took a defensive stance. With Kara's condition, an instant retreat wouldn't work. I'd have to guard him.
Whoa.
What are you? You're not planning to fight it, are you? Do we have a choice? Look out! I shoved Kara off balance. Thanks to my quick reflexes, we narrowly avoided a slash from the Avataral's talons. The wind whipped at my hair as debris flew up around us. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted forward, hoping to keep the Avataral's attention away from Kara. As it dove towards me, I slashed upward. It veered away, dodging my counterattack. Kara, I'll keep it busy while you get away. Are you stupid? I'm not leaving you behind. Kara? I need you to take me to that altar. Of course. Maybe if you shouted the directions at me, I could get there alone. I'm kinda busy here. I can't get my bearings in the middle of a battle. My aggravation was the incentive I needed to keep the Avataral at bay. However, my training had never covered aerial attacks, and the bird's scaly front was like armor. Guessing, yeah, it's a big bird. Are you holding back? Well, it's just protecting its young. It's trying to kill you. You think I haven't noticed? Oh, for the wings, clip them. It won't hurt it, but it'll stop it from flying. Just clip the tips. I widened my stance as I prepared for another attack. At the last second, I leapt to the side, slicing at an angle. My sword beautifully sheared the Avataral's thick primary feathers. The monster swerved into the ground, its shoulder and head bearing the brunt of the crash. Think that counts as self-defense? Yeah. It let out a cry, and I felt a split second of guilt. That vanished with a yelp as the bird tried to tear me down with its talons. Luckily, the Avatar was designed for swooping down at prey rather than running on the ground, so it could only hobble awkwardly. As it screeched and futilely spread its wings, I retreated, grateful that it was even slower than Kara. I wove through the trees until it finally gave up chasing me. Then, sighing in relief, I looped back and returned to Kara, who was also at a safe distance. Looks like it gave up, but what about its young? It'll be fine. The feathers will grow back and it can still hop back to its nest. Its babies won't need to eat as constantly at this stage anyway. You sure know a lot about them. Thanks for the suggestion. He snorted indignantly. I already told you, they're food. Of course I know about them. Oh, so the dragons eat the giant birds. Soon, the forest was quiet once again, with only the sounds of our footsteps and the tap of Kara's walking stick breaking the silence. Surprisingly, he did not protest when I suggested a safer route, nor when I walked nearly shoulder to shoulder with him. I had the feeling that starting a regular conversation would push my luck, so I kept my mouth shut and instead hoped for no more setbacks. And Big Bird is enough food for them? Yeah. That's true. Alright, we're in a cave. This is it. Yeah, it's not a very deep cave. You simply take a turn and the altar is right there.
The hell?
That's it. No complex mazes, no shiny sacred magic lake with a guardian or anything. Hey, we did what we could. This is a modest altar. I took a deep breath and smiled reminiscently. I haven't been here in years. I think I came before to make the occasional offering around harvest season. I gave Kara a cheerful look, but he continued forward, ignoring my recollections. I shrugged and followed, quickly catching up to him. I don't think so. Kara awkwardly knelt down before the altar, discarding the walking stick once he was comfortable. His eyes closed with a softened scowl, almost as if he was meditating. Suddenly, his mineral-like ears perked, and he stared directly at the statue. There was no change in atmosphere, but I could tell Kara was angry. His hand tightly gripped his knee. I know we're connected. I demand that you remove this stupid curse. He fell silent, and I looked around in amusement. He was talking to someone? but I could not hear the other half of the conversation. For some reason, that made me even more attentive as I tried to piece everything together. You can't be serious. Though I said a few things, but... Huh? Yes, I've met one. That's how I found the altar in the first place. He whirled towards me and blinked in confusion, as if studying me for the first time. I stiffened, wondering why he was staring at me so intensely. Once he finally turned away, I relaxed, although I could not help but feel anxious about the discussion. What about me? Weak, pathetic, gives strange names to animals, doesn't seem to know much about Istera or how the world works. Ugh. Is he referring to Heavenkind in general or just me? What? I guess their food is half decent or something. What? No. No. You're not sending me on a pointless, inspirational quest. I'm not a child. I can't even walk in this form, so your plan is... At that moment, a blinding light flashed from where Care was standing, and I flinched in shock. Whoa, Care? Yeah, he's getting scolded by somebody. By the time I had knelt down and worryingly grabbed his shoulder, the flash had already disappeared. In one smooth movement, Care removed my hand and stood up without the walking stick. His eyes still seemed focused beyond me, and he slowly nodded to himself. Did your powers return or something? He extended his palm and lurched towards the ground, slamming it against the hard stone. Oh, okay. The entire cave shook. The tremor visibly and mentally shook me as well, and my heart pounded loudly. I felt so paralyzed that I couldn't even scream. Once I found my balance, I looked bewilderedly at Care, who smugly flexed his unharmed fingers. I stared curiously at his cocksure expression. So... He barely glanced in my direction. It's not exactly what I wanted. However, a portion of my original powers and strength are back, along with my balance. I can actually be comfortable in this form now. He gave a dismissive kick to the walking stick, then promptly walked away from the altar. I mustered a small smile. Well, that's promising at least. What will you do next? Do what he ordered me to do and become normal again. I can handle this on my own. Ah. So you don't need to follow me. I had to anyway. There was only one way out of that cave. But as soon as we were in the open air, Hare took off running with a grace and speed I'm sure no real Heavenkind could ever replicate. I blinked once, and sure enough, I was alone. I scratched the back of my head, still absorbing what just happened. You're welcome? Burying my head in my hands, I shook out my hair in frustration. Was I expecting something from this? Well, a thank you would have been nice. I tapped my sword hilt for reassurance. It's what a knight does. They help the weak and demonstrate their generosity when it is needed. Well, Care's not weak anymore. He can definitely take care of himself now. I guess my duty is done.
Right.
Mission complete. Just some experience as a reward and a discarded walking stick. Deciding not to linger any longer, I started walking back toward Barry. My parents would certainly be worried by now. Yeah, Care's kind of a dick. Maybe there's a reason his master punished him. I'm just saying. Chapter 2. Welcome back. Welcome back. Like seriously, not a please, not a thank you. Just rude all across the board. Even if he is hot, super rude. I trekked back through the forest, careful to avoid any more wild animals. I vote Golden gets to eat him. When I reached the spot where I'd previously set up camp, I decided to take a quick break to eat. I unwrapped my bread and cheese, poking half-heartedly at their grainy texture as I stared at the remains of the campfire. As I was about to take a bite, I had an odd feeling of discomfort and glanced sideways. Wait, was he watching her? Am I really imagining things? I sighed. Care, I know you're there. You don't have to hide. There was only silence at first, but I heard a slight rustle and turned my head again. What is he doing? The animation for this is really cute. It's just like, Seriously, you just moved to another location. I hope you weren't going to wait until I was asleep to steal my stuff.
Shut up.
I wasn't planning to do anything like that. Kara reluctantly emerged from behind one of the bigger trees. His expression looked conflicted, and I could tell he did not want to be with me again. See, he didn't care. I'm sorry, what? Oh boy. Welcome back. Did you miss me? No. But then I realized I wouldn't be able to find the next altar without you. Well, you're out of luck. I don't know the whereabouts of any other dragon caves, nor am I carrying more apple tarts if you're hungry. There really is no reason to stick with me. You'll need to get another guide or find someone else that can help. But I don't want to go through the trouble of finding anyone else. At least until I get my bearings. I have no clue where to go from here. A small idea formed in my head. Wait, perhaps I could accompany Kara to Oliver. If I explain the situation to Mom, maybe she'll consider writing me the night recommendation letter. Then if you'd like, I'll accompany you to Barry. From there, you can travel to Oliver. It's a huge city. You could probably find directions to other altars there. Does that sound acceptable? He grumbled in agreement and sat down on the fallen log I was using, but near the edge to leave plenty of space between us.
Look.
My master also asked for me to interact with Heavenkind more. And I've already been with you long enough. Nice to know I'm tolerable to be around. I guess Heavenkind are humans, and then there's dragons. And your master doesn't seem that bad. He has an interest in working with Heavenkind. Guess he didn't like it when one of his pupils didn't share his point of view. I grinned wryly. At least he was kind enough to curse you with some clothes. I didn't think dragons normally wore clothes. Is that a spell, or are those the genuine articles? Pear tugged on his shirt as if suddenly aware of it. I think it's a spell? Won't wear off or anything, will it? He scoffed. I assure you, the spell won't wear off for my clothes. It's just that I don't want to glance back during, I don't know, the heat of battle and catch you stark naked. Ma'am, why? That'll never happen. Jeez, why are you interested in seeing me shirtless? If you want, I can take these off, right? Please no. I trust in the magical sustainability of those clothes, so please keep them on. Besides, you'll stay warmer that way. Wow, he was really going to take his clothes off. Wow. Is that why Heavenkind wear them? Something like that. I pulled off some of the bread and popped it into my mouth. Hare watched briefly with interest before haughtily averting his eyes. Let me guess. You're hungry as well? I don't know what Heavenkind consumed, but I don't think I can eat what I normally would. As he pursed his lips, I handed him the rest of the bread. He arched his highbrow in surprise at the offering. It's fine. I had a small breakfast and I'll be back in very soon. Without bothering to inspect it like he did with the apple tart, Hare crammed the bread into his mouth. I stifled a laugh since I had a feeling dragons had no concept of chewing. Propping an elbow on my knee, I watched him with amusement. I was also feeling a little unimpressed with how dismissive he was towards me. Glower at him, tease him. Tease him, I guess? I lowered my voice to imitate him. Oh, Aurelie, I'm so eternally grateful. You are the best that Heavenkind has to offer, and I'm so glad you helped me, fed me, and led me to where I needed to go. Where would I be without your immeasurable kindness? Thank you. Kara coughed violently as he tried to respond and failed, and I continued. I feigned a sweet giggle and fluttered my fingers towards him. Oh, Kara, it was nothing. You're welcome. After pounding his chest and swallowing loudly, Kara tried to speak up. Woof! Before he could start, I stuffed the last portion of cheese into his mouth. I kept my hand there and we exchanged a meaningful look. His quizzical stare softened, and I took a step back. It's nothing. Finish eating. I'm going to take a quick walk. I stalked off before he could answer. I approached the riverside, crouched down, and splashed my face with water, rubbing my forehead and cheek. Then I inhaled deeply and ruffled my hair, careful not to snag on my braid. Ugh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. The knight was supposed to be courteous, generous, kind, just, honorable, and help those in need. And here I was, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor. There was something about Care's attitude that always got me worked up. Well, that and him showing some gratitude would be nice. Or was it wrong for me to seek it in the first place? I still have a long way to go before I'm more like Mom. How does she do it? I grabbed a flat polished rock and stood up, throwing and catching it a few times while I pondered what to do next. First things first, Care will return to Barry with me. We'll need to stock up on supplies and figure out where the next altar is. I tossed the rock up and caught it again. Does he expect me to travel with him the whole time? Or until Oliver? I wonder if I'm mentally prepared for this. Gripping the stone, I threw it into the water at an angle. It skipped a few times before disappearing completely. I bit my lip, not pleased with my 3-hop achievement. I could probably get 7 rebounds on a good day. I should get back. I wonder if Care already got impatient and left. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a loud splash and immediately whirled around, unsheathing my sword. I angled the blade upward and widened my stance. Oh! Bursting from the water was a large, serpent-like dragon with a translucent ridge down its back. Oh, it's pretty! It's a pretty dragon! Well, how pretty! Oh, very, very pretty. Pretty dragon! Ooh, I like the artwork for this. It's really cute. It flapped its wing-like fins, head extending beyond the shore. I grit my teeth, searching for a weak point, but kept my distance. Tightening my grasp on my sword, I looked the dragon directly in the eye. Recoiled when it saw my weapon, withdrawing its head, made no further movements. It didn't appear to be hostile. I slowly sheathed my sword, but kept a firm grip on its hilt. A mist formed around the dragon, and I stepped back, unsure of whether to retreat or wait. It seemed to vanish as the mist overtook it, and I squinted. Oh, moments later, I spotted a rather hazy figure.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, I blinked as a lithe, heaven-kind person appeared before me. He had similar ears as the water dragon, so I could safely assume they were one and the same. Okay, so what do we think of this dragon? So now there's Care, and then I guess is an earth dragon? And then this one is a water dragon. He also had brilliant teal-colored hair, which I had never seen before. He fidgeted with his hands and gave me an apologetic look.
Are you okay?
I didn't mean to, frighten you? His wide eyes disarmed me completely, and I could only wave my hands frantically to reassure him. Looks young, I don't like it. Hi, Noro. No, it's fine. I didn't mean to threaten you with my sword. It's just sort of instinctive, and it's understandable. You didn't know what my intentions were, and I probably looked intimidating. We both stopped and exchanged an awkward smile. Feels like he's awkward. Yep. At first it was a giggle, but I soon started laughing, then rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. He joined in with his own gentle chuckle, and any tension we felt from our rather intense encounter dissolved instantly. So what are you here for? I'm looking for someone. He should be around here, and he would have unique ears like mine, and... Oh, he knows Care. You mean Care? Are you Care's master? His eyes widened. Me? Oh, no. I'm actually a pupil for someone else, but I know his master well. He raised his arms and glanced at the sleeves, tugging on them before inspecting the rest of his clothes. It was then I could see his long hair tumble over his shoulders, complete with a flowing purple ribbon. You look fine. Aw, you even transformed with a braid already in place. That's cute. He grinned cheerfully, seemingly pleased with himself. I think he's an adult. Like, I think he's an adult, like, Kara's an adult, but, like, you know, they're dragons, so they're probably really freaking old. But that's just, like, the form he took.
Thank you.
The Heaven Girl. There you are. I have a name. Kara approached us petulantly and gave the new boy a supercilious glare. The boy balked slightly and glanced shyly away. Oh good, Mr. Grumpy Pants is here. Yeah, well hi, no. Yeah, so this is Kara. He's an earth dragon. And he's grumpy. I heard a large splash and came to check. Who are you? I'm Ilmari. We've met a few times. Oh, Ilmari, okay. Kara has rocks for brains. Ilmari seems nice. Okay, he's like, I'm Ilmari? We've met a few times. Kara gazed at him so intently that Ilmari squirmed uneasily. Uh-oh. Oh my god! Why? Why though? Nope, don't know you. And how did you find me anyway, Ilmara? Wow, that's... Can't even get his name right. Ilmari is a Finnish god of the air? Oh. Ilmari! I overheard our masters talking. Master Bedros mentioned you, so I... Kara groaned loudly. Let me guess, they sent you? Sure, sent. They sent me to supervise your assignment. So, please take me with you. Oh, okay. Us dragons are pretty aged. Dinosaurs know us well. Kara and I exchanged glances. Look, Ellie. Ilmari. Whatever. Wow, wow, can't even get his name correct. He does have rocks for brains. Whatever. This isn't exactly something I want to do, nor do I want more company to slow me down. Unless you can fly. Ilmari's face fell. And can instantly take me to the next altar? I'm not interested. Go back and tell our masters I can handle this myself. But... I sighed and stepped in, raising a hand to touch Kara's shoulder. You don't need to. Kara flinched from the physical contact, but I mentally kicked myself for forgetting already. Right, no touchy. Anyway, I think Ilmari will prove useful. He did say the masters wanted this, right? They placed their trust in him for a reason. Ilmari shifted his eyes and glanced at the ground. Right. I promise I won't be a burden. And if I am, well, I can go back. Kara grumbled and merely walked downstream, waving dismissively.
I don't care.
Do what you want. Just promise you won't lecture me or do any of that nonsense. I already get it enough. Promise. Oh dear. Amari's smile was so bright that I couldn't help but grin as well. I turned to him and offered a hand, and he tilted his head quizzically. Looks like we'll be traveling companions, at least for a while. This is an offer to shake hands. It's a greeting between heavenkind. I guess maybe we do. Omari extended his hand and gave it a firm shake. Pleased to meet you. I'm Aura Lee. Pleased to meet you too. And thank you for convincing Kara. Thank you? Pardon? You have no idea how long I've been waiting to hear those words. Heavenkind is the word for humans. I have a feeling you and I will get along swimmingly. Swimmingly? Glanced back at the river, then chuckled. Is this heavenkind humor? Something like that, but it usually elicits more groans than laughter. Come on, we should probably get going before Kara decides to ditch both of us. I don't have any more food to lure him back. About food and heavenkind needs, I researched a bit, but I'm not completely familiar. Don't worry, my dad makes food for a living, so you'll learn a lot about it. He nodded happily. With that, we quickened our pace before Kara could yell at us to hurry. I wonder how they'll react to entering a Heavenkind town. Good question. Okay. Oh, chapter 3. Berry! Okay, we're in the town of Berry. Well, here we go. Yeah, so her dad runs a bakery. We arrived late afternoon. Berry was a small farming community nestled by the riverbank, perfectly situated between larger cities. It had at least 3 dozen houses, many with their own farmland and sprawling orchards beyond the river. Of course, it also had an inn for travelers, which was becoming more popular thanks to the improved roads.
Wow.
Ilmari seemed thrilled, gasping over every little thing, while his eyes excitedly darted from one house to the next. Maybe he is a young dragon. He's very happy. Harris simply rolled his eyes and remained withdrawn as he walked over to my family's house. I admit I was concerned. Their ears weren't exactly natural, and Omari's hair color was striking, even from a distance. That's true. He's sparkling. Like, for goodness sake, Omari is sparkling. There were a few people who passed and gave curious glances, but they relaxed when they saw that I was accompanying the boys. You knew everyone in Berry, especially if you lived here for most of your life. When we reached my house, I motioned over to Omari and Kara. Can you two wait here for a bit? I need to talk to my parents first. I can't just invite strangers in. Is it some sort of Heavenkind formality? Yeah, formality. Something like that. That's why it's important you two don't wander off.
Of course.
Right. Okay. I mean it. I opened the door and closed it behind me, stepping into the cozy room. Mom? Dad? Hope they didn't leave to search for me. That would be partially my fault. Aura? Mom! Oh wow, her mom's really cute. It looks like he's gonna do it out of spite. He definitely seems like that kind of dragon. Oh, her mom's cute. I was embraced in a tight hug. My mother worryingly checked my face before stepping back. Okay. Where were you? Your dad got all anxious and I kept telling him you would be all right. But when night came, I'm fine. The reason why my scouting took so long was because I bumped into 2 travelers. She pursed her lips and tapped her chin. They're not amnesiac. Nope. Any mystical looking pendants on them? They have some simple jewelry, but no pendants. Dark and mysterious pasts? I'm pretty sure not. One is a spoiled brat, and the other seems like he would be the youngest of a dozen siblings. Sighed in relief. Good. I've had too many troublesome experiences with people like that. Let them into a village, and the next instant it's on fire. That's my girl.
Right.
Always thinking of everything. Where's Dad? I'm starving. He laughed at my carefree comment. He should be back soon. He leaned to one side, looking past me. You can let your friends in, if you'd like. Okay. Yeah, I think her mom's a knight. I turned to see Ilmari gingerly tapping the glass and putting his hands all over it in bafflement. He looked like a performing mime. Oh, I guess, yeah. The joke about murder hobos, huh? I guess so. I guess Omari's never seen a window before. I guess that would be something, like, if they were dragons out in the wild and they'd never seen windows before, that probably would throw them off. So Omari's like, oh my god, what is this? Oh, it's glass? What? You see through it? What is this brilliant substance? You can see beyond it, but it's a barrier. Yep, there we go. Not from around here? You could say that. Oh my god. he really liked the window. Once we sat down at the table, Claire was content leaning against the wall, being sullen. I quickly explained the situation. I left out the punishment since I had a feeling Claire would be embarrassed. Here, in the first place, they'll be observing our customs and looking at some of the altars we built. That sounds so wonderful. I know there's been more interaction between both races lately, but I'm out of the loop now. Mom used to be the captain of the guard for the city of Oliver, but had long since retired. She kept busy performing various protection services for travelers and merchants, trolling Barry, and even teaching sword fighting. It's like if Norrell was a mom. Like she teach sword fighting and go adventuring. We were hoping to leave first thing in the morning. And walk the whole way? I glanced at Kara and Omari. I could always swim, but it's been harder to navigate in this river recently. A lot of heavenkind activity. None of us fly. I guess we could always hire a coachman. It seems accurate. So she's a sellsword? Yep. Actually, there's a small group of merchants heading for Oliver, and they won't leave until tomorrow afternoon. I had initially offered my services, but if you think you can handle it... You mean it? I can arrange it right now. Up for the challenge? It'll be your first real job outside of Barry without me. Of course, I'll protect them to the best of my ability. You laughed at my enthusiasm and excused herself, letting the males know that they were welcome to stay overnight. I grinned and pumped a fist into the air. Okay. I feel like this is my first step into real knighthood. A knighthood? Well, probably more like a mercenary. You get hired to protect people and make sure they arrive at their destination safely. That's a good thing. That way we can get to Oliver and earn a little money. However, if I could ask my mom something later, then I'd really be a knight. I could have left for Oliver at any time, but I needed something important first. I was probably grinning like an idiot, but I didn't care. When I heard the door open, I knew it was my dad and immediately jumped up. Mom was likely on her late patrols again, and probably wouldn't be back for a while. You two are probably hungry. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Well, I'm open to anything. I've never tried heavenkind food before. We'll try our best to make you something you'll like, Omari. Here? Okay. He was pondering at first, and then reluctantly looked up. Yes? Yes? Those, the one that had the apple slices on it?
Right.
Oh, apple tarts. Of course. Pastries are pretty much my dad's specialty. He'll make some for you. The smallest of smiles appeared on Kara's face, but it quickly vanished. At least there was something heavenkind related that he enjoyed. Our meal was pleasant, and I was surprised that my dad even got Kara to say more than a few lines. My dad always had a way of winning people over through his cooking. Omari found our eating traditions extremely complicated, but with all of the dishes and utensils used, I kept getting drawn to the windows again. If I ever let him loose in a stained glass church, I snorted behind my cup thinking about it. When Mom returned, I pulled her away from the group for a private chat. Is it all arranged, so I'll be able to guard the carriage tomorrow? Yes. Then, since I'm going to Oliver anyway, can you write a letter recommending me for knighthood? In Oliver, there was a special guild for knights. People trained by revered knights could be endorsed to serve under the Sun and Moon Council. If I was going to Oliver now, this would be the perfect opportunity to join them. With Mom's name, they would not refuse me. If anything, they'd usher me in with open arms. My mom sighed and rubbed her forehead, already tired of the persistent conversation. Honestly, Aura, I still don't think you're ready and mature enough to... I'm ready! Not only that, I could help the dragonkind better. Please? She chuckled weakly, but I could tell she was still firm in her decision. Look, I'll think about it. For now, you can assist Karen Omari just fine without the rank. I gave her a petulant look, but gave in. Alright, I'm glad you're at least considering it. Thanks, Mom. I returned to the others who were finishing up their meal. As I gathered the dishes, Dad glanced toward the stairs. Will you be spending the night here? Uh-oh. You've already done so much for us. We also prefer more spacious places, so we'll be fine outside. You sure? Do you see us living in these things? Not really. We still have some time before it gets dark. I can show you around the town if you'd like. Omari brightened immediately, while Kara sighed. Oh, I'll go! Yes! Wow! Weren't you ordered to learn more about heavenkind? You could just summarize it for me. I'm more about finding the altars. Which are locations you visit after you learn.
Do this.
Let sleeping dragons lie, Omari. We can have fun without crabapple sulking along. I grabbed Omari's hand and led him outside, deciding to show off the orchards the town specialized in. As we walked down the road, we passed a farmhouse where 4 children were running around playing tag. When one spotted us, he waved, and the other 3 eagerly scampered toward us. Aura, Aura, come play! Another time chase. The youngest sibling crept forward and gazed up at Ilmari curiously. Your ears are funny. Is that a bad thing? Not at all. They're really cute, don't you think, Heather? She giggled. They look like butterflies. The children prodded at Omari and ran around until their mother called them back. Although I did not expect that, Omari seemed to have enjoyed himself. How sweet! They're all siblings, so they play together a lot. He blinked blankly before gasping. Siblings? They're all related? Yeah, it's not uncommon to have large families here, although I'm an only child myself. What about you? I guess you were like the youngest of a dozen. He gave a sheepish chuckle. No, I'm an only child too. It's extremely rare for dragonkind to have siblings. I don't think I've met one that had more than 2. He tilted his head and glanced at me hesitantly as if pondering something.
I have a question.
Then for mating season, is it? Alarm bells went off in my head and I made a giant cross with my arms to dissuade him. Oh no, banned! I'm banning this subject. As if I could accurately answer those types of questions anyway. Oh no! If you don't ask, I won't ask how it works between dragons. Right. I agree. He appeared so awkward that I couldn't help but laugh. And soon we were chuckling over our quick diversion. Mari's like, how do humans have relations? I was like, nope.
Right.
Alright, let's keep going. I can show you around one of the farms. Okay. One of the barns was open. It actually belonged to an old friend of my family. I casually strolled in, pointing to various equipment. Omari gestured to a device in the corner.
I have a question.
What does that do? Oh, it's a churn. You use it to, well, churn milk or ice or cream into butter.
What?
Cream? Butter? Here, I'll demonstrate. Pretending, of course. I approached the cylindrical wooden tub and touched the stave. Basically, you plunge this up and down, and it'll shake the liquid and eventually turn it into a solid. Milk, cream, and butter are all types of food. As I explained, the house owner entered carrying 2 buckets filled to the brim with something. Hi, Brioni. I saw you showing your friend around and I thought you'd like to demonstrate the real thing. With a wry smile, she set the buckets down. I stared at them, expressionlessly. I wasn't planning on staying. I want to see it! You know, Mari's persistence and my inability to decline a request from my mom's friend, I gave in. Right, I'll show you, Omari. And afterwards, you can show him how to milk cows. Oh no. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it all. I wasn't sure how, but I got roped into chores while showing Omari around. His questions were endless, and he seemed to enjoy every minute of it. Whenever I offered for him to take over, he'd shake his head and say that he'd probably mess up. I had the feeling he was just saying that. At least he loved the apple orchard when I was finally able to guide him there. It was late evening when we returned, and I was rolling my aching shoulder. Ugh, even my calluses have calluses. I haven't done farm stuff in years. I'm surprised I remembered it all. I'd been more focused on my sword training and patrolling duties as of late. But did you have fun, Elmari? He grinned brightly like a child who had just left the sweet shop with a pocket full of cookies.
That is so
I did. I thought it was really interesting. I don't know if I'd call it interesting, but I guess I've been here so long that it's all routine to me. If I was a knight, I could do more things. Nothing, merely thinking out loud. You sure have a lot of questions regarding Heavenkind.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. I naturally love learning about new things. In return, if you have any questions about Dragonkind, I'd be happy to answer. He stopped and shyly fidgeted with his hands, and I could tell he was anticipating an inquiry. Confess you want to... Why is that a thing? Confess you want to touch his ears. Ask how... Okay, so what should we ask him? I don't think we should touch his ears. That seems like a weird thing to do with someone we just met. Ask how he knows your language? You speak our tongue pretty fluently. Did you learn it? Yes. From what I know, Care was pretty much forced to while I learned on my own. What about your own? What is it like? We communicate audibly, of course, but we also use telepathy. What's that exactly? It's sort of like projecting one's thoughts to another person. Of course, you need to wish for the person to pick up those thoughts. Dragonkind don't normally live in close proximity to one another, so it's useful to us. That sounds pretty neat. What are you thinking now? If you could project it to me. About how much fun I had. Thank you so much for showing me around, Barry. It was no problem. Anyway, I muffled a yawn. I should get to bed now. We have a busy day ahead of us.
Thank you.
Night, Aurelie. Thanks so much for everything. It's fine. I had fun too. Even if I got dragged halfway across Barry to do odd chores. Once I opened the door to my house, I spotted my mom sitting at the table, holding a quill over some blank parchment. I covered my mouth to muffle a squeal. You're doing it? You're writing the letter? I bounced on my heels and launched into a tackle as I hugged my mom from behind. I peered over her shoulders. You're actually going to do it? You're actually going to do it? I'm going to be a knight! I halted and let go, suddenly confused. Wait, what made you change your mind? My mom laughed and leaned back, flashing me a meaningful smile. Well, I did some thinking, and I thought maybe you were right. You are ready. That's what I've been telling you. My smile was so wide it hurt. Thanks, Mom. Love you and good night. I look forward to reading it in the morning. I dashed upstairs, determined to fall asleep. However, I couldn't help but toss and turn as I replayed the day's events. And not only Omari's questions, but that I was going to become a knight once I arrived in Oliver. The task to protect the carriage could be viewed as my first duty as a knight. My first real mission. I certainly couldn't sleep now. Eee! I hugged my pillow and rolled around, unable to stop my giddiness. Well, apparently she's excited. Gonna be a professional knight? Do professional knights normally act like this? I don't care! I'm so happy! To achieve the title of knight, one usually had to be trained at a famous school or academy and graduate from there. Since I did not live in a big city that had such establishments, I trained solely under my mom instead, and her status and achievements were well known, which was why I needed that letter badly. If she recommended me, other captains or noblemen would probably hire me. I would serve the Sun and Moon Council. And I'd be able to see more of Ishtara outside of Barry as a real knight. Unable to remain still, I hopped out of bed and paced restlessly. I approached the window, not sure what I was expecting. How are those two doing anyway? It's not like Kara can transform back and sleep how he always does. I wonder if I can find them and check on them quickly. Snatching the blankets off the bed, I wrapped it around my shoulders like an oversized shawl, and I strapped on my belt and scabbard and walked out the door. Outside, it was comfortably cool, and I found the sound of crickets and frogs soothing as I walked beside the river. I guess I was subconsciously anticipating to find Omari sleeping on the bank or underwater. On a whim, I entered the apple orchard. I spotted Omari sitting against one of the tree trunks. His ears instantly perked up, although I had the feeling he'd heard me approaching earlier. Can't sleep? Something like that. I sat down next to him. He poked at the grass in front of him dejectedly. Care wouldn't bond with me. Huh? Bond? Dragons bond by nestling together. I thought since we were going to be travel companions despite our differences, He hated the idea, though. Hair doesn't seem to like being touched in general. I can imagine. He stared at me hopefully. Um, he stopped and tucked his knees up, his arms resting around his legs. What about you? I mean, is it different between heavenkind? I scrambled to formulate an answer. Well, cuddling is something between family and loved ones. Hugs are more acceptable between friends. What did I know? My mind was full of knighthood dreams and sword skills. In no way was I the most authoritative representative regarding heavenkind relationships. Hug? You put your arms around someone and hold them close. I mimed the action using my blanket. He nodded in understanding. Ah, then I guess you wouldn't, Oh, he's such a sweet guy. You know what? We'll give him a hug, except for a bit. Declining Amari would be like rejecting a basket full of kittens. Kittens that all looked up at you pleadingly. Yeah. For a few minutes. I can't stay out here all night. I do need to return to my bed. Aw, I shuffled over to him until we were shoulder to shoulder and adjusted the blanket so it draped over both of us. Aw, that's a nice picture. It's not that cold out? Not really. It feels nice. So, forgot to ask this earlier, but why are you interested in learning about heavenkind? Because your culture is fascinating. Huh? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, huh? Really?
So amazing.
Everything the heavenkind do is amazing! You can create things I've never seen before, and look, you can do this! He wiggled his thumbs and fingers. They're so dexterous. I laughed and mimicked him momentarily. It's true, our kinds are interacting more. I assume you've heard of it?
Of course.
Yes, I'd like to be a sort of mediator. I think you call it a diplomat? I've already tried to help heavenkind before, but it didn't work out. It's harder than it looks. How so? Well, this one incident, they were willingly entering the monster's mouth and there was nothing I could do about it.
What?
Wait, a monster? Yes, this strange one that smells of wood and floats on the water. I've never seen it before, and the heavenkind simply enter it. Oh my god, it's a boat. It's a boat! He thinks the ships are monsters? I nudged it a few times, but people seemed upset. Ilmari, those are boats. We use those to travel up and down the river. Oh my god! He thought the boats were monsters? Really? Oh my goodness. That's, in a way, that's adorable, but also, wow.
What?
So it wasn't a monster? He slumped into the blanket, mortified. Oh no. I patted him on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. It's okay. Misunderstandings happen. You had good intentions. And now you'll be able to study heavenkind at a more personal level. I'll do my best to clarify anything you're uncertain of. In return, tell me more about dragonkind. That seems fair. I'll try not to ask any more boring questions, though. I mean, what interested me didn't seem so fun for you. Ugh, I'm never churning butter again. Feeling that our conversation had reached a satisfying note, I clutched the blanket and stood up. You'll be fine by yourself?
Of course.
Yes, I'll see you in the morning. Playfully, I draped the blanket back over him. Even a dragon might need an extra layer of warmth in a heavenkind body. Take care then. As I sauntered back to my house, easily guided by the bright moon, I spotted Kerr restlessly pacing by the door. Puzzled, I approached him. Need something? Ilmari's past the river if you're looking for him. Nothing to do with him, but thanks for the heads up since I can avoid him easier. I would have given him a light punch to the shoulder, but I remembered he hated contact. Mean. Play nice. He'll be traveling with you after all. I hope you don't mind being stuck with me until we reach Oliver. I think we'll have fun. I'm looking forward to it. I've noticed. I heard you squealing even from afar. My ears couldn't shut it out if I tried. I'm sorry. It's something I've always wanted to do, and now it's the perfect opportunity. All the experience from my freelance jobs will finally pay off, and I'll be on the road to knighthood. Let's make tomorrow's task a successful one. Regarding that wagon, so the merchant's cargo will arrive safely in Oliver. Think you can handle it? He wrinkled his nose. An escort mission. Not the most glamorous duty, but it's honorable. Anyway, I'm going to bed. I promise I'll stop squealing. As I was about to open the door, Care stepped forward. Wait, He scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Surprised by his rather modest display, I looked at him intently. Yes? About earlier, when you crammed that food into my mouth? Oh, I was joking, so don't worry about it. I'm sorry if it seemed mean-spirited. It wasn't my intention. No, you were right. Huh? Kara seemed both shocked and offended by my reaction. What I mean to say is, you did help me a little. A little? I gave you a walking stick, fed you, fought a giant bird, took you to the altar, got ditched, only for you to come crawling back, and I accepted you a second time. Now I'm starting to wonder why I did. I feigned contemplating, and he glanced away anxiously, as if dreading that I would refuse to help him now. I stuck out my tongue to appease him. Don't worry about it. Maybe I was right about me having immeasurable kindness. I am grateful, but you exaggerate a bit. You're definitely not the best Heavenkind has to offer. Peaked, I gave him a swift kick to the back of the leg. Ow! You're right. I'm not. But I'll definitely be the best knight. Even if I lost some kindness points with that action, I'll re-earn them tomorrow. Night, Care. Night. I closed the door behind me, resisting the urge to squeal about tomorrow. So he actually apologized in a way? That's interesting. Chapter 4, to Oliver! Hooray! We're going. Okay. Map, rations, yep, I think that's everything. Satisfied with my packing, I hurried down the stairs just as Mom was rereading the letter of recommendation she finished. Ah, Aura, all prepared? I sure am. How's the letter? I just show it to the Argent Valere Guild, right? The Argent Valere Guild was one of the most prestigious orders in Ishtera. Consisted of knights who served the Sun and Moon Council, but also did non-military work. Oliver was the central hub for all their activity. Mom had been part of the guild all her life, so her name was well known among the younger generation of knights. Right. As long as a former knight recommends you, it shouldn't be too hard to earn the rank. Hopefully they didn't change any of the requirements. Excited, I snatched up the letter and quickly skimmed the beginning. I, Lady Andrine Bayard, former captain of the guard, Recopelier of the 3rd Cavalry line of... Mom, your titles and credentials are longer than the actual recommendation. But I guess it helps since I've been trained under you. I returned the letter so she could officially seal it, promptly tucked it into my bag, making sure it wouldn't get crinkled. The Merchant Ventures carriage should be ready. They already know the escort arrangements, and your father is making sure the boys don't get into too much trouble. I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, let's get going. You're gonna see your daughter off on her grand adventure after all. I eagerly rushed out the door, not wanting to make the others wait any longer. Wait, Aura. I halted and pivoted, noting the cautious tone in her voice. Yes? Sighed and folded her arms. Well, originally I was going to cancel this whole arrangement. Eh? Why? The merchant was rather vague about the contents he was carrying. I usually like to confirm everything with my own eyes, since it's not just for their safety, but also mine and that of any other escorts. I highly doubt the package will contain monsters or anything sinister. Are you sure you're not overreacting? I mean, this is your daughter getting involved. Paused and mulled over my suggestion carefully. True, it may just be my overprotectiveness. This is the first time my daughter will go off on her own after all. She nodded mostly to herself, and I accepted her agreement. Right. Thanks for organizing everything. Now come on. As expected, Dad, Care, and Omari were at the edge of Barry with the carriage stationary on the main road. Care was pacing while Omari was chatting happily with my dad. Coachman waved to acknowledge us, and I approached the open window of the vehicle. Middle-aged man sat amongst the silks and pillows, which suggested I was protecting a wealthy merchant. Mr. Ormond, was it? I'm Aurelie, and my companions and I will be escorting you to Oliver. I assure you we're trained and you'll get there unharmed. The others are well versed in magic. I was pretty confident about that assumption, at least. He nodded, and I was unsure if he was nervous or just reserved. Thank you. Shall we set off straight away? Ah, of course, it's no problem. I glanced down and saw an ornate box. It was long and narrow. I tried to fathom what was so important that they needed to hire protection. Maybe it was a sword? I wanted to ask about the contents, but decided against it. My priority was getting to Oliver, and the quicker, the better. I made a mental apology to my mother, rationalizing she was just worrying over nothing. All right, it seems everything is ready. We're moving out. I energetically motioned to the others and exchanged hugs with my parents. I promise I won't be gone for too long. I'll definitely be back in time for the harvest. As we departed, my mom cupped her hands around her mouth. And remember, be sure to check every barrel, crate, and chest in town. The residents don't mind if you find something useful. Mom, I'm pretty sure that's stealing. Speaking of which, teach your companions the concept of pay. We don't want them accidentally pilfering apples or the like. Oh gosh, that's right. I didn't even think about that. Omari glanced at me curiously as we continued walking. Hey? Just don't take stuff, especially if it seems like it belongs to other people. What your mom just said. Don't mind what she said. And Care, you're too far ahead. Not a professional start. Thanks, Care. The merchant probably heard that they didn't understand pay either. Thank you, family. We hadn't even left the village, and already my mind was swarming with too many worrisome thoughts about the journey. No, just focus on the mission. It'll run smoothly, and everything will be fine once we reach Oliver. I reached in the bag and touched the letter for comfort, and to make sure it was still there. Feeling my confidence returning, I straightened my back and boldly gazed beyond the road. Finally, my dreams will come to fruition. Well, I mean, good luck, I guess. The journey so far had gone off without a hitch. We're passing through a rockier area with the forest pressing against us on both sides of the road. So that's good. So that's good. There was still much greenery, but some trees were already showing the early signs of autumn with yellowed leaves. Omari and I were ahead of the two-horse carriage, while Kara was content with shadowing the vehicle. Since history and politics were never my forte, my brain strained to answer Omari's endless questions. But I would immediately perk up if they had anything to do with knights. Unfortunately, this wasn't one of those times.
I have a question.
So, this council, each town has a representative, and they come together in Oliver to help govern? Pretty much. They do things like build bridges, schools, or improve the agriculture. We have a similar system between the wise dragons. They use their knowledge of the past to help shape our future. Hey, Mori, have you been picking up activity for the past hour or so? Ilmari, and yes I have, but I wasn't sure if it should be brought up at all. I paused and touched my hilt, but let my hand drop lest it would reveal I suspected something. Activity? Are we being followed? The two exchanged glances, with Omari appearing more apologetic than Care. I'm sorry, I should have said something. I wish I had your hearing abilities, but still, I feel so inattentive. I surveyed the forest, noting any jutting cliff sides. If we were to be ambushed, how many? I don't know, 5 or 6? Do you think these followers have a malicious agenda? I didn't think Heavenkind would be the hostile type. Well, I wish I could say everything was peaceful, but disputes and fights still arise. There's always exceptions. Dragonkind are generally harmonious, but clashes still occur, especially when dominant young males are expanding their territories, and they happen to overlap. It can get quite intense and scary. Not speaking from experience or anything. Of course not, I never assumed. Ah, weak! Wait. He stared hard at Omari, and then his eyes widened in recognition. Uh-oh. We have met! Uh-oh. Carol let out a boisterous laugh, clearly amused by the whole situation. Sorry about that territorial instinct. Oh my god, did he beat up Omari? That lake had a nice beach! I stepped between them before any more tension could rise. Oh my god, he beat up Elmari! Can we save the border debate for another time? Right now we have to focus on the people pursuing us. He totally beat up Elmari and he didn't even remember that he did it. Wow. Wow, Care, that's messed up. I wish you told me sooner, but at least now we can anticipate any attacks. Let's keep it from the coachman and our client. We'll feign ignorance in the meantime and hope nothing bad will come out of this. I'd rather avoid a battle if possible. Realizing we'd been standing around, we quickly resumed our march. As I adjusted the bag strap over my shoulder, I tried to glance discreetly into the woods. Here, Amari, what is your fighting experience? You probably take them out in dragon form. Ugh, this body. Mari shook his head resolutely. I'm not doing anything like that. Moreover, I'm unurious, wouldn't do well on land. I know some magic, so I can be a good support. I nodded, then looked at Kara expectantly. I'll be fine fighting directly. At least you can walk without any problems. And I have my sword, along with some focusing techniques. At least we were balanced enough, and my focusing techniques would help me fight in optimal condition. Mari's ears perked up, and he shifted nervously while Carrick grit his teeth. They're moving swiftly. They're probably planning to launch an assault once we advance a little farther. I think they're positioning themselves by that outcrop. When we get there, he trailed off and made a fist. He trailed off, and I made a fist, biting my lip anxiously. All right. They think they have the element of surprise. Prepare yourselves. Sounds like there's more than 5 now. I could feel my stomach lurch as we neared the destination, and I already had my hand on my sword hilt. Calm down, calm down. A knight wouldn't be afraid. I gulped and then chided myself mentally, taking those thoughts from my head. Reminded myself that I was not a coward. I mentally concentrated on a spell that helped refresh and restore some vigor to my body. It would increase my strength temporarily. Once the outcrop loomed over us, there was a moment of uneasy stillness before a swift wind swept through the trees. Yeah! What? Uh-oh, a muscle-bound man landed directly on top of the carriage, shaking it violently and causing the horses to rear up. Coachman tried to settle them down as the attacker leapt off the vehicle, unsheathing his sword. I dashed over and directed his attention to me before he could rip off the door. Our weapons clashed. I clenched my teeth as I successfully pushed him away from the carriage. I could hear the scuffling of feet as more men emerged from the forest, and my heart plummeted. We were outnumbered nearly 3-1. Well, that's not good. Not only that, all of the attackers seemed too organized to be a mere bandit group. My opponent's sword fighting was refined, and their outfits too proper. Not to mention that they had followed us for some time, according to Care and Omari. Take that! I dodged one of his slashes and knocked him out with the blunt side of my sword. I did not want to resort to taking a life if I could help it. I saw Care lunge forward and perform an awkward curled slap to one of the guy's faces, like he was in a cat fight. It looked painful, but it was not an effective strategy. Claws! He's used to battling with claws! I tried to approach Care, but was stopped by another foe. I parried just in time, but could feel the axe whistling past my arm. Care, punch them, make a fist! What? The axeman swung again. I ducked and then charged forward, bringing up my left hand. Like this! My fist contacted my opponent's cheek, causing him to stumble back. Pain shot through my arm, and it took all my effort not to drop my sword and cradle my poor hand. Like that! Right! Hare delivered a hearty punch. This time, it sent his opponent flying. He glanced at his fist in bafflement, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Not bad. I could get used to this. As Kara jumped into the fray, I could hear Omari apologizing loudly. A burst of water streamed forth from his hands, toppling someone who tried to run up to him. 4 down, 4 to go! A few men that had gotten back up were now second-guessing themselves, while the more stubborn ones tried a round 2. As I was engaged in another sword fight, I stepped back and felt my shoulders bump into someone. I glanced up in the heat of battle and spotted Kara, who looked down at me. The heat of battle? That reminded me. I assure you, the spell won't wear off for my clothes. Just that I want to glance back during, I don't know, the heat of battle and catch you stark naked. Oh dear. Oh god, they're both laughing about it. Before we could stop ourselves, we burst out laughing, causing the challengers surrounding us to look perplexed, possibly even alarmed or scared.
Please stop.
Why are you two laughing? Help me! Ilari retreated to the other side of the carriage as he struggled to conjure a spell. Kara, still chuckling, knocked another man out and darted round the carriage, while I was locked with the second to last foe standing. I riposted, but he blocked my sword. I retaliated with a swift kick to the stomach, and he stumbled back. His eyes darted over his fallen comrades as he slowly backed away. I pointed my sword at him, and he hastily disappeared into the forest, leaving his partners behind. Perfect timing, since I could feel my focus spell wear off. Coward. A high-pitched scream came from the carriage, and I turned to see that the door was open. One of the armed men was escaping with the box. No! Not while I'm around. He slammed the ground with his fist, causing the whole place to shake. I knelt down, covering my head as my sword clattered harmlessly onto the soil. My knees felt like they liquefied, and I had to use one hand to support myself. I couldn't move, and each shock only reinforced my terror.
Please stop.
Yes, cease this at once! Did Omari notice I was scared? The man tripped from the jolts, and the box flew out of his grip. It hit the rocky terrain with a crash, causing the latch to open. I forced myself to stand up, but I was unnerved from the tremors. Every step felt wobbly. Kara focused on the almost thief, who also disappeared into the woods. By the time I got to the fallen objects, Omari was already scooping the items back into their coffer. I saw a few feathers sticking out. Perplexed by the wares, I reached out for the box, but Omari slammed it shut, his face pale white. Omari? Closed it. It would have been unfortunate if it got damaged. It was intact?
Of course.
Yes, nothing appears to be broken. He gave me a strained smile. Kara chased off the remaining conscious opponents, and I carefully stepped around the supine ones. A few groans were emitted, but they probably wouldn't be up for a while. Omari handed the box to me, as if he was eager to get rid of it. Uh-oh, something bad must be in the box. Thanks, I'll return this to Mr. Ormond. I hastily approached the vehicle and placed the box on the seat. The frightened merchant glanced up warily. We chased them off, whoever they were. He clutched the coffer, cradling it on his lap. Did you see what was inside? No, but I'm sure the contents are safe. I closed the door and promptly asked the coachman to resume driving. I sheathed my sword, then rubbed my throbbing left hand, regretting my rash display before. Then again, it wasn't like I'd had the time to explain a punch, and Kara had caught on quickly. As we walked, I could feel the adrenaline rush leave me and fatigue creep up. I didn't think I'd do something like that so soon. I looked up to gauge the boys' expressions to see how they were faring. Hair was positively beaming. Every strut screamed of his triumph. Omari had become oddly quiet, and he appeared lost in thought. Talk to Care. I don't know. Who should we talk to? Care? I guess we should check on Omari. Omari was still ruminating, and I paused until he caught up. Are you okay? You haven't looked so well after that fight. Is it not something you're used to? He gave a weak smile, but averted his eyes. It's not that. He fidgeted and rubbed his upper arm as he contemplated something. You can talk to me, if you want to. It's just, Aurelie, do you know what the merchant is carrying with him? No, I don't. I admit I should have asked, but I was too focused on getting to Oliver. So you don't know? No? The dark cloud of ambivalence that seemed to cling to him vanished instantly, and he sighed in release. Ah, I see. Omari, what is it? And don't say it's nothing. When people say it's nothing, that usually means it's something. I looked at him beseechingly, and he squirmed under my stare. I could tell he was wrestling with his answer. You're right. There is something nagging at me, but I don't want to be jumping to conclusions at this point. Can I think about it and tell you later? I don't want to hide things, but I don't want to openly speculate unless I'm certain about something. Is that acceptable? I pondered for a moment. It is. Thanks for not being completely evasive. But I do want to be told eventually. Did I demand to see what's inside the box? He shook his head. Let's just focus on the task at hand. Ah, you're right. We're ordered to supervise Care. We shouldn't sidetrack. Then let's get this carriage safely to Oliver and get paid. He beamed proudly. Hey, money that is given for goods received, services provided, or work done. You sure picked this up quickly, and for a while I was worried. I promise I won't be trouble. I want to be useful. Thanks, Omari. I leaned in and lowered my voice to a whisper. There's no one else following us now, right? We're safe. I'll be sure to tell you from now on if I hear something out of the ordinary. Whew, then onward it is. In a few days we would arrive in Oliver. I adjusted my bag and thought about the letter, eager to reach the guild. I wonder what's in the box, because it seemed to upset Omari, which means it might be something bad. Chapter 5, I want to be a knight. Okay, well, here we go. Oh, state your business. Cargo delivery from Merchant Ventures. I half expected some questioning, but the name seemed to carry enough weight that the guard simply nodded and ordered the gate to be raised. While that was happening, I approached the client who gave me a small pouch of coins. As per our agreement. I grinned and accepted the payment, resisting the urge to check. Was it rude if you counted the money in front of your client? The heaviness seemed appropriate as my fingers gripped the bag. Thank you, and I'm glad you arrived safely. Take care.
Wow.
As the carriage rolled away, I noticed that Carrot and Omari were standing around, gawking at the thick city walls. Well, shall we get going? They broke out of their trance. Omari's eyes shone radiantly, while Carrot tried to hide his stupefaction. Please try to stay with me, no wandering off. I tucked the pouch into my belt, and they quietly followed, soaking in the sights as we entered the city. At first, we strolled easily through the wide streets, which had many carts and carriages passing by. Eventually, the crowd thickened, forcing us to slow down. I could see the two dragons getting a few curious stares, but everyone seemed to be too busy with their own schedules to pay real attention. No, those were no more than passing glances. If it was more unusual, I'm sure people would have stopped and commented. It was then I spotted one person with ears similar to Care's. It was true that there were more dragon kind here. At the plaza, there was a large platform with carnival feats on display. A fire eater launched a flame, and the crowd awed and applauded accordingly.
The hell?
Wait, I didn't know Heavenkind could breathe fire. What is this trickery? How does this work? Can anyone learn it? It's an illusion. It only appears like that because he extinguishes it at the right time. Come on, this way. As we zigzagged, Ilmari abruptly stopped and I nearly bumped into him. Ilmari?
Wow.
He had found a glass-blowing shop with an open front, and one of the artists was molding a transparent blue bubble through a blue tube. Through a blow tube. Suspended all around the store were glass-blown ornaments. Below, rainbow vases sparkled in the sunlight. Ilmari gasped in wonderment.
That is so
That's phenomenal! How are they able to create something so beautiful? There's so many colors! He took a step forward, but I quickly pulled on his braid, then on Kara's hair because he was dawdling towards a pastry shop.
Stay focused.
We'll never get to the Agent Val Blair Guild at this rate. Come on. What I want to see. They have apple tarts. We can check the glass shop later, and Kara, you'll get cavities if you keep eating those. Enough dilly-dallying. We have somewhere to go, and I want to get there now. I released them both after they promised that they wouldn't run off and made sure they stayed close. Wow. Got scolded like little kids. Fortunately, the guild was located in a quieter part of town, between the church and public gardens. Kara looked quizzically up at the headquarters, which proudly displayed an embossed sign. This doesn't look like an altar. Sorry, this is just a small side trip, promise. I clapped my hands together and gave a little bow, closing one eye. Something I really need to do first. I'd love to have you come in with me, but they probably don't allow just anyone. So can you two please not wander off? I'll treat you to all of the glass shops and apple tarts you want after.
Promise.
Promise! Fine. I sighed, but was relieved that at least one of them was obedient. Besides, even if there are dragonkind here, you might attract too much attention. And I won't be there to protect you if something bad happens. Don't worry about us, we'll be over there. He pointed to the garden, which consisted of shady trees and benches scattered around pretty flower beds. Thank you. I fished out the letter and eagerly entered the building. Inside, everything seemed more normal than I had anticipated. It reminded me of the lobby of an inn or shop. There was a large board with various scribbled reports pinned to the cork. A few knights with authentic-looking badges walked by, giving me only a passing glance. I approached who I assumed was the receptionist. This is the Argent Valair headquarters, right? Right. I have a letter advocating me for the title of knight. Do you simply join if you fulfill some requirements, or how does this work? First, what academy did you graduate from? I was homeschooled? She shook her head and I started to get anxious. I pushed the letter onto the counter. At least read this, Lady Bayard. Lady Bayard? Yeah, I'm her daughter. She personally trained me so I could officially join the Knights and serve under the Sun and Moon Council. She ripped open the letter and read it eagerly, like it was addressed to a fan from an admired celebrity. Eyes darted down and she looked up with a peculiar expression. Her credentials and titles are longer than... I know. You must have lots of potential if you're Bayard's daughter. Sadly, we no longer accept people who merely trained under one person.
No.
What? She flashed an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, so sorry, but rules are rules, and as much as I admire your mother, new protocols have been recently implemented and they are to be followed. If you want, I could look for openings in the Oliver Knight Academy. Oh boy, her voice droned on, but I could no longer register anything. I could only stand there numbly and nod. All my training? For nothing? That can't be. Oh, that's a disappointment. That's a bummer.
Are you okay?
Aurelie, are you okay? I was not sure what had happened, but I had somehow managed to make my way to one of the benches outside. I was curled up with my head nestled in my knees, not responding to any of Ilmari's pleas. Aww. Aww. The artwork for this is really cute. Like, I really like the artwork for it. It's very anime, but it's very cute. And the little animations for it are cute. So, did it work out? Eh? What? I'm just asking if it worked out. Obviously not. Embarrassed and eyes teary, I glanced up to see what the other two were doing. Omari was hovering around me fretfully, like he was trying to figure out how to shoo a spider out of the kitchen. Hare, on the other hand, gave me a stern look that said he'd relegated me to the status of dirt under his shoe. Wow. And I didn't care. It's over. All over. What does one do to reassure a heavenkind? I tilted over, letting my curled body rest against the bench. They usually take him or her out to the pub so they can drown their sorrows. What's a pub? Is it a type of lake? I don't want anyone to drown. My chest and shoulders shuddered from a half-hiccup sob and a laugh. Oh, those two. I sat up and wiped my eyes. I'm fine. It'll take a while to recover, that's all. As long as you can take me to the next altar, I'm good. I scowled and shot up, staring him in the eye. I wanted to become a knight so I would be able to help you better. I still have no idea what those are, and I don't care. Don't care? You've already delayed us enough with your fiasco, and you're the one who kept telling us not to wander off. Hey, rocks for brains! A precious little girl's dreams just sort of shattered into a million pieces here? Excuse me if I don't feel like... You called him rocks for brains? Oh my goodness. Guiding you to the next altar right now. Ugh, this is pathetic. I bet I could find someone else better who would be, more willing to... Quiet, both of you! There was a ferocious snarl at the end of Omari's sentence, and both of us immediately stopped arguing. I blinked blankly as I sat back down on the bench, surprised that Omari could express such ire if he desired. The flare vanished, and soon he was his usual calm self, but with a considerate yet stern edge to his voice. This is obviously not getting us anywhere. Aurelie, I know this meant a lot to you, but we also can't forget the original reason for being here. Care, ease off. Let's not fight, especially when we'll be working together to get your form back. He softened and leaned in till he was on eye level with me. Aurelie, you can still help, knight or not. It's only a title, right? You've already done so much for us, you're like a knight already. For some reason, that caused me to smile, and I chuckled lightly at his attempt to cheer me up. Yeah, I can still help. I stood back up. You can be cool sometimes, Omari, and mature. He pouted and folded his arms. I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest one here. Kara and I exchanged surprised glances since I had definitely pegged Omari as the baby of the group. I knew it! Omari's the oldest one. Do we both feel like we can talk in an amicable manner again? I nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Kara shrugged but didn't fight back. Oh, I forgot the letter, although I don't see the point in going back for it now. Maybe I should have listened to the alternatives. It wasn't like I was getting completely rejected. It's my fault for relying too much on my mom's name anyway. At that moment, someone ran up to us clutching the letter. He carried an air of formality, and I instantly recognized his uniform rank as captain of the guard. I gaped, but quickly regained my composure. Excuse me, but is this your letter? I merely nodded. Yes? How did you know? When I asked the receptionist about this, she said the young lady took it rather hard when she didn't get accepted. Although I could not see Omari and Kara's reactions, I had a feeling they were probably agreeing with that remark. Did he witness the bench scene from earlier? Being reminded of my rejection was enough to get me on the verge of tears, but I nodded again and tried to regain some dignity.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry for not knowing about the new regulations, and he shook his head. I was never a stickler for those changes. I find them too limiting. Why, back in my day... He trailed off and coughed. However, I can't just knight anyone. If you possess the same skill and potential as a student of the Oliver Knight Academy, I could possibly make an exception here. I felt my heart stop as I tried to prevent a paroxysm of squealing. However, even if you're Lady Bayard's daughter, I'm not going easy on you. You will still need to take a test, and I'm pressed for time. Would you prefer a test of sword skills or a written exam? Sword. He glanced at me in bafflement, but smiled. Just like your mother. I worked under her for years. If you knew about the new guidelines, she'd probably be livid. He gestured back to the headquarters. Then if you're all ready? I glanced back at Omari and Kerr, resisting the urge to jump. I'll be back soon. Please wait here. Right. Well, that was a serendipitous event. I'm glad things worked out in the end. Are you kidding? Everyone entering and exiting the building saw her embarrassing display. I'm not surprised someone decided to see why there was a girl dissolving into the bench from all her tears. One track mind, that girl. Cough. Same as you. Cough. I hope she comes back soon, though. She did promise to take me to that glittering shop. What's a cavity, anyway? Oh, wow. Wow, Care. Wow. By the way, Ilmari. Ilmari... That's what I said. Wow, he actually said his name correctly this time?
Of course.
Oh, you're right. About earlier, you fought rather competently. That surprised me. Never thought my spells would come in handy that way. I'm glad it worked out.
I have a question.
Why did you and Orly burst out laughing anyway? I admit it was a rather interesting scare tactic, but I don't think that was its intention. It was nothing. I'm curious. Nothing important. Okay. Hey, you two. Did it work out? I mustered a small smile and rubbed the back of my head. Yeah, maybe not as I'd like, but not all was lost. Basically, he was impressed, but he can't give me the rank without more proof. I'll be helping out at the Argent Valere Guild as a knight in training. I can do quests and little tasks, but I can't be included in any major orders. They said to compare it to the final year at their academy. I didn't exactly get that comment as I had never been enrolled before, but I guess that meant I could consider myself close to graduating. Explaining the situation solidified some of my confidence, and now I was grinning. I even got a little badge! Amari clapped while Kara's mouth tugged very slightly at a corner. So we can go to the next altar? Yes, Care. However, it's getting late, so things will have to be postponed. But I still intend to keep my promise. I'll take you to the altar first thing in the morning, and then I'll show you the marketplace. I'm happy with that arrangement. That works. Oh, and I even got my own lodging, like a real knight. But I can't let unauthorized people in with me. I could find an inn for you both, and... An inn? Or you can sleep indoors for a price. Oh, we pay them. No, we'll be fine outside. Care? I'd rather sleep outside anyway. I know, right? Just like, oh god. Right. It's autumn now, but it's still pretty warm. However, please tell me when it's starting to get too cold to remain outside at night. Then I can arrange an inn. Not sure where you'll go currently. The gardens seem nice, so you could easily get some sleep there. Just don't get into trouble when I'm not around. Amari chuckled. Like a mother, our cultures may be different, but we do have common sense. His gaze briefly flickered to Care as if second-guessing himself. I'll be watching over him anyway. What's that supposed to mean? I went to the lodge with the others as directed and was pointed to the second floor where I would be staying. It was essentially like an inn. Golden, are you okay? I accidentally locked myself out of my apartment just now. Thankfully, one of the neighbors saw me trying to use the card method. I told him what happened, and he helped me get in. Oh, Golden, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you got locked out. Are you okay? I mean, I'm glad you got back in, but are you okay now? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Golden. Wow. Okay, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, I wasn't sure if my bot was working. But are you okay? Well, welcome back, Golden. I'm sorry you got locked out. I was doing laundry and I locked the door out of Oh, I have done that. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad your neighbor was able to help you. Oh my goodness. Female knights, temporarily staying in Oliver live here. While they remain here, they can do various tasks around the city for money or little rewards. They give it as training for all the virtues a knight should represent, so they will be honorable and righteous both on the battlefield and while protecting civilians. And of course, you'll help me. You two will be able to learn everything about Heavenkind without it getting too boring. If I didn't become a knight in training, we'd probably just wander aimlessly hoping for something to do, and I don't think Kara's master would accept that as a meaningful experience. Makes sense. Is this title really that important? Yes. He opened his mouth to interject, but seemed to have thought better about it. Instead, he rubbed his temples and exhaled loudly. This was the 5th or 7th time this year? Oh, goodness. Try to include something more battle-oriented. I don't know if fighting other heavenkind would count as an ideal experience. I'll see what I can do. For now, let's get to that altar tomorrow and see the marketplace as well. I'm exhausted. So much happened today. Of course. I'll see you in the morning. Thanks. Okay, there you go. Don't oversleep, Care. At least I won't be poked with a stick. As Omari headed for the garden, Care took a step, then paused before glancing back.
Look.
Is this one of your reluctantly admitting something confessions again?
Shut up.
Shut up! It's not! Fine, it is. It's okay, Care. It shows I'm understanding you better. Is it about the fight? Oh boy, he's real bad at this. Yes, I might have acted a little harshly with you when you were obviously feeling down. It's okay. I guess my reaction was a little immature. I'm surprised you didn't leave me there. Believe me, the thought crossed my mind, but Ilmari wouldn't have approved.
Sorry about that.
Well, I'm sorry for snapping at you. We do seem to rile each other up. I'll try to be a better friend to you. Friend? Yeah, I mean, we've already been through so much together. I consider both you and Omari friends. My words seemed to have startled him. He awkwardly mumbled a goodbye and departed. Guess that notion never occurred to him. Well, Orly, you're a knight in training now. Time to start acting like one. Oh boy. Jumping up, I entered the lodge, eager for the next day and the adventures it would bring. Hooray! Adventure! Okay, what's the next? Are we on? Oh, we're on a new chapter already. Okay, chapter 6, Knight in Training. Well, well. Well, well, well. Off we go to be a knight. Now this is a real cave. Droplets of water echoed in the puddles as we walked carefully through the cavern. Tara led the way happily. You sure? It looks like the last one we were in. Are you kidding? There's more tunnels. Its sediments are mostly limestone and the roof is higher.
Of course.
Leave it to an earth dragon to know his surroundings. I like underwater caves. They make great lairs. Omari seemed cheery as well. The numerous branching tunnels made me nervous, but my companion seemed unfazed by it all. I don't get it. It's like you know where you're going. Dragon intuition? Bear groaned and Omari shot me a penitent look. We actually came here earlier thanks to a heavenkind's help. So much for that promise to not wander off. I know, but Cat was determined, and I didn't want to let him out of my sight. However, Master Bedros wishes for him to be accompanied by heavenkind at each altar to prove he's not going straight from one cave to the other. And not just any heavenkind, but one that has been there with him the whole time. Wouldn't your word be good enough, Ilmari? You're overseeing the whole thing. He shifted nervously. No. It sounds like you have no influence here. Something like that. I arched an eyebrow dubiously, but before I could question further, Kara announced we had arrived. There was a small carved statue of an earth dragon set on a block. Kara gestured accusingly at it before turning to me. Do they even try to make impressive ones? Think we would be pleased with this? A life-size one would be more worthy. Go humbly beg for his forgiveness. I gave him a gentle shove and stuck out my tongue. He glared, but his usual intensity had diminished somewhat. I was planning to remain where I was, but I saw Ilmari retreat to give Care some space. Not staying?
Rather not.
No. I don't want to feel like I'm eavesdropping on a private conversation. I reflected back on the argument at the first altar. It doesn't seem that personal to me, and you can only hear Care speak. That did not convince Ilmari, and he merely kept walking back until he had vanished around the bend. Maybe Ilmari had a point? As I turned, Hey, where are you going? To give you some privacy? Did you forget already? You have to stay. You're heavenkind. Right. I shifted my weight until I felt comfortable. I kept my arms behind my back as I watched Kara kneel down, then close his eyes to focus. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Ron.
Hello?
Sorry. Stream Dad.
Daddy.
You?
Wait. Am I dad?
I don't know. Your stream dad. Ron's home. Hi, Ron. How was work?
Hello everybody. Work. Horrible today.
Oh, that's good.
I wanted to. I could have done way. But I.
Oh. Okay. Hi, stream dad.
Hello everybody.
Yay!
I had a good running job
Well, that's good.
and went well.
That's good. Yay! Alright, so Kara's talking to the statue of the dragon shrine. Moments later, his ears perked up. Yes, she's here now. So picky. Wow. Wow. Says the earth dragon with no manners. Yes, we left, Barry, and helped something called a carriage get to Oliver. We were attacked. Heavenkind fists are pretty useful. I covered my mouth as I smirked at the comment. From there, Kara chronicled the sights and sounds of the plaza. Heavenkind like to pretend to do things they actually can't do for the sake of people clapping. They're driven to perform odd things, like eating fire. Is that even edible? He also mentioned the presence of other dragon kind. He concluded his account and after a few minutes stood up. He placed one hand on his hip as he stared at the statue, deep in thought. I was sure the conversation was over. I approached him and leaned in. Is that everything? Yeah. Did he say how many altars to visit afterward? Thankfully there's only a few left, and there's many around Oliver. So I leave it in your hands to get some interesting night quests. You can count on me. And I think I still owe you a visit to the marketplace. We can restock on some supplies. We rejoined Omari and returned to the bustling market of Central Oliver. What I thought would only take the morning ended up going straight to mid-afternoon, given how much we explored all the various shops and stalls. At the end, I was pretty much haggard. I slumped down on the bench between my companions, blankly gazing at the sky. It's like babysitting kids. Overgrown kids. Omari was happily clutching a small glass-blown bubble. He held it up, and its transparent blue surface shimmered like waves in the sunlight. I guess if you're a water dragon and you've never seen windows or like glass before, that would be like really cool.
Wow.
I still can't believe you bought me this. I've never had anything Heavenkind made before. How could I not? You were making that face. This one? the puppy face. Like, His expression changed, assuming the epitome of sweetness and innocence that had crumbled my defenses before. Yes, that one. Maybe he wasn't so sweet and innocent if he was using that face to his advantage. Kerr was nonchalantly stuffing his own face with various desserts and pastries. I placed a hand over my forehead before sliding it down to my chin in aggravation. I said eat a few, not all of them. At least we found something he likes. I'd prefer if it was something that wouldn't give him a sugar rush. Kerr pursed his lips but said nothing, since he was still preoccupied with chewing. Now that we were all settled, I stood up and stretched, Argent Valere on my mind. I'm going to check the guild and see if there's any postings I can accept for tomorrow. Get something to do with fighting. I'd prefer if it was a more peaceful one. I'll see what I can do. I doubt I can find one that'll please you both. I gave them a quick wave, intending not to take long as I headed for the guild. Inside the headquarters, I surveyed the giant board, hoping to find something that would catch my eye. Which one? Which mission should we do? I don't know. Oh, we have to pick. Okay, battle tournament. Are you the greatest warrior in the guild? Try and find out. Reward bragging rights. Avataral feathers. I played the lead for a ballet, and I simply must have some avataral feathers, so to adorn my back. Swan costume. Okay. Oh, to adorn my black swan costume. Save the chickens. Intense rescue mission. I need to find this important person now. Reward 10 coins. Gather 5 nightshades, 50 coins. Honey glazed apple tarts. Reward free samples. Should we should we get the apple tarts? Go fishing. Reward 75 coins. Okay, I guess I guess let's pick the apple tarts. As soon as I read this post out loud, Kara wouldn't have it any other way. Of course. The little anime picture of him just stuffing his face with apple tarts. Oh my gosh. Wow. Getting the honey from the aggressive bees was nearly impossible, until I mentioned that bees didn't like smoke and that it would drive them away. Okay. Did he get stung by the bees too? Because his face is like puffy. so it's possible Kara got stung by the bees and then he stuffed his face with all the free apple tarts. Wow. Omari thought conjuring fog would produce a similar result, but Kara found out it didn't at all. Oh, he did get stung. Oh no. Luckily, the baker felt so guilty or scared that he doubled the reward for Kara. So Kara got stung and he got like all the apple tarts he could eat. Omari and I secretly wanted to nibble on the tarts, but decided not to ask after all. Despite the stings, Kara was satisfied and claimed it was the best thing he ever tasted. Okay. So basically we have to pick different missions. Alright, I feel like... Okay, let's go fishing. I never had the patience for fishing, and this task nearly took us all day. Omari seems happy with it. While Omari was watching the bait, Kara thought it would be hilarious to push him into the river. Oh no! What a mean earth dragon! We learned that Omari couldn't swim in his heavenkind form, and Kara learned how far Omari's neck can extend from shore when he's in dragon form. Omari decided it was faster if he just found the fish on his own. I had to shout at him not to bother the boats though. I know, I'm like, oh my god. Like, so first mission, Kara gets stung and then gets like a ton of free apple tarts. And then he pushes, and then the fishing job, he pushed Omari into the river. I'm like, that's so messed up. He seemed to enjoy this mission a lot. Okay, so basically we have to go through and like do the missions. Okay, what is this one? Save the chickens. My chickens have been disappearing lately. Please find out who is responsible. Reward week's supply of eggs. Okay. This mission was a rather simple and boring one. All we had to do was mend some holes in the fence that the farmer overlooked. Omari was captivated by the chickens though. He wouldn't stop following them and pestered the tiny yellow things even more. Oh god, were they scared of him? Oh, and the mama chickens are mad. They're so mad at him. They're like, how dare you? Oro warned him repeatedly, and Omari learned that if one annoyed the chickens long enough, they would gang up on you. It was nice to see his curiosity getting him into trouble. Oh no! The chickens attacked him. Heavenkind sure keep a lot of animals for food and clothing products. Ora accidentally slipped out something about the sport of cow tipping, and I immediately tried it out. Oh my god. Care went cow tipping. We didn't get our egg reward after that. Yeah, because you harassed cows. You're a bad dragon. Oh my goodness. Alright. Let's see. Gather. Okay, let's try the battle tournament. No, I'm not doing this. Don't even think about it. Okay, so no battle tournament? Alright. Gather 5 nightshades. Oh. Heavenkind seem to possess immense knowledge about plants, nearly rivaling our own. We were able to find the required herbs easily. Yay! Well, until Care taunted some wolves. Oh god, he taunted some wolves? Sometimes I can't decide who loves the thrill of battle more, Orally or Care. They got into a fight over who defeated the most beasts afterwards, too. I really had fun, though. It's rare I get to walk around and see land flora. Okay, so, well, alright, intense rescue mission. Orally immediately jumped on this one, thinking it was a crucial quest. He was disappointed when it turned out to be a child missing a cat. Was determined to help no matter how big or small the task. Okay, so Kara found the cat. We looked all over Oliver and found the cat stuck in a tree, which Kara easily retrieved. Just as I was about to assume he was secretly an animal lover at heart, it scratched him and he returned it to the tree. Oh, of course he did. Orly ended up saving the cat since Kara refused to go near it again. The cat clawed up his face. Oh no! The child was happy to get his pet back. I find having kind attachment to their pets rather fascinating. So Kara didn't like the cat. I stood in front of the board scanning for various job postings as usual. Kara and Omari were standing behind me, also examining the board. Although they were probably trying to assist me, I knew they would be of no actual help. Neither of them could read, and Kara simply picked out postings on a whim. What about this one? That's a battle tournament. I'm not doing it. A shame. I think that sounds rather entertaining. What about this one? He tapped the one beside the first posting he suggested. I glanced up and noticed the writing was identical, save for an additional request for yet another tournament participant at the bottom. It's the same one. No, it's not. This is a different one. Anyway, slim pickings this week. Oh, there's another herb gathering one. Kara groaned and looked at me resentfully. I don't mind those too much. Well, until we ran into that pack of wolves during the last one. Can we do something more within the town? True, let's do that, Omari. Okay, I choose this one and no objections. What is it? Delivering some donated books to the library. Just have to pick them up first. Oh, books. You don't like those. I wouldn't say I dislike them, just I've never been a big reader. Anyway, I'll let the receptionist know and we'll be on our way. Kara shrugged apathetically. I'll pass on this one. Suit yourself. You're simply prolonging your being stuck in heaven kind form. Omari, let's go. I think it'll be a nice little trip for us at least. Kara, I trust that you'll be fine on your own. He scoffed and tapped his hip crossly. Yes, I've been in Oliver long enough. I'm not a hatchling. Take care then. We'll see you later. After I notified the receptionist, we soon arrived at the pickup location for the donations. An elderly woman with a cane gestured to a wagon full of books in various conditions, and I thanked her as I wheeled it out onto the street. I paused when I noticed Omari hovering by the pile, reaching out a hand as if he wanted to examine one. I gave him a nod, and he curiously opened a book, then turned it around multiple times as he peered at the writing. How do these things work anyway? Whenever you decide on a job posting, it's as if all the information is magically linked to you and you gain the knowledge. Are these some sort of spells? I laughed and shook my head. No, it's nothing that amazing. If you know how to read, you can understand what's written. If you want, I can teach you. Really? He hugged the book close and beamed keenly. I'd like that. Come on, I think you'll love the library. It's full of these things. Aw, Omari's so cute. He's like excited to learn how to read and he wants to read all the books. Oh yeah, but you're not allowed to talk inside, so we'll have to be quiet. His face fell. Oh, I'll probably have a lot of questions. Inside the library, even I stood agape beside Omari. I'd never seen so many rows upon rows of endless shelves in one building before. Sensing Omari's eagerness to explore the library, I delivered the wagon to the receptionist as swiftly as I could. Once I received the slip stating I had completed the errand, I quickened my pace and followed Omari. He grinned as we walked side by side down one of the aisles. As I scanned some of the titles, I realized we were in the history section. Omari looked ready to burst with a million questions, and I recalled what I'd said earlier. You can talk, just in a soft voice. He appeared relieved and exhaled deeply. It looks like anyone is allowed in the library. Yeah, anyone can enter and borrow some books. For real? You can take a book, but you have to return it to the library since it's theirs. That way, more people can enjoy reading the same book later. Omari's eyes lit up and he started pulling random books off the shelves. I extended a hand to stop him. Just a few. You can only take a few. Oh. He picked one out and I led him to one of the tables. After we sat down, he opened the book in the middle, pushed it between us, and beamed at me expectantly. Can you read this to me? Sure, let's see. Ah, this covered agriculture. Boring. With the gradual accumulation of investment in technical amelioration. As I stammered over the more difficult words, Omari poked at the page in disenchantment. You can't read it either? His disappointed face was utterly heartrending, and I felt like I'd failed him. I shot up from my chair fervently. I can! Immediately receiving a wave of hushes, I lowered my voice and sat down in chagrin. It's just, you picked a high-level book. I would need a dictionary to understand this confusing mess. What's a dictionary? It's, a book that explains what a word means and how to pronounce it. Oh, that sounds like it would be useful if I could read it. Will you read that to me instead? Oh my god, she's gonna read the dictionary to him? I don't know if I'd want to read an entire dictionary. Seeing Omari's face falter caused me to rethink my answer, and I scrambled for an alternative. If you want, I can pick a book aimed at people learning to read along with a dictionary to help you. It'll be easier. That seemed to cheer him up. Instead of picking historical books, I settled for a children's book full of beautiful illustrations. It contained tales of knights, curses, epic journeys, and true love. And more knights. I know. I showed him the cover, and Omari's eyes lowered at the image of the majestic knight. He gave me a meaningful smile. Of course. What? There's other stuff in this book too. He chuckled, but nodded at the selection. After I checked out the fairy tale book and dictionary, we headed to the garden outside of the Argent Valere Guild. Plopped down on one of the benches. He needs Google or Alexa. Yeah, he really does. Aw. Brushing some autumn leaves away, we settled against the seat. I tucked my knees to the side while Omari sat beside me and supported the book. Aw, that's nice. I leaned in so I could extend a hand to indicate which word I was sounding out. Omari carefully held the book in place. The Night and the Ill-Fated Forest. Once upon a time. Fortunately, many of the stories were short and sweet, with repetitive words that Omari soon began to pick up and comprehend on his own. The accompanying illustrations helped, clarifying objects or items that he was not familiar with. The kiss of true love broke the spell, and they lived happily ever after. Omari's fingers brushed the image of the two lovers in a sweet embrace. Is this something only expressed by people in love? Kissing? And can it really break spells? I laughed. No, kissing doesn't do anything magical like that. It's just an intimate gesture that has a lot of positive meanings associated with it. So stories like to use it symbolically. What about friends and family members? Do they kiss too? I scratched the back of my head, puzzling over how to answer. Maybe not on the lips, but they'll kiss on the cheek or forehead. I could feel my cheeks grow warm as I wondered how to divert the conversation. I wasn't even sure if my answer was correct. It was from what I'd observed growing up in Barry. My eyes darted to the closed book beside my knees. Look, a dictionary. We completely forgot about this. The first book was pretty short, so I think I have enough energy for this. I absent-mindedly rubbed one eye and opened the dictionary to the first page. You've got to be kidding. Why is the definition for A so long? It's one letter. At least it'll be an easy word for me to remember. Okay then, A, used to refer. Lava? Soon Omari was supporting me while I droned on, my head nodding off and eyes drooping. I covered my mouth as I muffled a yawn. Oh dear. When I came to, I blinked and felt something warm against my side and shoulder. My head was nestled against someone. I quickly glanced up. Omari was gazing down at the fairy tale book, but glanced at me when he felt me stirring. I sat up, rubbing my face. I gave us some distance, but was close enough that my elbow still grazed his sleeve.
Oh, sorry about
Did I fall asleep? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. I didn't mind. I hope I didn't wake you. I tried not to move so much. Shyly, he fiddled with the corner of the paper. No, I woke up normally. Were you attempting to read this whole time? Yeah, I bet so. I can only recognize Once Upon a Time and They Lived Happily Ever After. He grinned and chuckled. I chuckled, glancing down at the illustration of the knight fighting a monstrous wolf. I muffled a yawn, fighting off my sleepiness. If you're still tired, you can remain here. You sure? I don't want to impose on or bother you. You won't, honest. A blush crept up his cheeks and he leaned in, his forehead nudging against mine tenderly. Aww. The gesture confused me, but I reckoned it was something done between dragon kind and did not comment. I leaned against him again, allowing my head to rest on his shoulder. He was so warm and comforting, and it reminded me of the first time we were shoulder to shoulder back in Barry. It was different now, no. It was different now, though. It felt more caring and familiar, like it was right for him to be by my side. If you say so. Thanks, Omari. I lazily listened to him half mumble out words as he read aloud, and I eventually fell asleep once again. Aw, that's nice. Oh, we made it to chapter 7. The bonds we share! Yay! Huh, what should I tell him this time? The three of us were once again at one of the altars while Kara mentally counted reports on his fingers. What about when I took you to the blacksmith? Seeing all those different types of weapons and armor? And armor was pretty neat. Or maybe how the Heavenkind keep written records. Omari cradled the book he was holding, which contained popular children's fairy tales. Omari, why do you keep carrying that around? You can't even read yet. I'm learning. How many more visits or trips do you need to make anyway, Kara? You're getting close, right? He hastily glanced away. Something like that. Almost there. Just a few more trips. Your master sure is vague. I hope Master Bedros isn't just stringing Kara along indefinitely. Kara glowered and we instantly hushed up, but exchanged sly smiles when he turned his back. Wait here, Aura, you as well. Huh? But I was a guest of honor at all your little reports before. And you were getting better at them too. Although I wish you would stop heavily hinting about how you would like to see a battle tournament in action. I crossed my arms with resolve. I'm not accepting those postings, and that's final. Kara grumbled some more, but left anyway. I waited behind with Omari, who perused the book despite the low lighting in the cave. And sheathed my sword and began to do some practice swings. My footsteps echoed softly through the tunnels, as I readjusted my stance every so often. The blade sliced through the air, and I paused momentarily to look at Omari. Hey, Omari, do you think Kara's hiding something? Possibly. And you're not the least bit interested in knowing? Closed his book and sighed contemplatively. I'm sure he has his reasons. He's gruff, but he's a good person deep down, and straightforward. Does it bother you that much? I thumped my chest with a fist. Of course it does. A knight is honest and forthright, but I value those virtues. Ah, yes, the virtue. You know, for someone highly interested in Heavenkind culture, you sure don't ask me a lot of questions about knights. Well, you're very passionate about the subject, and I wouldn't want to bother you too much. I sheathed my sword, my eyes filled with determination. But it wouldn't be a bother at all. I would love to tell you everything there is to know. His ears perked up, and he quickly glanced down the tunnel. Oh, he's done. He should be here soon. Sure enough, Care re-emerged, proclaiming that the conversation with his master had ended on a high note. What did you tell him this time? Care smirked. About the time when you and Omari... What about me? You actually mentioned me? Both glanced at Omari in bafflement. He immediately piped down. Sorry, I didn't think Care would ever bring me up. Why wouldn't I? We've been together long enough and you're supervising me. Right. As we started to leave, Omari halted in his tracks and glanced apprehensively back to where the altar was located. Well... Is it permissible if you two go ahead without me? I wanted to examine the statue before, but I didn't want to interrupt Care. That's fine by me. Care? Gave a careless shrug, and Omari smiled gratefully. Thank you. I'll see you later. He vanished down the tunnel, and Care rubbed his chin in thought. Hey, Aura, do you think Omari isn't telling us something? I could feel my smile strain. What do you mean? Omari wouldn't hide things from us. You know how he is. I guess. I ushered Care toward the entrance and thrust some coins into his hand. I'll stay here. You go ahead and reward yourself with some apple tarts. There's enough for you to buy 5 of them. He jingled the money disappointedly. Just 5? Oh my god, how many apple tarts does he eat? That's more than plenty. You shouldn't indulge in sugar-coated pastries so much. You'll be the first dragon with a cavity. I gave him a gentle push and he reluctantly stepped forward, briefly glancing over his shoulder before continuing to the entrance. I folded my arms and turned in the direction of the statue, wondering if I should confront Omari or overlook his behavior. Curiosity won over, and I tiptoed toward the rear of the cave once again. What's the point of trying to eavesdrop? They have better hearing than I do anyway. As I could continue down the tunnel, I could hear Omari's faint voice. It sounded contrite. I felt a pang of worry as I was torn between quickening my pace and remaining furtive. I sidled against the cave wall until I could hear Omari more clearly. Sorry, Master Kaya. I'm so sorry. I leaned over, carefully eyeing Omari. I half expected him to be kneeling like Kara usually did, but instead he was standing straight with a rigid back. Resembled a child being reprimanded for running off into the forbidden woods after a stern warning not to. He nodded solemnly, arms hanging limply by his side. What? But it wasn't anything. I didn't think it'd be that serious. I'm merely an apprentice. I know it was imprudent of me. Yes. Can I at least stay until Care returns? What? Then this whole time... As I sensed the conversation reaching a conclusion, I decided to slip out. As I crept away, my scabbard smacked against the rock wall. Uttered a curse before I could stop myself. Rat! Darn it, I slapped my forehead with an open palm. Omari must have heard that. There was no point in sneaking away now. Aurelie, are you there? I know you were listening in the whole time. I turned and Omari approached me. I gave him a sheepish look. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I heard you apologizing to your master. I'm assuming you did something? He shuffled nervously and rubbed his upper arm. Yeah, she wasn't impressed with me at all. He exhaled deeply. When I said I was sent to watch over Care, I lied about that. Uh-oh. So you were never actually ordered to supervise Care? Right. I basically ran away and joined you. Now it makes sense why you were avoiding those altar visits. Why would you need to? Because it's not fair. Omari's tempestuous outburst left me gaping. I could hear his voice echo throughout the tunnel. Hands trembling at his side, clenched a fist so hard that his knuckles went white. It seemed as if all the frustration and bitterness he had concealed were finally beginning to surface. Why did he get to go? No, he was forced. Well, I was willing. I studied the Heavenkind language, observed as much as I could, practiced the transformation spell, and yet he's the one who was sent. And Care doesn't care. He's not interested in Heavenkind or building a rapport with them. He quivered visibly. He probably felt ambivalent toward Care for quite some time, and yet had never expressed it. I couldn't bear to see him so upset. Stepping forward, I extended my arms and embraced Omari, drawing him close. He shifted in the hug and rested his hands against my back, burying his face into my shoulder. I scrambled for something that could reassure him, but my mind was blank. It's okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for that. It's not like me to begrudge someone. And I'm tired of feeling this way. When Master Kaya mentioned what happened between Kara and Master Bedros, I was envious and decided to see for myself. After Kara casually asked if I was sent, I instantly saw an opportunity, so I said yes. I'm sorry I never told you both. I guess I was worried that if you found out you wouldn't want me around anymore. I playfully ruffled his hair. Oh please, like we would do that. Kara might. I wouldn't let him. I feel his shoulders shudder as he chuckled against me. Master Bedros is very open-minded about heavenkind. Master Kaya is too wary. I begged her multiple times to send me as a representative, but she kept saying I wasn't ready. My heart panged since I could relate to that, constantly being told how one wasn't prepared. I reluctantly parted from Amari, but gave both of his shoulders a reassuring squeeze. Maybe she was concerned about you. I could be wrong, but maybe she thought you weren't ready because you would get too emotionally invested or attached? I would not. He meekly quieted down, but then reflected on the comment. Oh, maybe. I admit I tended to rely more on my feelings despite trying to be more sensible. I also get distracted a lot, and I'm too nosy for my own good. And if I'm trying to help build a relationship between dragonkind and heavenkind, I need to be more rational. I don't know how Care treats everything so objectively. Objectively, or with indifference in general? We chuckled. So what happens now? Will you be ordered back, or will you be allowed to stay? He sighed despondently and pressed his pointer fingers together as he mulled over the question. I'm allowed to stay until Care returns. However, when I get back, punishment will be severe. I didn't think it'd be that bad, but... Well, why? Why will they punish you? I'm a knowledge keeper in training. I don't even specialize in anything yet. I just have the basics. However, a future knowledge keeper running away is, well, think of it as someone being responsible for all of the books and vanishing from the library. And it's the single source of knowledge people have access to in the city. A lot of important things would be gone. Culture, art, literature. The knowledge keeper's responsibility is to inform other dragonkind. Therefore, they stay enlightened and pass knowledge on to their kin, and to make sure detrimental knowledge is only imparted wisely, since it could be used against others. My action could be viewed as treachery. He forced a small smile to comfort me, but I could tell he was extremely nervous about the consequences. Don't worry about it, Aurelie. This was my decision. I have no regrets. All right, but if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Sorry you felt like you couldn't tell us. I don't want you to be burdened with all this on your own. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. Besides, I should start acting more rational. I've let my emotions get the better of me regarding certain... It's nothing, Aurelie. Well, it's something, but I need to talk to Care first. Don't worry, I won't press you about it. I trust you, Amari. I flashed him a genuine smile, and his cheeks flushed modestly. And I'm sure Care trusts you too, even if he doesn't like admitting anything. It was then we heard a loud sneeze, followed by Care's gruff voice. What are the two of you still doing here? Care? I thought you were going to get apple tarts. I already did that, and I'm still hungry. Ugh! I hope I'm not coming down with something. He rubbed his nose, then urged us to follow him outside. Omari and I exchanged amused glances, and I gave him a pat on the back. Good luck with the talk. Thank you. We'll see how it works out. I doubt I'll try to chase you away at this point. You two seem to get along now. Once we were in the open air, I fished out some more coins and thrust them into Amari's hand. Here, you know what to do. I gave him a sportive shove to urge him onward, then waved to Care. I have some errands to do. You two have fun without me for now. Care shot me an inquisitive look, but said nothing. It wasn't too unusual for me to run off to the guild headquarters or squeeze in some solo sword training. Come to think of it, all I had to do was announce I was doing night training and they would respectfully leave me alone. Quickly. I might as well do that anyway. I mentally wished Elmari good luck and left on a different path from the boys. Okay. Ugh, my shoulders hurt, my back hurts, my everything hurts. I flopped down onto the bed of my assigned room. I groaned and rolled over, staring vacantly at the ceiling. I spent the rest of the afternoon training with some real knights, and now my thoughts drifted to Kara and Omari. I wondered how their conversation went. I glanced out the window, which provided a nice view of the gardens and the dark blue sky. Should I check up on them? Grabbing my blanket and using it as a shawl, I exited the lodge and took a stroll in the garden. You would usually be here? Sometimes Kara slept in the trees, while Omari nested by a trunk. After some more searching, I was about to give up when I spotted a leg by one of the trees. Remaining quiet, I tiptoed over and saw Kara sleeping peacefully against the bark. Beside him was Omari, his head leaning against Kara's shoulder. Wow, he actually did the nestling thing that dragons do with him? A smile appeared on my lips. Aw, I guess it worked out. Then I noticed how cold the air felt against my cheeks. Many of the trees were half bare and leaves were piling up on the grass. A subtle, crisp freshness lingered with each breath. It was definitely autumn. Are they getting cold? I did not want to disturb them, but decided to leave my blanket. As I knelt down, I carefully spread it out and was about to drape it over their bodies. However, Pear stirred. As he sat up, Omari slipped off his shoulder and fell back onto the trunk. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you two. Omari groaned and rubbed one eye, giving Care a pouting glare. Ow! What was that for? He trailed off when he spotted me. Care clicked his tongue in embarrassment. What are you doing here? I wanted to see if you two were alright or if you were getting cold. Omari lowered his eyelids in disappointment. That's all? Huh? For a second I thought you were going to join us. I dropped the blanket hastily and jumped back, waving my hands frantically in front of me. No. I was just checking up on you. Having kind don't, engage in snuggling with friends. What? He fiddled with a strand of his hair forlornly. Oh no. Oh dear. We've been with you for quite some time now, and the fact we've never bonded feels like we're distant. Oh dear. My eyes darted between them hesitantly. Does it really feel like that? Claire glanced down, saying nothing, while Omari gave me a pleading look. After some vacillation, I sighed and grabbed the blanket before taking a step toward them. Fine, but just for a little while. Only if they have to, yep. I turned around right as Omari shuffled out of the way to give me some room. I sat down. I don't plan to stay here all night. I trailed off as Omari leaned back against the tree, close enough that his arm gently grazed mine. My shoulder reclined against Kara, who had one leg sprawled straight and another tucked in. I allowed myself to completely relax. So, I guess Omari talked to you earlier, Kara? Yeah, for a little one, he sure carried a lot of resentment toward me. There was a small groan of protest from Omari's lips. I'm older than you. It was obvious he could hear our talk, but was too tired to carry on a conversation with us. I chuckled. And it's not like he was the only one hiding something. Really now? What would you reluctantly like to admit to me this time? He hastily averted his eyes and grumbled. Shut up. I stuck out my tongue to show I was just joshing him. Sorry. So, well, what is it? He closed his eyes and grit his teeth, and I could hear him inhale deeply. I could have returned earlier if I wanted to. The curse was offered to be lifted a while ago. Oh, he looked younger. Yeah, he looked younger, but apparently Omari is older than Care. and older than Aura Lee. So he could have had the curse lifted? Wait, you can turn back to an earth dragon anytime? Yeah, although I need to visit an altar first since my master still has to remove the curse. But if I do, I won't be able to revert to Heavenkind form without Master Bedros' help. Unlike Omari, I didn't bother learning the transformation spell. And of course, he probably won't transform me a second time, not after I refuse to return right away. Wait, so both of you are in huge trouble now? He suppressed a chuckle. Something like that. Then why aren't you going back? There's no reason for you to stay here anymore. Aura. He gazed down at me with resolve. I'm not returning until Ilmari is satisfied of learning about Heavenkind culture and until you become a knight. I want to see it. You as a real knight. My heart leapt up in my chest. I could feel my lower lip quiver. Harry, you really care about that? My dream? It's important to you, right? Care? I leaned over and embraced Care, genuinely touched. I could sense his arms hovering awkwardly around me. What is this parasitic gesture? What are you doing? It's called a hug. Heavenkind use it to express affection between friends. He's warming up, yeah. And right now, I'm really happy. I'm probably gonna cry. Please don't cry. I never know how to act when that happens. And what does one do in reply to this hug? Usually hug back. I could feel his arms wavering before they enveloped my upper back. We remained in this position for a few minutes. Hare gently nudged my forehead with his before withdrawing his arms and pulling away in embarrassment. I adjusted the blanket to make sure Ilmari was comfortable. Guys, I don't want you two getting into more trouble because of me. It's our decision, and it's not like we'll get reprimanded further. We'll remain with you until you return to Barry at least. Thank you. It felt strange. Just the notion of them leaving seemed far off, and I realized I never really thought of it until now. I closed my eyelids and nestled against Kara's arm while one hand rested on Omari's shoulder. These two, both are wonderful friends. I let out a small chuckle as my eyes drifted between their sleeping faces. How did those two become so close to my heart in such a short time? This should be anime. It totally should. It should totally be an anime. Because it's really cute. Like the two dragons and this girl just like being friends. I let out a happy sigh, extremely thankful that I had met both of them. I guess I can remain here for a few more minutes. Aww. Aww. I think that's the end of the game? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, chapter 8, the last quest. Okay, so we have one more chapter. It's a cute moment. It is. It's very cute. Okay, the last quest. Once again, I was staring at the bulletin board, trying to find something, anything. I could tell it was nearing the end of fall, because the herb gathering postings were gone, along with the farm help. I wanted to be a knight before the postings were all requests for shoveling snow. Come on, something, anything. Another battle tournament? No, if I give in to that, Care wins. It was then I noticed a posting that recruited both knights and knights in training. Hope she doesn't get a cold. Yeah, that would be bad. I hastily snatched it up, almost knocking down other postings in my rush. Another escort mission. Haven't done that since we left Barry. Merchant Ventures? Name sounds familiar. It's a delivery to Norvale. That's pretty far. Weighing back and forth, I tried to weigh my options. On one hand, it was a good opportunity to mingle with real knights. On the other, it meant leaving Oliver. I wondered whether the boys would be up for another long journey. Reread the posting multiple times before zeroing in on the deadline. Ugh, pretty soon. I don't like making snap decisions without Karen Omari's input first. Maybe if I hurry, I could... The receptionist was leaning over with one elbow propped up on the table, raised an eyebrow, amused by my indecisiveness. I showed the posting to her, hoping for a second opinion. What do you think of this? This one. It'll definitely earn you some points towards your graduation to knight status. You're pretty close, too. And this is a high-ranking quest, actually. You know, if you accept that posting, you'll most likely be knighted. I slapped the posting down on the counter. Done! She accepted the paper and gave me a smaller note with directions, a meeting time, and names. Uh-oh. Wow, looks like quite a few people accepted this one. Sounds important. Apparently the contents are very valuable, hence all of the bodyguard. There's something nagging at me, but the excitement of accepting such a critical task made me giddy. She doesn't remember that it was like the first quest she had, and then there was something suspicious in the box. How did she forget that so easily? I practically sprinted out of the guild in the direction of the gardens, hoping to find Kara and Omari there. To Norvale, huh? I don't know, Aurelie. Yeah, it's a little out of the way, but it'll be a good experience, and we'll see a new town. I think they specialize in mining and all that. I'm sure the dragon altar there would be impressive. Not that you need to see them anymore, Care. I don't care either way, Omari. What was the merchant company again? Merchant Ventures? Need to do laundry? Okay, Golden. A dark expression flickered across Omari's face. Yeah, see? Is that the same group we escorted when we left Barry? I rubbed my head as I reflected back. Oh, you're right. We did help them before. Are you concerned it'll be dangerous again? Don't worry. There will be even more bodyguards this time around. However, Omari was frantically shaking his head as I explained. It's not that. We escorted that carriage, and when that box fell, I saw its contents. I'm pretty sure it was dragon remains. Oh no! Dragon remains! A tense atmosphere engulfed us, and it took me a moment to register everything.
No.
What? No, that can't be. Are you absolutely positive? You didn't tell us or our masters? Keeping something like this secret is... Get me out. I know I shouldn't have remained quiet about it. At first I thought I was wrong. I've never stumbled upon dragon remains myself, and I'm not that familiar with seraphs, but the feathers, the bones. I knew if I reported this to Master Kaya, we would both immediately be ordered back, even if I was just guessing. No exceptions. I was selfish. I didn't want the journey to end so abruptly.
Sorry.
My master was right. I wasn't ready to be a representative for dragonkind. If I hope to build a better relationship between our races, I shouldn't disregard acts like this. Hare peered at me dubiously. You had no idea something like this was going on? I fervently shook my head. None. I wasn't aware of this at all. I paused, realizing I was treading on delicate territory. Foul implications aside, is there something wrong about possessing dragon remains? Yes? Karen Ilmari stared at me as if I'd uttered a blasphemy in the church. I immediately glanced down in chagrin. No one should be possessing dragon remains. What he means is, when a dragonkind dies, their body eventually returns to Ishtara. Earth dragons become the mountains, Urias become the rivers and lakes, which is why we prefer to die in peace when no one can find our remains. It's sacrilegious to disturb them, and any dragonkind that accidentally discovers them will immediately avoid the resting place. I highly doubt that Heavenkind got a hold of those remains with a dragonkind's blessing. No, a dragonkind can't return to Ishtara if their remains are disturbed. So, those people acquired the remains through furtive means. Maybe it was an accident? You did say even though dragonkind can stumble upon them, maybe the merchants had no idea this belonged to dragonkind. Orly, you can't be this naive. Are you kidding? Kara glanced at me accusingly. Are you defending them? What? No! I mean... I sighed and rubbed my forehead. I'm trying to make sense of this. I don't think my people would do something that disrespectful. At least I'd like to believe that. We don't have much to go on. Now I could see why Ilmari was hesitant bringing the box's contents up earlier. Too many questions and not enough answers. Everything regarding this was unsettling and ominous. Dressing is the best medicine in this case, along with a nostril opening spray. Oh, that's good, Julius. I'm glad you got some help. I glanced down at my note and then saw the place in time to meet the carriage. It'll be leaving soon. You're still accepting the quest? Orally, I don't want you getting involved with merchant ventures. Please reconsider. Kara placed a hand on Omari's shoulder. Let her do what she wants. I didn't say I would. I'm going to see if I can check the contents. Since Omari isn't 100% sure that he even saw dragon remains, right? He nodded meekly. I want to think I didn't. Then let's stop speculating and get some clear answers. I'll go. But what if the cargo isn't the same? The carriage is recruiting quite a few knights and senior kits, so the contents should be important. It's possible that they're the same. What would Heavenkind want with dragon remains anyway? Wait here. If you accompany me, it'll definitely attract attention. I'll be back shortly. Maybe that's why the merchant who hired us in Barry was so nervous. He was being guarded by dragonkind. Omari appeared distraught by the idea of me going, while Kara simply nodded to encourage me. Don't take too long. Right. Leave it to me. Yeah, and it's probably bad. That merchant probably did a bad thing to a dragon, which is not good. I broke off from the group and quickly left for the location indicated on the note. It said to meet just outside the city by one of the fields. I soon spotted a 2-horse carriage with the Merchant Venture sign etched on its side. There were only a few people outside of the carriage chatting, so I knew I had arrived early. Discreetly, I approached the other side of the vehicle and peered through the window. Sure enough, there was a long, ornate box, similar to the one that we had escorted to Oliver. Huh. My fingers grazed the handle of the carriage door. Gave it a gentle tug, but it refused to budge. Ugh, foiled already. As I pondered on whether to find an alternative, someone roughly grabbed my shoulder. I whipped around, my hand rising to my hilt impulsively. An older man with short-peppered hair and a sword at his hip glowered at me. What are you doing here? I pulled out my crumpled note. I'm a knight in training who joined this assignment. For examining me and glancing at my badge, he nodded curtly. Then you should properly act like one. Looking suspicious will get you instantly dismissed from this task.
Sorry about that.
I was just curious, I'm sorry, being a kit and all. And take your position, we will be leaving on our client's orders. We dispersed, and I glanced back at the city walls, fighting the urge to return to my friends. If I left now, I would be removed from the mission anyway, and I still hadn't seen what the cargo held. I would have to carry out my duty, at least until I had another opportunity to check the box. Sorry, Omari, this will take a little longer than I anticipated. As more knights, roughly 7 of them, and the merchant client whom I overheard was called Dervishi, gathered around the carriage, the coachman hoisted himself onto the perch. I knew we would be setting off in a few minutes. I hope Kara and Omari don't think I'm deserting them. I anxiously looked back, but as the horses started trotting, I forced myself to follow the group. In a desperate attempt, I tossed the note on the ground, even though I was pretty sure chances of the boys finding it were slim. Not like I had any other method of communicating with them. I lingered behind, while my eyes darted from one knight to the next. They were all in uniform, their breastplates shone brilliantly, and they each had a trusty weapon at their hip or strapped to their back. Usually I would be elated just to be in their presence, but my mind was on other things. The city of Oliver vanished from sight as we entered the northern forest. Unlike the birch forest surrounding Barry, these trees were thicker, and the terrain even more rocky, although still a far cry from mountainous. I did my best to remain reserved. The Lady Bayard's name was brought up, and the knights asked me many questions about her and me. A few were interested in my sword skills since she had personally trained me. That's still really all they perceive when they see me. We did not make our first stop until mid-afternoon. The knights ate, talked, or went for scouting. I approached the carriage again. Although I did not have a chance to physically check the box, maybe Dervishi would let something slip about the contents. The carriage door was open. Dervishi sat inside comfortably, talking to the prominent knight with the peppered hair, who casually stood by the vehicle. Rather terrible design flaw. One swift strike to the chest and the sternum will shatter, which is why even if it's aesthetically pleasing, it's not ideal in actual... eavesdropping isn't helping either. What are the chances I would catch important information anyway? Giving up, I sidled away from the carriage. About the contents. Wait. Surprised, I turned around only to slam my knee into the wheel. Ow! As I rubbed my leg and stood up, the knight peered around the vehicle and spotted me. Did you need something? No, I was just going to ask how much longer a break would be. No more than 10 minutes. Relay that to the others. Right, I'll do that. Gave an awkward salute and hobbled away, berating myself and that lost chance. I didn't even feel like passing on the message. Instead, I just wandered off while I tried to clear my thoughts. Eavesdropping hadn't worked. The box was always under constant surveillance, and I doubted directly asking would help. It's harder than it looks. The bushes beside me rustled, and I automatically drew my sword and pointed at the leaves. I heard a small cry of protest. Your reflex is so scary, it's just me! I blinked and lowered my sword. Omari crawled out from under the bush and grumbled, brushing dirt off his clothes indignantly. No wonder Care made me try to contact you first. I heard a chuckle not far from Omari, and Care emerged from behind a tree. I sheathed my sword, feeling the tension leave my body. You two, how did you find me? Did you find the note? Note? Omari glanced at Care, who shrugged. No, we just asked how to get to Norville, and this is the main road everyone uses. It's pretty easy to catch up after that. Were you able to ascertain the box's contents? I shook my head sadly. No, I've attempted multiple times, but there's been no real opportunity. Oh, you had all day, too. Hey, you try to be discreet when surrounded by 9 people, most of them armed. If there was just some sort of distraction, maybe I could... The 3 of us fell silent as we pondered. I say we just pose as bandits and confront them. It'll keep the knights busy while Aura checks. Omari groaned. I'd rather not resort to violence, especially since we don't know if the box actually contains dragon remains. And what do we do if it does? Take it, of course. I don't want them used for anything. Dragonkind are naturally magical, and even remains would be imbued with magic. Then, if they took the cargo, it meant the mission would be classified as a failure. My kit record would be tarnished and would prolong my efforts to be knighted. Oh my god, do you care more about being a knight than the fact that they might have murdered a dragon? I gripped my badge, then opened my palm as I stared at it in deliberation. And maybe not one dragon, maybe more than one. Like, that's not okay. They're supposed to live in harmony with them, and they might be killing them for their magic, which is bullshit. Karen and Omari seemed to have sensed my hesitation, so I looked up and grinned. If it comes to that, let's do it. But orally, are you sure? Please, it'd just be a minor setback. I shoved the badge into my pocket. This is something important to you, and you need to know that I can be relied on. If the contents do contain remains, you can trust me to seize the box. Thank you. So what non-violent distraction do you two have in mind? I'm out of ideas. Of course. Omari, how versatile is your magic? Okay. I could create a thick fog, it'll limit their vision, and you can sneak around better. I can throw in a tremor here or there to slow them down. Oh god. About that?
I'd rather not.
Yeah, we'll have to avoid using earthquakes. They frighten Aurelie. I cringed, not wanting that to be blurted out so openly. Hare stared at me in shock, followed by remorse. The whole time? I had no idea. Clenching a fist, he grit his teeth in frustration. It's fine, Kara. I didn't want to bring it up. It's just something that happened in the past, and this is not the time nor the place to discuss it. Omari, we'll go with the fog distraction. Kara, I'm sure you can think of something to frighten the knights without causing jolts. Vision will be limited, and we can't hear as well as you two. Just as I said that, their ears perked up. Both of them glanced toward the direction of the carriage. They're leaving soon. You better return. Kara and I will run ahead to set our trap. Right. Be careful. I immediately jogged back and took my position beside the horses. I felt bad deceiving the knights, but it was the only way to know if the coffer held dragon remains. Please just be normal cargo. I slowly moved closer to the carriage and eventually let it pass me as I pretended to guard the rear. I would need to position myself optimally. The air around me cooled and I shivered as the temperature dropped rapidly. A mist emerged from the ground and soon enshrouded us. Many of the knights paused and the carriage slowed down. Fog at this time? But it was clear just a second ago. A loud roar followed. Guessing either grandpa or dad? Padre means father. Padre is Spanish for father. Or Right, a loud roar followed. A knight was swiftly rammed to the side and vanished into the mist, causing the others to panic. Was that a ghost? Whoa, effective. Swords were drawn, and the knights formed a tightly knit group to defend themselves. I took this opportunity to dash to the carriage and throw open the door. I heard another thud, followed by a scream. Dervishi was huddled on the seat, and I barged in, tugging on his arm. Not safe here. You need to get out of here now. Out of the corner of my eye, I spied the box on the floor. I yanked on Dervishi's arm again, and he reluctantly got out. As soon as he was outside, he dived inside and shut the door. Hey! Sorry! I snatched up the box and proceeded to exit out the other side. Or tried to, until I realized the door was locked from the inside. These doors! Foiled again! Infuriated that my plans were being thwarted by wooden barriers, I pushed open the other door, nearly smacking the client in the face as I slipped out. Dang doors, yep. Sorry again! He saw that I had the box and his eyes widened in outrage. Traitor! Thief! I ducked and darted around the carriage, alarming the horses as I headed straight into the thickest part of the mist. I could hear the knights scrambling to find me as Dervishi screamed orders at them. Heart pounding, I increased the distance between us. The mist started to clear as I reached a steep slope. I momentarily looked down and glanced back as I heard more clamors. I jumped down, my body slightly angled. I staggered awkwardly as I landed, trying not to hit a tree or trip on a root. Did I get away? And the others? Is there an egg in the box? They think it might be dragon remains. Remembering that I still had the box, I knelt down and hastily unlatched it. I opened it up and inhaled sharply. Uh-oh. Inside were beautiful long objects that resembled shale with an emerald sheen. They were exactly like Kare's ears. Underneath were hard flint-like stones with beautiful grooves and ridges. Scales? This is bad. It's dragon remains. Yeah. And it was possible this wasn't just a one-time delivery. If the first carriage had also carried dragon remains, this could be a full-fledged underground trading route. How long had this been going on? How did the knights not know? Wouldn't they check the contents? Unless... I shut the box, pushing it underneath a shrub for now, before standing up. I would have to inform Karen Omaring. Before I could take another step, the earth suddenly erupted. A large fissure ruptured at my feet, causing me to fall back. Ah! Covered in dirt, I coughed and trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand up. Not so reckless now, are you? Dervishi stood about 20 paces away, his tame peddler appearance replaced by a sinister countenance.
What?
They were smuggling dragon remains. What? How did you... Casually resting on his shoulder was a mace, decorated with spikes that resembled hard tissues, namely bones and oversized teeth. Clamoring for a tree, I unsteadily got up. You'll be surprised how much power dragon bones can grant you. Everything is permeated with magic, even long after they die. Oh good, they're murdering the dragons. Why are you doing this? Who are you delivering these remains to? He snorted and rolled his eyes. Please, I'm not going to explain everything just because you asked. Just return the box and you'll be left unharmed. Now where did you put it? I unsheathed my sword and widened my stance, hoping not to falter now. Yep, total scumbag. I'm not handing it over. Pity, I hate searching. Lifting the mace, he slammed it onto the ground. Oh no. Another chasm opened up and I screamed, my body paralyzed by every vibration. It was then that I heard a loud creak behind me. I glanced up in terror. One of the trees had become unstable, and it groaned as it started to lean heavily. Dervishi pointed the mace at me threateningly. Move, and the next attack will crush you. I unsteadily stood up, but stayed in place. My legs felt so weak I probably couldn't walk if I tried. The sound of footsteps was heard, and I prayed it was my friends. Instead, 4 of the original 7 knights joined Dervishi. They glanced at each other hesitantly, obviously baffled by the situation, but obediently aligned themselves before the merchant. Oh good, so they're dumb too. She's the one who ran off with the goods. I don't know who she's working for, but since she's refusing to cooperate, give it back and we won't hold this action against you. Wait, I'm not betraying anyone. The box had dragon remains. It's sacrilegious to remove them. Their souls can't return to. Be quiet. We know what we're delivering, and that's just a silly superstition. Are you kidding me? The dragons that she's friends with told her they can't return. They can't. It ruins the ecosystem because, like, Omari is a water dragon, so when he dies, it turns into a river or a lake or an ocean, right? And with Care, like with it being an earth dragon, turn into a mountain. Superstition? What you're doing is discourteous to dragon kind. Aren't you a kid? Why are you disobeying orders? You want to throw away your chance to become a full knight? Yes. One of the other knights sighed and tried speaking to me more gently. Don't you think you're being too impulsive here? You're obviously young, with a lot of pressure to your name. Don't do something rash and tarnish Argent Valaire's reputation with your disloyalty. It's our duty as knights to carry out our mission with the guild and clients' best interests in mind. Wow, right? No. What I'm doing is more important. This is for both Dragonkind and Heavenkind's sake. I'm not surrendering those remains. Sensing that my resolve would not yield, the knights brandished their weapons at me. And I'll just report to the guild that you caught in an unfortunate accident. Oh no. Smirking, Dervishi slammed his weapon into the ground 2 more times. Each shock washed over me, rendering me motionless. There was an ear-splitting crack as the tree began to topple. Aura! Omari's desperate voice suddenly shifted into a growl, and a large turquoise body sailed over me. A section of Omari's long neck slammed into the thick trunk as he halted its fall. His tail thrashed as he roared, straining against the weight. Omari was a water dragon. He couldn't move on land effectively, and he had essentially pinned himself to protect me. Omari! His large face turned to me. His expression was unreadable in dragon form, but even I could sense his concern. I'm fine, and you were right about what the box contained. The knights seemed to waver, baffled by the dragon's presence. Slay that dragon! Consider this out of self-defense, and you will be paid tenfold for its corpse. Don't be scared. Look how helpless that is. Wow, what a bad person. Omari snarled, but his only real weapon was his teeth and tail, and he was immobile. He couldn't transform back either, else he risked being flattened by the tree. Where was Care? I altered my stance, inviting the knights to take me on. With numbers on their side, they advanced toward me until one of the more impatient ones broke from her position. I dashed forward, swinging my sword as it met the first knight. She parried and thrust her sword forward. I sidestepped, but had to duck as an axe soared over me. Wait! Knights are supposed to fight one-on-one. I spun around and kicked the axeman in the back of the knee. I knew I was dealing with warriors more experienced than me. Maybe I could hold my own in an individual fight, but my minor victory short-lived when I felt hot pain sear my left arm. I hissed in pain, realizing that I had received a shallow cut from a blade. Blood trickled down my elbow. I don't feel bad for eating them now, right? That moment of hesitation left me open, and I barely blocked another attack. The axemen and swordsmen were overwhelming me, and I frantically tried to keep them at bay. With each swing, their weapons grew dangerously closer, and each blow reverberated up my sword arm. There was a second crimson spray as a steel blade bit into my torso, and I cried out. Omari's roar was deafening, and suddenly the axeman was hit with a full blast of water, causing him to topple over. Orani, stay near me! His guttural voice startled me, since I had no idea he could talk in his dragon form. Looking back, I saw Omari was urgently stretching out his neck in an attempt to shield me, his fangs fully bared. Well, Lich and even was Care, we need you now, right? I retreated closer to him as my 3 opponents surrounded me. One sprinted toward Omari, who was focused on another knight, aiming his sword at the dragon's neck. No! I blocked his attack, trying not to buckle under the strain. Forcing my whole weight forward, I managed to push him back. I heard swift footsteps a second later, and the knight I was fighting suddenly flew back from a hasty punch. Oh, but we don't fuck with dragons. I'm just asking for trouble, right? Here! He flashed me a confident grin. Sorry, was preoccupied with a few others. There will be no reinforcements after this. 2 down, 3 to go, including Dervishi. Hare glanced back and spotted Omari, and his face flickered in pain. I gestured to the merchant and his mace. Hare, stop him now! That weapon causes earthquakes! Hare charged ahead, was blocked by the swordsman. The other knight, who possessed a flail, focused on me. Although the flail's range was short, its battering power was enough to make me wary. As I dodged an attack, I stepped back and my foot found nothing but air. Nearly tumbling, I dived to the side to avoid falling into the chasm, leaving me vulnerable. Before I could roll away, the dirt beside me burst as the steel ball slammed down inches from my head. Discarding my sword, I grabbed the chain before the knight could raise his weapon and wrenched it out of his grip. He stumbled toward me as I rotated to my back. The well-aimed kick to his stomach, he staggered back. I quickly retrieved my sword and scrambled up. Desperate, he bolted for his weapon. The strong stream of water from Ilmari caused him to topple into the chasm. Kara had already incapacitated his opponent, leaving only Dervishi, who had retreated enough to be out of Ilmari's attack range. We caught up to him. You cast aside your weapon, no one will get hurt. Are you simply following orders? If I turn you in, me? Turned in? You were the one who stole a merchant's goods. With skill, Shetta can use them for alchemic and magical reagents, yeah? There's no penalty for possessing dragon remains. The other knights will report what happened, and you'll be stripped of your rank and... Oh! He recklessly slammed his mace into the ground, unsympathetic to the unconscious or wounded knights around him. Terrified, I dropped my sword as I knelt down, resisting the urge to cry out. Ilmari roared as the tremors caused the tree to abrade painfully against his scales. Kara was unfazed and bounded forward. Yeah, he's an earth dragon, you jerk. Before Divershi could launch another assault, Kara's fist met his cheek. The merchant went flying, and his body slammed and tumbled against the hard terrain. He's called Jim. Oh, yeah, get him, Kara, on his knees. Dervishi threw a fit, repeatedly pounded the ground with the mace. Every strike resounded and increased each tremor's intensity. Stop it! If you keep that up! Kara had to leap away before the ground nearly swallowed him. Uh-huh. Deep fissures appeared and split, causing the ground to distort. Loose dirt rained down from the steeper slopes. It was as if the entire region was going to liquefy. Like a spider web, the ground around Divishi suddenly groaned and heaved. I couldn't move. I could only watch helplessly. Wait! The merchant gawked and slipped back, but Kara caught him just before he vanished into the gaping new ravine. Oh boy, the mace slipped from his grip, disappearing into darkness and giving one final tremor. Kara forcibly threw Dervishi onto solid ground. I slowly regained my balance, but I was determined to remain strong. Dervishi crumbled to the dirt in a supine position. I instantly pointed my blade at his exposed neck. It's over. You're nothing without that weapon, so just get lost. His forehead was beaded with sweat as he nodded fervently, all of his fight gone. Animation would be awesome, yep. You're just going to let him go? He used dragon remains for a weapon. Disgusting. I'm not going to kill him. Argent Valere is aware of what's going on. It would probably protect him. Then who could I turn to? Dervishi wriggled out from under my sword and tried to make a hasty withdrawal. Kara simply punched his lights out. A little extreme there? He not only tried to kill us, but he put his own men in danger. I should just ask Ilmari to eat him. I don't think he'd agree to that. A distressed roar caught our attention. Speaking of Ilmari! Forgetting about the merchant, we hurried back to where Ilmari was. Her mom might help, because she's retired. Kara surveyed the situation and ran under the trunk, positioning him close to Ilmari's neck. You really don't do well on land. Ilmari hissed, unamused by Kara's comment. With a heavy hoist, Kara pushed up the trunk with exceptional strength. Mist formed around them. As the tree crashed back to the ground, I scrambled to Ilmari's side. He was kneeling down and moaning. Ilmari, are you okay? That was so reckless! I'll be fine. Ugh, my neck. It's going to be sore for a week. He was on the verge of tears. What about you? There's injuries and I couldn't stop them. Sobbing, he clung to me, burying his head into my shoulder. I'm so sorry. I was useless. That was the best I could do. I patted his back reassuringly. You were anything but useless, Ilmari. I wouldn't have survived if you hadn't come to my rescue. I felt like I didn't do much myself. If anything, the person who helped us the most was... We both turned to Kara expectantly, and he flinched from our tender expression. He coughed and gave us a haughty glare, placing his hands on his hips. That's right. I did most of the work. Sheesh. Both of you were pitiful. Wow. Wait, what are you doing? We both embraced Care, refusing to let him escape. Aww. Parasites! I laughed and stepped back. Okara had to apply more force to free himself from Ilmari. Oh my goodness. I know, he's like, no, don't hug me! He's like, don't hug me! Remembering the box, I returned to its hiding spot and pulled it out from under the shrub. I was surprised it managed to make it through unscathed. Moments later, the other two surrounded me and peered over my shoulders and as I unfastened the latch. Earth Dragon! Using our remains for weapons? Ugh. Let's bury them. Somewhere away from this battlefield in case it decides to look for them. While Kara fetched the mace, Ilmari and I walked until we reached the farthest fissure we could find. So it was an Earth Dragon's remains. Wow. We were surprised by how much the region was affected by the mace's powers, and Kara worked diligently to pry the remains from the weapon. He tossed them into the chasm. Picking up the box, he emptied it over one of the fissures. He placed an open palm on the soil. I stepped back, preparing myself for one of his abilities. The ground trembled slightly as debris and soil was loosened, filling up a section of the rupture. When it was over, I sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. I've had enough earthquakes for one day. I'm completely shaken up. I mustered a weak giggle while Amari groaned. Heavenkind humor. It's bad. Hare wiped the dirt off his hands. What now? I grabbed my knight in training badge and glanced at it. With a dismissive wave, I tossed it to the ground. Both of them were stunned. Are you sure about this? It's something you worked for. I'm sure if you return and explain to the guild. He stopped when he saw me shake my head. No, Argent Valere Guild is in on this. I don't want anything to do with them or the knights. Besides, Dervishi had a point. The other knights will report what happened, and I'll have no chance to redeem myself after that betrayal. I'm done. I took a few steps forward and turned to them so I could address them properly. Let's go home. Besides, I think this is something you should inform your masters about as soon as possible. We can't rely on the guild to build a rapport between Heavenkind and Dragonkind. We'll need another angle. We headed back to the main road, careful of the steep slope and the chasms the fight had created. The carriage was gone, and we saw no other knights. Kara explained that he had managed to drive them off, which was why it took him a while to come to our rescue. Without my knowing, I started to linger behind the two, my feet dragging slower with each step. The other two noticed and turned worryingly.
Okay.
Are you okay? Aura? I chuckled, trying to reassure them, but the tears appeared anyway. I'm fine. If anything, I feel like a huge burden was lifted off my shoulders, but it still hurts. I wanted to be a knight for years, and now I'm accepting it'll never happen. I worked so hard. My shoulders shuddered, and I covered my face, feeling pathetic and worthless. I sensed someone standing before me, and I glanced up. Kara glowered, unimpressed. Gave me a light smack to the forehead. Ow! What was that for? Yeah. I rubbed the spot indignantly. Didn't I tell you this before? That it's just a title? Well, yeah. Make a new guild, Dragon Guardians, yeah! Knights are supposed to help those in need. I think a certain someone has already been a knight for a while, in spirit anyway. And in the end, you did the right thing. We can't thank you enough. Thanks. As we walked, I expressed concern over being sought out. The others reassured me that nothing like that would happen. I did uncover a potentially unsettling activity that would need to be confronted after all. They would seek protection from other dragons to watch over Barry, and my heart sank when they avoided the notion that they would be the ones guarding. Guess they still had amends to make. Yep. Guess so. Oh. Chapter 9, home? Oh my. Okay, so it looks like we have a little bit left, but I need to take a quick break. Okay. I need to take a quick break and then we'll finish this and switch games. Ron is also going to bed. Love you. So we gotta sing Soft Kitty to Normal. Alright, ready? Alright, so we gotta sing the kitten song. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr. Jake. No, yeah, I haven't taken my break yet. Jakey. Yes, good
Nora
job.
loves you.
Good job, buddy. Oh boy. Well, somebody's in his feels. Get some rest, Ron. Sleep well. Love you too, Jake. Sleep, boo. Good night, Ron.
Yep. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Have fun with Mama and your.
Yeah, no, I haven't taken my break yet. Yeah, they said the game is short. There's like only an hour, so it looks like it's a little longer than an hour. But we're gonna take a break, right? And then we'll finish it. It looks like this is the last chapter, and then we can switch to Doraemon. Um, so if you haven't taken a break, sounded like I love you, Hal Bark. Yeah, he does that sometimes. So I'm gonna take a break, stretch break. If you haven't taken a break, now's the time to do that. Get up, move around. If it's time, get some water, get some snacks if you want, if you're hungry. Food, water. It's time to take your meds. Make sure you take your meds. Make sure you take care of you. So we do run an ad break during the stretch breaks. It's to turn off the pre-rolls. You're not missing anything. Those were on a stretch break, yeah? All right. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting. Let's finish this. I think it's the last chapter. It's called Home, right? And then we can chill for a little with some, with some Doraemon. Um, okay, so basically, kick the crap out of everybody who was illegally taking dragon remains. Fortunately, we did not remain long on Oliver. We were able to find a Berry resident who delivered the last of his cargo to the city, and he offered to give us a ride back. Okay. We took it easy as we relaxed on the back of the wagon. I was still emotionally fatigued, but did my best to remain engaged in conversation, especially since it now tackled more sensitive issues. The wagon ride was smooth, but whenever a jolt or bump happened, I would stir or bolt upward. However, I was able to have a nice nap for a little while. My eyelids fluttered as I heard Ilmari and Kare's voices drift in and out. Bringing it up to Master Arcelio, it's about time the Seraphs looked beyond the Skylands. Good luck getting them involved, pompous dragon kind. What really concerns me is how Heavenkind even found the Seraph's remains. They shouldn't have any means of accessing them. I'll see if Master Bedros will arrange a meeting. Right, and I'll have to break this to Master Kaya gently. He'll be even more reluctant getting involved. I can imagine her reaction. Oh my, this is why you shouldn't interact with Heavenkind. A high-pitched voice caused Omari to burst out laughing. He doesn't sound okay. He does. You're more observant than I thought. I heard an exasperated groan. Because she's always with Master Bedros, and I'm stuck listening to her uptight. You're up. Planning to sleep the whole afternoon away? I yawned, rubbing my eyes as I surveyed our location. We're passing through the birch forest near Berry, and I was situated between Omari and Care, their shoulders grazing mine. Yeah, I'm up. What were you two discussing? Just a lot of stuff we have to do once we return. Sooner the better. His face fell as he said that, but he forced a smile to reassure me. And Care was entertaining me with his imitations. I wasn't even trying, but I could probably do better than Aura. I thought back to the scene in the forest when I poked fun at him during a meal. I admit it wasn't the most accurate impression. Care grinned teasingly. Hi, I'm Aurelie from Berry. I let my sword do the talking and ow! I elbowed him and grumbled. I deny all that. Omari found the whole thing amusing. Be me, imitate me. Care and I exchanged a smirk. I have a question. I have another question. I do not ask that many questions. Do I? Omari, that was another... Ah! The wagon bumped abruptly and I bolted upright, clutching my chest to quell my reaction. Aura? Are you okay? I could feel my friends hovering nearby. As I felt my heart calm down, I sank back into my original position between them. I mustered a strained smile. I'm okay, just startled. I hope you don't mind me asking, where did this fear of earthquakes originate? Huh? Sorry to pry. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Would have helped if I'd known sooner. I didn't even notice. It's alright. It's not usually brought up since it's rare for me to get caught in earthquakes or tremors. I ummed and hermed until I figured out a good beginning point. It started when I was younger, my family lived in Oliver. I would follow my mom everywhere when she did her patrols or visited different places. Now that I think about it, although some parts were still hazy, I recall being thrilled because I was going somewhere that had a lot of knights. Their brilliant armor, their beautiful shining blades, and how I dragged this wooden sword awkwardly around. It was at the academy. It was being expanded upon, and some parts were in the middle of renovation. I ran off somewhere. I think I wanted to find the armor room or something. Anyway, that's when the earthquake hit. I don't remember much, just everything seemed to collapse around me. After that, I couldn't ride in carriages or even enter large buildings without crying. Mom decided it was better for us to move away from Oliver and the memories associated with it. It took a long time, but eventually I got over certain fears. I focused on my knight training, hoping to be stronger. Of course, my mom wouldn't send me to the academy. She's always been averse to knight academies for other reasons, but my well-being definitely was one of them. Wow, that is the first time I have ever told people this story. Ha! Aren't you too lucky? No, I really appreciate it. I'm glad you trust us enough to tell us. As an earth dragon, though, I can't stand for it. What? He gave a wry grin. You got over some fears. If you like, I can help you get over this earthquake one. No, that won't be necessary. You sure? Certain if I delivered small tremors, your body will eventually get used to it. Think of it as a cure. That's terrible. That won't help me at all. What would you call that torment anyway? There was an awkward pause before Omari spoke up. Shock treatment? I groaned and shook my head, yet I couldn't help but chuckle at his feeble pun. Congratulations, Omari. You have mastered heavenkind humor and everything there is to know about our culture. There is nothing more to teach you. Kara glanced between us quizzically, as if determined to figure out the pattern. I don't know. I felt the delivery was a little rocky. Omari burst out laughing. I could only gawk at Kara, who seemed pleased at his own joke. I made a cross with my arms, banning this, banning puns. As we pestered each other relentlessly, I slumped down and glanced up at the sky, wondering when these interactions had become second nature and routine. And it was all coming to an end. Not that we could help it. They had amends to make for running away. And now that we'd uncovered something rather disquieting, they had to return and report to their master. Once we reached Barry, the driver was kind enough to wheel us directly outside of my family home. I eagerly hopped out of the wagon. It was evening, and I could see light from within my house. I had barely touched the doorknob when the entrance flew open and my mother hugged me tightly. Mom! For a moment I couldn't breathe because she was embracing me so tightly. When she finally let go, she grabbed my shoulders and examined me. You're home! Congratulations on saving the world! Mom, I didn't do anything that amazing. Did you become a knight? Are you happy? Yeah, I'm glad I went. She hugged me a second time. That's what a mother really wants to hear. Glanced up. Come in. We were going to have dinner ready in a bit. You're probably all starving. Your dad's currently preparing some warm apple cider. Ooh, that sounds good. Nice. I haven't had that since last year. After Mom ushered us in, he disappeared around the corner while I pulled up a seat at the table. Claire even joined us this time. What's apple cider? Ah, it's a sweet liquid. Tastes like, well, apple tarts. He stood up and slammed both palms on the table. I went through the whole journey without knowing such a thing exists? He looked as though his best friends had betrayed him. Surprise! Not deterred, Kara decided to see how my dad prepared dinner and vanished as well. I hope my dad isn't making the alcoholic cider. Alcohol? It's something you add to drinks and it makes people silly and giddy. He beamed eagerly. Will we be able to partake? I crossed my arms and shook my head fervently. That was a disaster waiting to happen. Oh no, that's banned. I'm not dealing with drunk dragons. Omari looked completely baffled, but inquired no further thanks to my unwavering expression. Regular cider will suffice, I promise. We had a festive meal, along with a toast to our journey and the bonds it had forged. We excitedly told our stories, careful to avoid the more sensitive discoveries, as we did not want to cause unnecessary concern. My sides had never hurt so much from laughing before, and my mouth ached from grinning all the time. However, each sip of cider seemed to lose its sweetness whenever I thought about tomorrow. Right, they would leave in the morning. When dinner was concluded, I urged my friends to get some fresh air since I would help with the cleanup. They would probably want some time to themselves to reflect or visit a location anyway. I trooped up to my room and laid my bag out. Everything felt so familiar and welcoming, like I had never left. Sensing a sort of routine, I snatched up my blanket to use as a shawl. Might as well. This would probably be the last time to meet them like this. Omari was settled by one of the apple trees, its orange leaves visible even in the dark. Instead of waiting for me to sit down, he got up eagerly and approached me. Thanks for coming out to see me. I wasn't sure if I should bother you at your house. I wouldn't have minded soaking in the scenery one last time. Yes, I love it here. Not sure when I'll be allowed to visit another heavenkind town again. I couldn't hide my dejected expression, and Omari fidgeted anxiously. Aurelie, there's been something on my mind for a while, and I always wanted to ask. Yes? When you, fell asleep while we were reading. Your head nuzzled my neck. I'm guessing you don't know what that means to a dragon kind? I shook my head. It's something we do when we're very close to someone. It can be viewed as something between cherished friends or even lovers. Oh, whoa, yeah. That's why I wanted to know if there was something behind that action. But since you had no idea, I grabbed Omari's hand, wanting to clear the confusion up.
Sorry.
Yes, I had no idea, and I'm sorry it sent mixed messages. However, even if I'd known, I probably would have done it anyway. You're now engaged to be married, according to dragon law. You are a dear friend to me, Omari. He blushed and nodded cheerfully. I feel the same way. I'm glad it's mutual. Then his eyes darted upwards before he lowered his voice to a mumble. The book when you told me about the kissing? Is it acceptable if I kiss your forehead? I chuckled and nodded. Yes, you can. Hesitantly, he gingerly held my shoulders and leaned in. His lips hovered momentarily before pressing against my forehead. It felt more like a simple nudge than an actual kiss. Aw, yeah, aw. He pulled away. Like that? No, that was more like a headbutt. You're supposed to pucker your lips together. Like so. On my tiptoes, I delivered a light kiss to his forehead, making a small mwah noise as I did. I ship it, yup. More like that. Okay. Oh, so it's the sound. Not really. That was more for emphasis. With his hand cradling my cheek, I received another kiss, this time authentic. His head then lowered to my shoulder as he embraced me. I'm really going to miss you. I wanted this journey to go on forever. Same here, Omari. How long will you be gone? You'll be allowed to visit at least, right? I'll do everything I can. I'm going to see if I encourage writing and recording in dragonkind culture. It'll probably lessen the roles of knowledge keepers somewhat, but then it'll allow us more freedom. He let go, his hands still clutching my shoulders. Omari, it sounds like you're going to change the system. It won't happen overnight, of course, but I'll be sure to promote more heavenkind and dragonkind interaction. If you keep up your reading lessons, I promise I'll write letters to you. I'm not even sure how they'll arrive to where you are. I'm guessing you don't have an address. What? An address? His lips quivered and he hugged me again. This is so unfair. You still have so much to teach me about heavenkind, about you. I know. Believe me, I feel the same way. Yes, disrupt the system, yep. I rubbed his back comfortingly, letting my fingers comb through his hair. I devoted my memory to the form of his figure in our embrace. Nothing more needed to be said, and we remained in the hug for a few more minutes. Omari's shoulders stopped trembling, and his breathing became calmer. I slowly stepped back, dropping my arms. I really can't thank you enough for everything. I'm grateful that I got the chance to join you in care. At least you two will stick together from now on, right? A pained look appeared on his face. Yes, but what about you? I'll be fine. I'll keep myself busy. You won't be the only one with your hands full. That reminds me, where is Care? I need to say goodnight to him too. I think he's closer to your home. Huh, I thought he'd be farther away. He likes the pastry scent that your house has. Figures. We burst out laughing. Remembering the blanket, I draped it around Omari. You sure you won't be cold tonight? You could always spend the night indoors. He shook his head but held the blanket close to his chest. And I will be fine. I'll see you in the morning, Aurelie. I departed on a high note. Now I just had to find Care. Omari was right about Care loitering near my house. In fact, he was resting against the wall outside as I peered around the corner. Surprise visit! Stealth is my strong point. He arched an unimpressed eyebrow. It wasn't surprising at all. I heard you stomping all over town. I was not stomping. I was walking normally. I plopped down in front of him, resting on my knees. He was sitting cross-legged, his hands gripping his ankles. Looking forward to being back to normal tomorrow? I half expected a blunt yes or a grumbling agreement. Instead, I was answered with awkward silence. Care? He snapped out of his trance. I guess. At least I won't be pathetically weak. Believe me, you are still plenty strong in this form. You'll probably lose your ability to punch, though. Can dragons even do that? I'll be the first one to try it. He made a fist and mimed a fake punch to my forehead, nudging it softly. I giggled. Now it's all coming down to this. I guess I might as well say a few things. I smirked and peered at him knowingly. Is this another reluctant confession? He let out a sheepish chuckle. More willingly, I promise. I wanted to say thanks for everything. I admit I was a pain at first. I probably didn't make it easy for you, right? Right. You didn't have to agree so quickly. I guess I really was quarrelsome. I regret not opening up to you earlier. I feel like I created a lot of unpleasant memories. I gave him a light punch on the arm to dissuade his conviction. What are you talking about? I look fondly on them all, even our bickering and petty arguments. I'd like to think we've matured since then. At least a little. Speaking about confessing, there's a small question that has been nagging at me ever since we met. At first, yes. Yes, at first. I never asked because I knew you'd get upset. I'd like to think that Care now will answer differently. He perked up quizzically. And what's that? Can I touch your ears? His hand met his face and he groaned loudly. Oh, fine. Just for a moment. Oh my god, she really wanted to touch his ears the entire time. Still on my knees, I positioned myself so I could lean over better and extended my arms. He glowered at me in disgruntlement, but I ignored his expression as my fingers rubbed the shale-like material. Wow, they really are as hard as rock. I let my fingers graze the grooves and crevices. Care's irritation vanished and his eyes lingered downward to my neck. Wondering if I was making him uncomfortable, I let go. He reached out and enveloped my back with his arms, pulling me close. Care? He nuzzled my neck and I slowly allowed myself to relax, remembering that it was how dragons express affection. He stopped moving and I could feel his breath on my neck. When I returned, I promised to learn how to master that transformation spell. That way, I can see you again. I'll have to become a better pupil to Master Bedros, but I think it's about time I took my studies more seriously. Ilmari and I will do our best to maintain strong relationships between our races. Never thought I'd be saying something like that in a million years. He pulled away so he could see my face, his hands now cradling my shoulders. Heavenkind aren't so bad. Oh, whoa, yeah. Still small and annoying, though, and ignorant about Ishtera. Are you referring to Heavenkind in general, or just me? He feigned contemplating. I wonder. Changed a quick hug, and both stood up. I'll see you in the morning then. Good night, Care. Night. Oh my. I gave him a small wave and retired for the night, my heart feeling heavy about tomorrow. Aww. Huh? Sunlight filtered through the curtains. I intuitively rolled over to grab my scabbard, which was propped up on the side of the bed frame. I sat up, clutching the sheath, and chuckled to myself. Old habits die hard. It's not like I'm a knight now. Just as I was pondering on whether to retire my weapon to a plaque, my door creaked open. I instantly drew my sword. Kara's face appeared for a second before vanishing behind the door. The heck? Stop doing that! You're supposed to knock before you enter a girl's room. I sighed and sheathed my sword before attaching it to my belt. Then I opened the door. Is this how Heavenkind normally act? It's how I act. Your mom did advise me to knock. If I wasn't awake before, I am now. Couldn't sleep that well? We both exchanged a strained smile. Same here. Had a lot on my mind. Downstairs, my dad was setting breakfast on the table. I could hear Omari and Mom's voices drifting in from the kitchen. Curious, I moved closer to hear their talk. But Omari addressed me before I could even see them. I'd appreciate it if you didn't eavesdrop on this conversation orally. Ah, sorry. I could hear my mom laughing, and I decided to respect Omari's wish for now. Guess he wasn't happy the first time I did it. I glanced at Kara, who gazed intently at the floor, and I realized he was able to hear the conversation clearly. I wanted to ask, but instead I poked Kara's shoulder to get his attention. I'm going for a quick walk. Want to come with, or will you stay here? I'll go. Outside, the air was crisp, and there was little activity compared to the first time Kara and Omari visited Barry. After spending all that time in Oliver, I had no idea I'd miss my hometown that badly. What will you do when you get back, besides being a good student to master bedrolls? Fight off every dragon who infringed on my territory while I was gone. Why am I not surprised? Kara's ears perked up. As he turned around, I followed his glance. My home was still within our sight. We spotted Omari, who quickly joined us on our stroll. I raised a skeptical eyebrow. How was the talk? He mustered an apologetic smile to appease me. About that. Kara and Omari exchanged looks. I told your mom about everything, about what happened with Merchant Ventures. I gaped and waved my arm in disapproval. You what? I didn't want to cause her any worries. I know. However, your concern is valid. About Argent Valere searching for you after what happened. Your actions were likely reported, and we don't know who the merchant was working for. Ugh, if we just had Omari eat him, that would have solved everything. What? Wait, you wanted me to what? No, that would have made it worse for sure. We were fortunate that no one was seriously hurt in that skirmish. I wish we'd handled it better, but the guild was aware of the cargo, so I'd still be treated as a thief.
I'm not sure.
Did this happen because they were ignorant about your ways? Should I notify a council member? I ruffled my hair, feeling my mind getting muddled up. Try not to overthink this. There's too many unanswered questions. I think the best method is to directly talk to one of the wise dragons for now. You've already done so much for us. Let us return the favor. We'll take care of it. You probably won't be much help at this point anyway. Yeah. No, Kara's rigged. I don't have much influence, and I'm definitely expelled from the guild. I doubt I could become a knight now. The guilt was visible on their faces. We should have come up with a different plan. If Kara and I had seized the contents instead of you, you wouldn't have... I wouldn't have minded taking the blame. I reassuringly raised my palms and waved them. It's good. There will always be freelance work in Barry, and I can make an honest living as a mercenary. I might talk to Mom about me overseeing more escort missions, and I'll be sure to check their cargo from now on. And you're okay with this? I noted the bitterness in his tone. Huh? Just doing menial tasks after giving up your first dream? You can do better than this, Aura. Well, I'd like to assist you guys, but you said I wouldn't be much help. I only said that because it's true now. I thought you tried to rise up to the challenge. After everything we've been through, you could be a Heavenkind representative. Do something outside of your mom's name. I folded my arms and mulled over the idea before turning to Omari. Is something like that possible? Me being some sort of envoy? Omari squirmed under our inquisitive stares. Well, it's viable, but you would need to be well versed in Heavenkind history, politics, how the council works, likely be able to read a lot of high-level books, and of course being knowledgeable about dragonkind. Ah, that sounds rather difficult. Omari frantically shook his head. No, I think you can do it. I'll talk to Master Kai and Master Bedros about it and recommend you. As long as you don't need to write a letter of recommendation or something. Besides, if Cam wants to help me, he'll have to brush up on his studies too. What? Oh, so by we, it was I'll leave everything to Omari. Hair let out a slight cough to hide his chagrin. I'll be more dutiful as a knowledge keeper from now on. My specialty was supposed to be about Heavenkind anyway. Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Care. I'm still not confident I can make rational decisions on my own yet. Anyway, if I can prove to our masters that Aurelie will be a reliable ally, well, it shouldn't be hard with the accounts I'll be reporting. Something to seriously consider, Orly. It would be a role that will highly value those knightly virtues too. Probably a little less sword fighting though.
Do this.
Even so, I'm sure it'll come in handy if we ever come across another Merchant Ventures episode. But being a representative does seem to demand that I'll have to be more worldly. Kitten bedtime. Good night, kitten. Sweet dreams. Got a loud hooter outside of my apartment. He just wants to let you know he's doing well. Good night, kitten. Sweet dreams.
Right.
Maybe I should go on another journey again to build XP. No. Kara and I were startled by the outburst while Omari shook his head pleadingly. Without us? Well, I'm not sure how long you two will be gone. Omari clasped my hands tightly, his expression serious. We'll come back soon, promise. I'll work extra hard and help Kara with the transformation spell so we can travel again. Omari, she can do what she wants. Don't pretend you don't care, Kara. You did stay longer than what your master originally intended for you. Kara hastily glanced it away. I know this is selfish, but what if you leave and we can't find you? Or you get in trouble with the guild? Or, can you remain in Berry for a little longer? You can still study and refine your skills here. You didn't mind churning butter, right? My lips stretched until I couldn't hold in my laughter anymore. Oh, you two. Are you jealous that I'll be going off on some grand adventure without you? Not like we can't do the same. We've been in Oliver long enough. Mari and I would get by competently. Still have a lot to learn about Heavenkind. Hey, I know how to pay for apple tarts. Yeah, because the price was always the same. You never actually learned how to count money, which you would need to travel. And you both still can't read the job posting, so you'd be stuck. You've never slept in an inn, hired a carriage, read a map, or anything like that. And you two would still run off at the marketplace distracted by everything. Omari sheepishly pressed his fingers together. I've gotten a little better at that. He balked under our dubious stares. I have so. I let out a pretend complacent sigh. Admit it, you two would need me to help you yet again. Besides, would you actually go without me? Her meaningful smile said it all. Just don't take too long, okay? It's going to be lonely. Promise I'll wait for you two. Promise. We'll be back before you know it. Thanks. We should head back. I don't want you leaving on an empty stomach, and my dad makes the best pancakes. I would encourage you to pack an extra lunch for the road, but your diets will probably be different by then. Not Heavenkind, right, Care? Just the annoying ones. Wow, just the annoying ones. It's not anyone. Orly, what other lies did he instill in you about us? I'll sort this out. I chuckled as we headed back, ready to enjoy one more meal together. Oh my goodness. I present these offerings to pray for a safe trip and... Hey! Kara snatched one of the apple tarts I laid out in front of the dragon altar. What? They're an offering to us dragonkind, so they're obviously mine for the taking. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. I futilely tried to snatch the treat out of his outstretched arm. He placed a hand on my forehead and held me away. Omari appeared and smiled at us in amusement. Nice to see us all energetic! Despite that, there was a despondent edge to his voice, and his smile drooped. He approached the altar and, after some hesitation, knelt down and put the glass-blown ornament beside the pedestal. Kara and I immediately stopped our teasing, and I touched Omari's shoulder in concern. You're not taking it with you? No, I'll leave it here in your care for now. He smiled with resolve. You're borrowing it, Orly. I promise to come back for it. All right, I'll keep it safe until you return. He gauged the size of the cave. I'll be outside. Ken needs to be close to the altar to transform back, since his master has to completely remove the curse. Right, outside. I thought about leaving as well to give Kara some space, but I paused when I saw him pick up the discarded walking stick from long ago. He twirled it in his hands, then looked at me. This brings back a lot of memories. He poked me with it, and I shielded myself with exposed palms. Hey, hit me with that and I'll confiscate it. He laughed and turned it sideways as he presented it to me. I hugged the stick close before propping it against the altar beside Omari's blue ornament. Besides the missing apple tarts, I hoped it was a satisfying offer to the wise dragon. I stepped back, lingering close to the cave wall. Kara knelt down, then glimpsed my position. You, need to move back. Oh, right. I shuffled back a few paces. Farther. Here? No, farther. Now you're just messing with me. Have you never seen an earth dragon before? Just you and your heavenkind size, which is not an accurate representation, as you'll see in a minute. I was practically hugging the cave at the corner, expecting a flash. I shielded my eyes and slightly averted them. I could hear some mumbling, but I was too far away to comprehend it. As predicted, Kara was engulfed in a bright light, which expanded and took shape before materializing into his true form. Whoa. He's huge! Unlike the lithe and serpent-like water dragon, the earth dragon was bulky with powerful limbs, folded wings, and overlapping armor that ran down from its neck to the end of its tail. It had rock-like juts protruding from its elbows and knees. I gaped and cautiously took a step forward. The ears and the earthy tones reminded me of Care, but I'd underestimated how fearsome he would appear in his true body. Care? He took a step, his large weight causing the cave to tremble. I immediately grasped the wall, not wanting to pitifully kneel down in fear. His large eyes widened, and his next step was more cautious, like a cat getting ready to pounce. Once we strolled outside, Omari was waiting patiently and quickly approached me before eyeing Care. All ready to go? I mustered a small smile. Yeah, I'll see you two off as well. It'll be a nice walk until we reach the river. Yeah, why don't you give us a ride? Care flapped his wings indignantly. Or, your teasing is rubbing off on him. Hello, big guy! I was actually thinking the exact same thing. Can you fly me at least, please? Folded the wings and grumbled, expanding a claw in the dirt. Unless there's a mountaintop I can glide off of, my wings are pretty much useless. Gave Care a blank stare as I slowly registered the news and couldn't hide my disappointment. Aww. What do you expect from an earth dragon? That's like expecting Omari to walk on land. Hey! At least I can move around in this form. You, on the other hand. I started laughing. At first it was simply a giggle, but it soon grew into a full chuckle. I don't think it was purely from their antics, as I realized that my eyes were moist and I blinked it away. I'm really going to miss this. I wanted to ask for them to stay, question whether they really had to go back, but I knew it was hard for them too. When we reached the river, Omari took a few reluctant steps forward before he twirled around and hugged me close. Thank you for everything, Orly. I promise we'll see you again. I'll help train Care so he can transform on his own as well. Is it a difficult spell? Omari's loud sigh explained everything, and he eyed Care wearily. Dropped our arms and parted from our embrace. It'll take time. Well, now we have to explain the full situation to our masters, which will most definitely strain the relationships between dragonkind and heavenkind. Care hissed and fluttered his wings. What a hassle. But it's something they should be made aware of now before the situation potentially gets worse, or else there will be real tensions to worry about. Yup. Yeah, that makes sense. I jabbed my chest with a thumb. I'll be busy providing services to traveling merchants passing through Barry for now. I'll make sure all shipments going in and out are verified. Not as glamorous as knighthood, but I think it's important. I'll definitely consider that representative role too. Now get going, we're obviously stalling. I backed away, giving Omari some room. The mist enveloped him, and a large shape stretched and loomed before me, followed by a splash. When the fog had evaporated, Omari's neck and head were still visible from above the water. Thought occurred to me, and I motioned for Care to lower his ears. Hey Care, do me a favor. I reached up and patted his muzzle. Give Omari his beach back. His nostrils flared, but he made a small jerking motion with his head that resembled a nod. Good. If you do, I promise to visit you both, somehow. Like a puppy demanding attention, Omari nudged my shoulder with his snout, until I turned and patted it as well. Play nice, you two. We'll be fine. Take care, Orly. Satisfied, Omari retreated into the river, while Care began walking upstream. I was surprised Care didn't vocalize a goodbye. However, he glanced back momentarily. I smiled to myself. He didn't handle partings that well. Take care, Care, Omari. I fought the urge to run along with them and instead waved at them fervently until they disappeared from sight. Knowing I would break down sobbing if I continued to stand there, I returned to the cave. Okay. I smiled wistfully as I picked up the glass ornament and the crude walking stick. Once I had arranged them in front of the dragon statue, I made a prayer to the altar. Not sure if this communication works between anyone or just between dragonkind. I should have asked. How silly of me. But, please take care of these two for me. They're both important to me, and it'll be lonely without them. I have a feeling they'll be preoccupied with a lot of things before we can see each other again. Satisfied with the conclusion, I sauntered outside of the altar with Ilmari's gift in my bag and Kara's walking stick in my hand. The vivid redness of autumn had died, replaced by bare trees and a noticeable nip in the air. The heaviness I had felt in my heart disappeared, replaced instead by a strong buoyancy. I knew I would see Kara and Ilmari again, but for now, I have to finish my patrol first. Never thought I'd actually miss those. Yay! So kind of like a bittersweet ending. Oh, you get to see some sketches of them. Well, kind of a bittersweet ending, but very nice. You know, nicely wrapped up the story. You have to reboot the PC. Oh, well, hello, Julius. Welcome back. So kind of bittersweet, but you know, also really nice. Oh, these are some cute sketches of Omari. So you get to see sketches of everybody. That's cool. That's very cool. So, Oh, that's cute. So them like lying in a field. So yeah, it's like really, actually really nice. Oh, I guess that's Karen is dragon form. We get sketches of get sketches of the dragons and oh, okay. Mario Kart. Yeah, it was actually I actually really liked this one. It was actually very cute. Very enjoyable. So I was like, oh, okay. So very, very nice. I do like that you get to see sketches of everybody. Aw, that's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, that's her mom. And you know what's weird is like we never got to see her dad. Like you only saw her mom, and you never saw her dad at all, which is kind of odd. I wonder why they did it that way. Because it's a little strange, but you know, like it's just a tiny bit strange that you never got to see her dad. Yeah, like he's always like off in the background and not actually like around, so it's kind of weird. So it's kind of weird that they did it that way because like you get to see her mom, but you don't see anyone else. So it's just like, oh, okay then. It's just like, oh, okay then, that's fine. So it's just like, oh, well, like okay, that's cool. Uh, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, so that was the whole game. So nice for smuggling dragon wings for weapons. That's messed up. Yeah, and I guess like her mom. Maybe that's why her mom doesn't like them because they're butts. Because they're total butts. Total butts. Oh, there's extras. Wait, what were the extras? Oh, that's cute. You get to see all the artwork. That's really cute. Oh, there's chibi art. Chibi art? Let's see. Oh, that's cute. So you get to see all the things. That's nice. That's really nice. yeah, so hopefully they can, I guess we don't get to know. They'll get it sorted, maybe. Um, okay, so we have like an hour or two left in stream, so we can do some. Yeah. So we said we were gonna switch to Doraemon Story of Seasons. So let's do that. Let me change the game category. Um, yeah, that is really really freaking messed up. Um, doo, doo, doo. Okay, so let's switch. Yeah, so I hope everybody liked Autumn's Journey. I liked it. It was really cute. Next week is gonna be we're gonna be checking out how to take off your mask. Um, all right. Let me change the game category to Doraemon. Uh, Doraemon. Yeah, so Doraemon sequel. Yeah, the story sequel to the first Doraemon Story of Seasons. So this is Friends of the Great Kingdom. Um, so we're gonna just like putter around in there for a little bit. Do. Yeah, just want to make sure change game category so it works. So it works properly. There we go. I have to remember that game. It's really cute. Yeah, it's called Autumn's Journey. So it's called Autumn's Journey. I got the game code on Nintendo Switch, but I believe it's on Steam as well. Yeah, and thank you to Ratalaika Games for the game code because it's a really nice game. It's really cute. Um, yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, so it wasn't very long. It was only like what about three hours give or take because reading. So yeah, so very cute. Nice, short and sweet, but oh, very very cute. And and lovely. Okay, so it looks like we have a little ad break coming up, so just hang tight. We're gonna load up Doraemon. Um, we're gonna load up Doraemon. Alright, so bloop. Yeah, so Thursday night we're gonna be playing some excuse me. We're gonna be playing some Skyrim. I had a weird hiccup. It's We're gonna be playing Skyrim. We're gonna be getting back to our playthrough with our orc, Luan the orc. So we finished up. I think we're doing like some of the main story. I mean, we're of course gonna do side quests too, but okay. Oh yeah, I have two saves. Um, yeah, I think we want this one. Yeah, day 14. Um, yeah, so and then Friday, I think we're probably gonna do some Animal Crossing. We might do Dreamlight Valley. We might do both, honestly. We might do some Animal Crossing. We might do Doom, and then switch to Dreamlight Valley. I'm not sure. Uh, like just like do like do one like vacation home design and switch. Um, or we might do Dreamlight Valley next week. I don't know. We'll see how I feel, but Thursday for sure is Skyrim. And the next week we're gonna be we are going to be checking out Ragnarok. Yeah, because over the weekend I'm gonna hopefully finish it. I've been taking my time with it, but I think I'm like kind of like almost at the end, like somewhere in the middle, like middle end. Yeah, and it's just to avoid spoilers, so that way when I play it on stream and somebody tries to spoil it, I'll already know what happened. I'm trying to remember what we were doing in Doraemon. Uh, I'm trying to remember. Looking for Golgmir's hammer. Uh, I'm trying to remember. Wait, oh right, we have to go to bed. Yes, stay up. Yes, go ahead. Stay up all night, Nobi. Party, 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 party. Um. Okay, so we got. Hey. Oh, did we ship some bugs? I guess we did. Um. I guess we did. Or maybe we'll play more Doraemon on Friday. I guess we'll see. Hooray!
よーしやるぞ
Woo! Everybody's like, yay, party. Okay, so we got, all right, let me see, let me look at the calendar. Okay, so we're day 15. So there's this one, okay, the day your horse stable would be finished. And then the day after is the fishing contest. Okay, I don't know how that's gonna work, but all right. Alright, so let's go outside. Okay, so we gotta water all our things, right? Water everything. Oh right, we have to. Didn't I improve this watering can? I don't remember. I guess we have to upgrade it. I think this means our peas are gonna be ready. I guess we're gonna have to remember the peas for that one. Okay. Yeah, but the name of the game we just played, so it is a visual novel game. And it is called Autumn's Journey. Yeah, so, you know, not very long. I'm not sure how to take off your mask is. I think that's a few hours too. Alright. I could have sworn I upgraded this watering can. Maybe I didn't. Okay, so we will harvest those peas in a minute. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of the other Story of Seasons. Friends of Mineral Town. That watering can I did upgrade. This one I haven't really so much. So we're just gonna have to do it old school. Right, so we got, I think these are our strawberries. I think these are our strawberries, so we're just gonna bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, not a bad way. Okay, so we got this. Okay, seriously, what does Doraemon do all day? Yeah, morning Nobi, he says. Like, what does he do all freaking day? Right? Like, he's just like, oh, Nobi, you have to run the farm. You have to do all this by yourself. Can you handle it? And it's just like, does he actually do anything? Okay, so these are strawberries. We're just, yeah, and then he gets gradually just gets dirtier and dirtier as he waters, which is so weird. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we got this. My hopes. Okay, nope. I don't remember what all I planted. I know we planted peas and, or was it green beans? It was something. I keep having to run back and forth to harvest everything. Oh boy. Alright. I don't remember what this was. Okay, so I have like a bunch of strawberries. We have peas. I think I basically planted things that I could harvest multiple times. So that we could do everything. We could have more things to do. Although it's already 8 a.m. and we have not finished this heckin' field. Alright. Okay, so this was, oh right, these were cucumbers. Right. We have a bunch of cucumbers. No, Nobi, no. That was not the time to take a break. He's like, but I'm sleepy. Like, no. We gotta water these cucumbers, buddy. Like, damn it. He's like, this is hard. Yeah. Well, like, life is hard, buddy. It's like, I hard disagree. Like, life is hard. Alright. Grab the watering can. Let's grab the watering can. And now we'll go here. Alright, yeah, so what we might do is, you know, putter around in this game for like an hour. Because I don't know, I'm feeling like really tired today. You know, an hour or two. Okay, so the thing is like nobody can take a nap in the middle of the field during the day. Apparently he can nap anywhere. Which is, I guess, kind of a talent. Right, there we go. Everything is watered. Let's this. Okay. Now we can harvest our crops. Okay, so these are the peas that we planted. Okay, whoops. Okay, so we got this. And we got this. There we go. Okay, so. Alright, we had some things from the other day. Okay. Honestly, I feel like he's better off like taking a nap in the bed. That way he's not covered in mud. This is so weird. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna have him take a nap. Alright, yeah, let's do till 11 for him. That will give him back some stamina. I mean, not a lot, but, you know, a little. So, we'll do that, and we'll just go outside. Okay, where are we now? Okay, so let me see where we are on the map. No, not right. So the map is there. So Doraemon is wandering around the mountain. And then we have the mine entrance. So we have to what the farm. Can we go? Which way should we go? I guess let's go up this way. We're here at Moo Moo Lane. I wonder if we can upgrade his watering can. Okay, so oh my gosh. Just running so slowly. Alright, so he runs so slowly and it's just kind of a little bit frustrating because we can't like really fast travel. Alright, so let's grab that. Okay, so who else? Okay, where are we? There's this. I don't think we have enough wood yet for things. Okay, so did I go in a circle? Oh, okay. Oh right, I wanted to go there. Never mind. Wanted to go there because I want to see and upgrade his watering can. Okay, upgrade tool. Oh, I did upgrade it. Make copper watering can. Wait, I have a copper watering can. Copper axe. Oh, can I make a better hammer? Not enough material. Oh, we need silver ore. Yeah, because the thing is like, I think Wait. Nothing catches riches? Alright then. Okay. I was trying to see about watering can. Oh, okay, we're getting a cutscene with the sun. Thank you, doll. Yo! Practicing your smithing again today? Yeah, the old man's gone out, so I finally have the place to myself. Did you need something from him? Yeah, but it can wait. Hey, what are you making? A pick. What's got you so curious? I was just interested in seeing how the tools I use get made. Oh, that's actually kind of, yeah, that's a good point. You know, nice to learn something new. Nice to learn something new. Okay, it's like I was interested in seeing how the tools I use get made. Aha, well in that case, feel free to sit back and watch. You don't mind? Not at all. In fact, I've been itching to show someone what I can do. Awesome! Okay, well that's nice. There we go. All done. Wow, let me see. Wow, it's an actual real pig. What do you mean an actual real pig? Did you forget an actual real blacksmith? Oh, what do we have here? You made something? Dad, give her here. Okay. Hey, don't show it to him. Why not? He can give you a better opinion on it than I can. I told you I don't need his opinion. Okay. Wow, this is crap. Wow, that is so rude. See, what did I tell you? Crap, what's wrong with it? It looks just fine to me. Ah, that's because you don't have the eye for this sort of thing. A true craftsman can tell whether a tool's good or bad at just a glance. And I can tell you this ain't nothing more than a waste of iron. I mean, I'm sorry, can he at least give him some constructive criticism on what's wrong with it? Oh boy. Isn't it a little mean to say it like that? This is what you were up to this whole time. You've got a long way to go before you'll be a blacksmith. Keep at it though. Wahahaha. Okay, wait, you didn't even tell us what was wrong with it. See, he doesn't care. He's never given me a single useful piece of advice. Honestly, I can understand why Godai doesn't want to talk. Godai doesn't want to, talk to him. I mean, that seems like so mean. Like, why did his dad say it in such a mean way? I'd like to slap that guy, please, right? And he's just like, it's crap. And then he doesn't even tell him, like, where there's a flaw or what's wrong with it or how he can improve. It's just like, how is he supposed to learn if you don't teach him? You want him to be a blacksmith like you, yet you're not willing to, like, tell him, like, hey, this pickaxe could be improved and here's why. Instead of saying, oh, it's crap. Like, seriously? What a jerk. Gets on your nerves, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't blame you for getting mad if he talks to you like that. Right? Like, it's so rude. Still, I wonder what he felt was wrong with it. Oh, he probably just said it's junk because he didn't even care enough to look at it properly. You think so? Even if he did find something wrong with it, though, you'll never get better if he won't tell you what. Oh, he really gets under my skin. Hey, how about this? If you don't mind, I could use the tools you make. You? What for? I don't know anything about smithing, but I use Gogmir's tools all the time. Maybe I'll notice a difference. So what do you say? I might take you up on that. If the old man won't help, ask what an actual customer thinks is probably a good way to go about it. Well, since he already called this one junk, I'll make you a new pick and bring it over. Okay, I'll look forward to it. Yay! Yeah, that was just so harsh. If befriended Gogmiri, like, it just seemed really, really harsh. Okay, so the watering can. Oh yeah, I do need to level it up. What do you need? Upgrade a tool. Okay, so we're gonna get a copper watering can. Yes. Yes! Ta-da! Okay, so... Oh, I'm out of... Okay. I'm out of things. Copper fishing rod? Yes. Okay. There we go. Never mind. Alright, so we got a copper fishing rod and a copper watering can. Say hello to your new watering can. This one's sturdier, so you can really go to town with it. Okay, so we gotta hold Y to charge up, right? So basically like the others. Basically like the others. Okay, I gotta be careful or I might drain myself out. Yeah, typical. That seems typical. Okay, keep in mind, you can move around while charging, but you can't begin charging without standing still first. Stand still to power my shower. Got it. That's all for me. Knock yourself out. Yep, got it. And then we also have the fishing rod. Okay, was that it? Was it? And nothing special about the fishing rod? Okay, I see how it is. Well, we got it done. Yay us. Alright, should we go try out Ron? Okay. So maybe okay, wait, how much money do we have? We have 6,000 gold. Oh my god. Alright. Let's go to the beach. Do you want to go to the beach? Let's get some things for our backpack. Alright, let's see here. No, okay, wait, I can't remember what building was over here. Oh, right, it's still empty. It says Luana's house, but I'm not sure if we've even met her. So I guess we'll go to the beach. And see what we can catch. Okay, so if we go to the pier. Okay, whoops. Okay, so we got... Where's the fishing rod? Okay, there we go. Okay. That's weird. Why won't it let me fish? Let's grab this. Oh, I had to be standing in a certain area. Okay. Alright, so got this. Alright. Any minute now, we're gonna get fish. Maybe. What kind of fish did we get this time? Threadtail filefish. Oh. I think I've caught that one before. Many times. Many times. Yeah, I think we're probably gonna end at 4 because I'm bleak. Because I am having issues with my arthritis right now. Okay, should we fish some more? Yes, we should fish some more. Buy some more fish. Buy some more fish. Yes. Fish in the ocean. Buy more fish from the ocean. Yes. And then we can sell those. Okay, where do we go? Okay, horse mackerel. Alright, so let's see. Where is here? Okay, so I think this leads back to our farm, maybe? Okay, there we go. Oh, actually, this doesn't lead back to the farm, but we can go foraging. Yeah, so it's like, once we go farming, once we get all the farming stuff, we can just run around, go foraging, fishing. But of course, gathering materials for things. Okay. Oh, there's some cattails over there. We can sell those. Okay, so we'll just go around this way. Right. So, okay, so that's up on the mountain, I think. Oh, it's near the mines. Yeah. Huh, I could have sworn. Okay, so we're just kind of puttering. so if we go around, oh, there we go. I was like, I know there was a plum tree around here. Yeah, so now we can put these in our backpack. Alright, there we are. Okay, so I'm trying to remember which way this leads to. Right, okay, so we're gonna go over here. Right, so just gonna go downhill. Oh, okay, we're back on the beach again. We're back on the beach again. Yeah, there aren't really like a lot of seashells like there were in the first game, which is kind of annoying. Okay, now we're on the farm. Down on the farm. Right, so. Wait, so we have like a whole bunch of things to sell. Right, oh, okay, that's where she is. Okay, and so we'll just go over here. Wait, did all our stuff get sold already? Oh. It did. Okay, well, I guess this stuff can get sold the next day, right? Gosh, I'm sorry, my eyes are bugging me. Basically my body is just falling apart today. My allergies are bothering me. Dealing with an arthritis flare up. Yeah, my legs are hurting a bit, and I know that's because of the arthritis. I might need to go take some aspirin. Just ease it up a little bit. Okay, so let's put the fish. The fish goes in the bin. Wait, this is the right? Okay. I was just like, this is the right one, right? Wait. Did I? Wait, where did I put everything? Well, it's not that. What the heck? Did I put it in like a bottom bin? Okay, that's just weird. I mean, that's weird, I guess. I don't know. I guess I scrolled down really far, which is kind of freaking odd. But alright. Well, as long as everything gets sold, it's probably fine. Okay, let's see if we can go a different way. Oh, right, we were trying to also save up for house expansion thing. Because I think that then locks us having a kitchen. Okay, let's see where we are now. So we're foraging. Okay, so anything around here? No. Alright, so we got this. Got this, and alright. And then... okay, that's where I was before. So we still can't go into like the scary dark place. Yeah, because Nobi doesn't like it. He's scared of the dark. Which I get, you know, he's a little kid. Okay, so there's bees. I haven't really found like a lot of insects yet, which is weird. I found some, but not everything. Not everything. Well, we'll just head back. Okay, so we'll go like so. Mingle Creek. Yeah, so the thing is like they don't eat together until something like 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night, which is kind of odd, but Okay, so we will put. Okay, so she's still working on. Oh, I think we are getting an upgrade to the house. I'm not sure. Alright, so this guy's here. So I go hello. So we will put all of this in the, yeah. Put it in here, there we go. And now we get paid. And now we get paid. Okay. We're just gonna rush to the next day. Like, wait, we are? Like, yeah, we are. Okay, so the next day, when is our stable built? Oh, okay, so we got a couple more days. And yeah, so I think we're gonna go until the fishing tournament, and then I think I'm gonna call it. Because yeah, like everything I hate that my body does this. And it just this winter seems to be like really freaking colder than usual, so it's affecting a lot of things. Okay, so what do we get? Okay, can we skip this? Yeah, we can skip. Skip. We got stuff to do. Alright. So we're gonna have a stable and a horse. Yay! 2000, get closer to Gogmir and Godot. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Professor Plum? Good day to you, newbie! Minister Plumsworth, what are you doing here? Word has reached my ears that you have been working rather hard on the farm. As such, I have come bearing a gift to reward your efforts. Oh, what is it? Let's see, Doraemon called it the searching cane, I believe. Oh, the searching cane? Oh, again? The searching cane? Awesome. But wait, does Queen Lucinda know about this? Heavens, no, I took the liberty upon myself. I may have broken a few rules in doing so, though. Consider this an old man's way of encouraging today's youth to push onward. And promise me you shall continue to support Prince Loomis with his affairs here on the farm. Of course. Excellent. Now I have left the searching cane with Doraemon. You may speak with him if you ever require it. Thanks, Mr. Plumsworth. Minister Plumsworth. You didn't thank me, dear boy, but do keep up the good work. Wait, what does the searching cane do again? I think it's like basically lets you find anyone. Something like that. Wait, where is Doraemon? Doraemon. Does whatever. Wait, where is he? Is he gone already? Oh, see, he's still on the farm somewhere. Somewhere on the farm? I have no idea. I have no idea. Alright, well, let's try out this new bad boy copper watering can. Let's see how this works. Okay, it does like two spaces. Yeah, I think Thursday we're playing Skyrim. I don't know. So Friday, I don't know. We'll do like a relaxing game for Friday. Honestly, we might play more Doraemon. Alright, so we got this. Alright, so yeah, I don't know, or maybe we'll do a poll for Friday night, like what chill relaxing game do we play? It looks like these daisies are almost ready. Okay, so yay. Daisies are almost ready. There we go. Hooray! Haven't really done anything. Okay, so we just basically charge it? Wait, oh, I think we have to stand in the middle. Yeah, it definitely does take up like more of our stamina to do this. I wish they would like let us craft like sprinklers like they do in Stardew. Um, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so oh, I missed a square. Right, there we go. Alright, so let's dunk our things in the water. Yeah, I'm not sure like what we're supposed to do with the searching cane, and it just seems like so much of the stuff takes up so much space in our inventory. There we go, just watering. So if we stand here, I mean, on the one hand, that is convenient, but on the other hand, he already has like limited stamina as it is. Okay. So here we go again. Alright, oh man. Okay, so just like this. So I think the copper watering can also carries more water. Um Pretty sure. Well, there's Sue. Probably from the IRCC to talk to. What do you think? Yeah, she seems fine. Great. So we got this. Alright, so these are our cucumber plants. Apparently are ready. Hmm. Alright, so like this. And last field. Last field. Okay, so there we go. Alright. Okay, so these are more cucumbers. Oh, looks like we can harvest the cucumbers now. Alright, I'm sorry y'all. I'm like just like wiped out. Okay. So let's water. Oops. Alright, so now it looks like we can harvest these. Yep. So yay! So we're gonna sell some cucumbers. Alright, we're gonna harvest some cucumbers and okay, next field. Field. There we go. My throat is getting kind of scratchy too. I have water though, so that's helping. Probably from all of the voice acting, well, all of the reading, but you know, fun time. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yep, gotta get rid of the weeds too. Alright, so let's see what we've got. Okay, so 20 cucumbers. So 20 cucumbers. And some weeds that we don't need anymore. Alright. Okay, so yeah, it took us longer than we thought. Okay, so let's make the kid go take a nap. Yeah, I have to like I try to give him like a couple hours for a nap. Yeah, so he can at least get some hearts. Okay. I think I can't remember if it was today or the next day. Oh, it's the next day that his horse stable's gonna be done. Okay, so now, okay, can we do this? He's like, I could sure use a break. And it was like, gotta break these rocks. So yeah, so that break, kind of break these, but probably need like a mithril hammer. Okay, so the blocks can go in building stuff right here. Okay, so where should we take him now? Alright, so no. I wonder if we should go foraging or fishing. Okay, so we can either go foraging or fishing. We'll just kind of putter around on the beach. Right, so maybe we go down this way. Right, so we're on the beach again. Yeah, the one thing I'm disappointed by is I'm not like seeing a lot of seashells on the beach. And usually, you know, those have like a ton of things. But so far nothing. Which is kinda disappointing. That's kinda disappointing. So, okay, so I guess we can do more fishing. Right? I take him to the mines, but I have a feeling the mines are more like rainy day kind of weather. Okay, so we're not in the right spot for fishing. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so go here. Maybe we have to go to where the fish are. Right, so let's see if we get any fish. Okay, and oh, it's the same fish that we got yesterday. Well then. Well then. Alright. Okay, so let's catch more fish. Gotta make the most of each day. Okay, and there we go. We caught a sea bass. Bass. All the sea bass. All the sea bass in the world. And then, okay, so let's just get some fish today. Get all kinds of fish. All kinds of fish. Any kind of fish. Some sort of fish. No. No fish. Aha! Horse mackerel? Okay. Got horse mackerel. No seashell. Right, well where are we now? Oh wait, can we pick this up? Oh yeah, coral! I think we can actually sell the coral for a lot of money. Oh yeah, I forget what this thing is. Oh okay, this goes into town. This goes into town. So where do we go? Oh, right. I guess we could get some food. Maybe. Alright, let's see. What can we eat?
いらっしゃい
Okay, have a meal. We can do gratin, pot au feu. Ooh, let's do macaroni and cheese.
いただきますごちそう
Okay,
さ
there
ま
we
でした
go. Buy cookware? Oh. Oh yeah, we were gonna wait until we can expand our house. I forget how much it is. I forget how much it is for the house. I forget how much it is for the house. We probably I forget if I think they're closed. I think they're closed on Tuesdays. So we're just gonna see what we can do. Gonna see what we can do and pot around. Actually, I know we said Skyrim for Thursday night, but honestly, would y'all be cool if we played more Doraemon for Thursday night stream? I feel bad that we didn't really get a good like chunk of it done. And maybe we can do like Skyrim and God of War and Ragnarok next week. I don't know. I feel like this week has been dragging. Like we finished the first God of War. And, you know, we did some cool indie games. So ta-da! Okay, which way? Which way? Which way? Which way? Okay, if we go out, there's supposed to be a way to get there. Oh, Chitter Chirp Woods, I think, is near the Roaring Caverns. Yeah, honestly, like, I do want to play Skyrim and I do want to get back to it, but honestly, I feel like I want to play more Doraemon for Thursday night stream. Oh man. Why can't we run? Like, seriously, why can't we run? Did you really slow down to a crawl, Nobi? What the heck? I'm okay with more Doraemon? Okay. Yeah, I just feel bad because I'm like, oh yeah, Skyrim, and I'm just like, well, actually, honestly, I'm feeling Doraemon a little more. I know it's like a quieter game, and you know, but I like these kinds of games as much as I love Skyrim and you know and RPGs. Oh right, I totally went past their house. Well, that's irritating. That's irritating. Chitter Chirp Woods. Wait, no, this is Chitter Chirp Woods. Where is the... Okay, this is the granny's house. Wait, this is her house. And then we go... Oh, it's over here. Oh, hey Loomis. I think they're open. Pretty sure they're open. Hey. Welcome. What do you need? By decor? Oh. Decor. Oh, wait, that's right. I can't do anything yet until the stable is ready. I can't do anything until the stable is ready, okay. Hiya, everyone! How can you not understand something so simple? I get it already. You can stop repeating yourself any time now. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, are they fighting? Oh, they're fighting. Are they at it again? Uh-huh. Pressure's on today, even more so than usual. More than usual? The chair needs to be as light as possible so she can actually lift it. Only even you can grasp that. I do get it, but like I said, she isn't even going to want it if it looks as plain as it does now. I mean, it's grand. Don't you want to make something that feels a little more special? Oh, they're making a chair for her. Granny Smith said she needed a new armchair, so they're trying to settle on a design. Oh, that's what's going on. And they love her so much, they're both convinced they know what's best. I guess that explains it. It's always the same with you, always on and on about usability or whatever. You never want to experiment. You're such a bore. At this rate, your skills are going to stagnate real quick. At least I am capable of keeping the needs of our clientele in mind, unlike a certain someone. Wow. Or perhaps you think we're doing this for ourselves and not our customers. Are you truly that unprofessional? You're such a... I oughta... Oh dear. Oh, they are gonna fight. They're gonna throw down. This is getting out of hand. Oh my gosh. Oh, Nobi, wait! Stop fighting already! Nobi? Listen, I don't know how much you heard, but it's because Oliver can't help but run his darn mouth off. Only because you refuse to understand the words that come out of my mouth to begin with. I understand them just fine. What about you though? It's like I'm speaking a foreign language. Oh no. I said stop it. I know, like don't fight in front of the kid, dang. If you're just gonna keep fighting over this chair, why don't you both make it by yourselves? Oh, by ourselves? Yeah. You can just make your own separate chair so you don't end up arguing all day long. That's fine by me. I can't stand listening to this blockhead anymore anyway. Maybe it's for the best that I handle this by myself. At least we won't let Gran down. Buddy, I was just about to say that myself. There's no way this is going to turn out right with you involved. That settles it then. We'll each handle this as we best see fit. Huh, fine. In fact, I'll do you one better. Why don't we have ourselves a little competition? See who's better. Oh god, Mom, Dad, please stop fighting. I know, the kids are like, please stop. What? Competition? I mean, whoever comes out on top of this was clearly right all along. Fine by me. Maybe then you'll finally come to your senses. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Have y'all ever, you know, asked Gran? Right? I'm just like, holy shit. Ray, look what you went and did. I didn't think it would turn into a competition. But it might actually go better now that they're not fighting, right? I don't know. I don't see this ending well in the slightest. Why not? Just a hunch. Guess we'll find out soon enough. I mean, it might be okay. Oh dear. Befriended Oliver. Did I befriend Oliver? It doesn't feel like I befriended Oliver. It feels like bad shit happened. Great, so much for that. I'm supposed to stay focused when you keep talking. I don't know, you big beluga. He's just like, wow, that's heckin' rude. I don't know, you big beluga. It's just like they ran around and played because they didn't want any responsibility, and then they left Nobi with the work. And then they complain. And it's just like, are you joking? Are you joking? Like, excuse me? Like, excuse me, sir. What? Yeah, like him and freaking Snitch, you know, or Sneech, tomato, like ran off to play and explore and have fun. And then they leave Nobi with all the work. And I'm just like, how are they his friends? They seem like they're kind of dicks. Like, Sue's the only one that's nice. And it's just like, oh, okay. Hey, you, give Search King. Here you go. I'm glad I can finally hand it over to you. Ta-da! Got Searching Cane. Okay. What does this do again? Oh, I think this finds people, right? I think this finds people. Do you know how to use the Searching Cane? That gadget helps you find someone you're looking for. Once you pick someone, it'll point in their direction. Use it when you need to find one of us, or even someone else from the town. Okay. Searching Cane can show you which direction a selected resident is in. It can be used indefinitely from an item slot. Oh, okay. So I guess we can find anyone on the map now? Alright, so Searching Cane, where is it? Oh, okay. So Searching Cane. So we could do this. Searching Cane! Ta-da! Okay, I guess let's find Loomis. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Um, okay, so Loomis is this way. I know, they really should have asked Grant. Okay, wait, no, it's this way? Oh, no, it's this way. So it's like a freaking dowsing rod? This is so weird. Wait, now it's back this way? Oh. Make up your mind! Why are you going? Really? Not here. Oh, there he is. Remove searching cane. Oh, remove searching cane. Hi, Loomis.
どうかな
Why don't you explore the town a little? I was doing that, but yeah. Okay, so I was noticing some like glistening spots in the field. Oh, it's a building. Okay, so it's building stones. Okay, so it's this one. Clamshell in the middle of a field? Kinda weird. But okay, I guess. Okay, so our stable should be ready the next day, and then we can maybe upgrade our house. Yay, $3,000. What we really need is a teleportation device or something. Okay, we're on Moo Moo Lane. Okay, so that's the guards that collects things. Okay, okay, so I guess let's put stuff in the bin. Like the weird clamshell we found. Alright, and then we got this. Yeah, so yeah, because I'm feeling pretty tired, so we're gonna go until the fishing festival. Okay, so ta-da! Okay, so the next day should be should be the day our stable is done. Okay, so how much did we get? Oh, that's why. I guess like the fish were worth a lot more. Which is interesting. So let's see here. The next day. The next day. Okay, we're just gonna skip this. Yeah, skip. Yeah. It's like we're eating food. Woo. Okay, so our stable should be done because we told, yes, built a horse stable. So yeah, so now we should be able to upgrade the house a little bit. Ta-da! Guess we should check it out. Oh, here we go. And that's one stable all ready to go. That was fast. Thanks, Phil. Mary's waiting for you inside. She came running over when she found out we were nearly done. Okay, I'll go in and see her. Oh, right. I think we have to get a brush for our horse. Oh my god, she's so cute. Hey, Nobi, Belle told me you put up a horse stable. Hey now, Mary, did you bring the horse? I thought you... Wait, where's the horse? Try whistling. Whistling? What for? Never mind why, just give me a nice big toot. Come on. Okay. And oh, we have a horse. Whoa, it came running over. Yep, it'll come to you whenever you whistle. Hop on your horse and it will take you around super fast. Oh my god, we can ride all over town. Don't try to go in your house on horseback though, you won't fit. And don't worry, it's clever enough to find its way back to the stable no matter where you get off. I'll do my best. It can get sick if you leave it out on rainy days though, so keep it in the stable when the weather is bad. Okay, I'll try not to saddle it when it's raining too much. Besides riding it, you can also talk to it and brush its mane. Make sure you give it lots of love and attention, Kay? Okay. And that's all the advice I have. But before I go, you should name it. You want me to name it? Of course, it's going to be your horse after all. Huh, what should I name it? I don't know. What should we name our horse? And nothing food related, like, you know, weird, like delicious. um so let's see. Let's see. Uh let's see. So what should we name our horse? I don't know. I think eventually we get a dog. Hi Lilo, Epona. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, let's name it Epona. Epona. Oh, oopsie. I can spell, I swear. I swear I can spell. Silver, like Hio Silver? Let's call you Epona. Yes. I know, let's call it Epona. I love it. Treat Epona well, okay? I will. You can keep a single horse as a pet. Riding it will let you travel faster, however you can't go inside while you're on your horse. Okay, so we press the minus symbol so that it'll come running. So it will come running. Like, yes, I will come running and you're welcome. And it's just like, oh, okay. So, alright then. Alright then. Yeah, go follow Lilo. Go say hello. Okay, next. Talking to it or giving it treats will raise its affection level. If you leave it out in the rain, it might fall sick. Yeah, so like in the Story of Seasons and Stardew, well, in Stardew, the animals put themselves to bed. But yeah, and in games like Story of Season and like the original Harvest Moon games, yeah, if you leave the animals out and it's cold or it's rainy, they can get sick. So you have to make sure that, you know, it's a rainy day or it's a day where there's like a lot of snow. you have to put them in the barn. Chance has the zoomies as cats do. Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, Lilo, I appreciate you. Yeah, I noticed the name change. I noticed the name change the last time, and I didn't mention it because because at first I was like, it's the same Lilo, right? And I was like, oh yeah, it's the same Lilo. Yeah, so, but yeah, Lilo's always really nice, and I lurk a lot in her streams, especially on the weekends when I can't sleep. Yeah, for some reason, like Sunday night, I have a hard time falling asleep, so I just lurk in Lilo's stream and just, you know, and just watch, you know, like Sims builds and, you know, Stardew and all the cozy things. Same Lilo. Yeah, it's just like, well, okay, be sure to buy medicine for it at Stacy's clinic. Wait, is she? I didn't think she was an animal doctor. I thought she was like a doctor. She's an animal doctor too. She's like, I'm an all-around doctor. She's like, I doctor the humans and the people and the animals. Nay, he's like, hello, neighbor. There's a good girl, Epona. Oh, Epona's a girl? Okay, well, I almost said, well, who's a good boy? And I was like, oh, Epona's a girl. Okay. There's a good girl, Epona. Hey, I know, since it's such a nice day, why don't we take a run around the farm? It must feel cramped in the stable all the time. Let's give you some fresh air. Yes, horses like to run. You have to let them run. Does that sound good? Okay, let me on. Oh my god, Epona's like, hell no! Hi ho, Epona! Whee! Oh dear. Oh my goodness. That horse is gonna be so tired. Horses are so fast. I feel like the wind. Having fun, Epona? Nay. Oh god. Huh? Oh gosh. What's wrong? You seem tired. Yeah? Are you sick? I hope not. I guess I should take you to Mary. Oh boy. It's his first day with a horse and he already messed this up. Sorry. Hmm. What do you think?
心配しないで。
No need to worry. She definitely isn't sick.
よかった。
Really? Woo, that's a relief. What's the problem then? Does she not like me? Oh, she's just like, first of all, how dare you? That's not it either. Epona definitely likes you. Really? You can tell how a horse feels about you by looking at their eyes. See the way she looks at you?
心配しない
So don't worry, she likes you just fine. Then... Oh, you just wore her out. Yep, with your big kid energy. Maybe she didn't like it when you made her run. Oh, but don't all horses like to run? No. Most, yes, no, but not all of them. You know, like one of my aunt's horses, his name was Blue. Blue hated everything and everyone. And you could not make that horse do anything. I'm not even joking. Like he was kind of an, yeah, according to my grandmother, her exact words was Blue was an asshole. Like you could not make that horse do anything. And I remember asking about a mark, like a scar on my grandmother's foot that looked like a horseshoe print. Blue did that to my grandmother on purpose. And I was just like, wait. I was like, why do you have a horseshoe print on your foot? I was like, I've always wondered about that, Gran. And she laughed and she explained Blue was an asshole. I tried to eat my quote once. Yeah, because they were helping my aunt out because we had such a big backyard. Right, so Blue was in the backyard while my aunt was moving, right, and they were moving to like a bigger farm, right, because she also got goats and ducks and but Blue only liked my aunt because she would scold him and then he'd like have this look on his face like, but aw, mom, right, and I was just, and my grandmother said, so it was before, you know, she's like, you were, you know. He's like, you were away, right? It was when I was really little, so I don't remember it. But apparently, Blue stepped on my grandmother's foot, okay? And he was a big horse. He was a big freaking horse. And a horse standing on your foot, on your, right? And she said it was summer, so she had sandals on. So your feet are kind of bare, and you have this huge ass horse standing on your foot. Right? And my grandmother is yelling at him, you know, like, Blue, get off my foot. Blue, you're standing on my foot. And he kept eating grass and just looked at my grandmother, right? My grandmother said that horse, he's like, was an asshole. He's like, he looked at me. So the horse looked her dead in the eyes and gave her this look like, oh, okay. And kept eating and still stood on, like, he totally did it on purpose. My grandmother swears up and down he did it on purpose. He's like, he completely did it on purpose. Stood on her foot and move. Ouch times a million. Yeah. And my aunt was there, you know, apparently like, you know, getting, you know, giving them supplies for Blue. She's like, you know, the move's almost done. And she's talking to my grandfather, right? And she said, my grandmother says, apparently my grandfather and my aunt hear my grandmother in the backyard yelling, like screaming Blue's name. Like she's trying to shove him off, right? Like she said she tried to shove him off her foot. And she's like, it was like he was a freaking brick wall. She's like, she's like, this damn horse, he wouldn't move. It's like, he wouldn't move. And he's still standing on my foot. And just like, and he's heavy. Like, cause he's a big horse. And I'm just sitting there laughing, going, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's like, so what happened? Right? And she tells me my aunt comes marching out, right? Comes marching out into the yard and she starts yelling Blue's name. Right? She's like, Blue? Yeah. And she said my aunt snaps her fingers at the horse, right? She said she snapped her fingers at Blue. She goes, Blue, get off her, right? And she said he reacted like he had been smacked because he immediately moved his hoof. And my grandmother said she's like limping away going, oh my God, right? And then she said my aunt is standing in front of him and wagging a finger in his face. And she said if he was a little kid, she's like, I swear it would be like him like hanging his head and looking ashamed because she said that's exactly what Blue looked like. And he started kind of like pawing at the ground because she said my aunt was wagging a finger in his face and scolding him, telling him that is not a nice thing to do. You did a very bad thing. That is not a good thing to do, Blue. Why would you do that, Blue? She was like, I am very mad at you, Blue. Yeah, so my grandmother said she's like scolding him for like a good 5 minutes. She's like, the horse is like pawing the ground and looking away from my aunt like, aw, mom, aw. I was like, oh my god. And I was like, was your foot okay? And my grandmother said, it's a miracle. She's like, my foot was not broken. Nothing was broken. And she's like, but I had this big freaking hoof print in my foot. Yeah, and she had to go to the doctor to get it checked out. And she said her doctor, our family doctor was just like, explain to me again what happened. With like why you have like a horseshoe print in your foot, right? It was definitely a miracle that her foot was not broken, right? But yeah, the doctor said it is gonna leave like a scar, right? Because it was just like a really deep imprint. Because he stood on her foot for like a good freaking 5 to 10 minutes while she's screaming at him. And I was like, oh my god. Yeah, but the thing is like he loved my aunt. Like my aunt was the only one he liked. And apparently he loved her, and he would listen to her. So when she yelled at him to move, to get off her, he did it immediately. Like, oh shit, my mom's here. Uh-oh. Yeah, and he got scolded, and she even made the horse apologize to my grandmother. Yeah, I thought that was funny too. And I was like, wait, really? Yeah, she said that my aunt yelled at Blue. It was like, you go apologize to Auntie right now. Like, right now, Blue. Right? And yeah, and I was just like, so what happened? And she said Blue actually walks over to my grandmother and just kind of like headbutts her arm, like really gently, like, oh, like, sorry. Right? And he gave like a little snort, right? And I guess it was like Blue being sarcastic. That's what my grandmother said. She said he gave this little like snort that sounded like, there, I did it. Yeah, and she said my aunt scolded him again. She's like, you apologize the right way, Blue. She's like, or no more snacks. Right? She's like, no extra snacks, Blue. Right? And I was just like, oh, right. And she said the horse like looks at my aunt, right? Like turned around like, what? And she said my aunt stares at him and says, I mean it, Blue. You apologize nicely. She's like, or no extra snacks. I was like, oh man. Yeah, right. And she says the horse lets out this snort and then just kind of puts his head down against my grandmother's face, right? And my grandmother said then he did it even more gently, just a little like rubbing his head against her face. And so she very gently patted him, and he's like, okay, Blue, thank you for the apology, right? And then he gave a little snort. And my aunt, yeah, and she says my aunt tells him, okay, Blue, you can go now, right? And he just like ran off, like he just trotted off. I'm just like, so he's like a big freaking kid. And she's like, yeah, he was a freaking kid. He's like, the horse was an asshole. But yeah, he's like, when it came to your aunt, he loved her. And so he was like a really giant kid. Just like and he never ever wanted my aunt to be mad at him or disappointed at him. Yeah, because when my aunt said, I'm mad at you, Blue, my grandmother said he looked sad. Like, she's like, I swear he looked sad. He was just like, ah, crap. He's like, Mom's mad at me. And I was like, yeah, wow. Yeah, and the thing is like, you could not get him to run because, yeah, my aunt could get him to run. But yeah, one of the people that was like helping out at the farm, anytime they tried, she's like, hey, can you run Blue? Blue would not run. Right? Like, yeah, she said one of the farmhands was like, come on, Blue, we gotta go outside. I was like, come on, let's do a run. And yeah, and she said, my grandmother told me about, because they came to visit, right? And I remember Blue when I was a kid too. He was older, and he was still apparently as stubborn as ever, right? And my grandmother was just like, oh, that's really funny. He doesn't usually like anyone. Yeah, because Blue walked up to me and he let me pet him. And she's like, he doesn't really like anybody except your aunt, but he was nice to me. And I think I was like in 5th grade when I met Blue. Yeah, and it was just like, really? And she's like, yeah, he hates everybody. She's like, he hates everybody except for your aunt. Yeah, and the funny thing is I watched one of the farmhands that was like, helping one of the farmhands that was helping my aunt. And she said, hey, she's like, I gotta take care of some of the other horses. And she's like, Blue needs to go for a run. We need to, and I watched this poor guy try to get Blue to run, and he wouldn't do it because he was just like, come on, Blue. He's like, come on, and he did like the clicking noises, like come on, Blue, let's go. And Blue kind of like turns his head and looks at the guy, and just, I swear I have never seen a horse look so disdainful before. Just utter disdain on his face, like, oh, you think I'm running for you? I don't think so. Right? And then he just turned his head back, and so farmhands is like, Blue. He's like, come on, man. He's like, Blue, we gotta go. He's like, come on, Blue. He's like, come on, buddy. Right? And he did everything. Caged him, tried to like get him to move. And Blue just was like, no, he wouldn't do it. He did, and he walked forward a little bit, right? And then he stopped. And the yeah, and this poor guy, he's just like, Blue, it's run, not walk. He's like, okay, we can walk. He's like, you want to walk? Fine, we'll walk. He's like, but then we gotta run, right? Right? So Blue takes like another few steps forward, and then he just stops, and then he wouldn't move anymore, right? And my aunt came back, and she's like, what's going on? And I was like, apparently Blue won't run. Yeah, because by that point, the guy is so frustrated, and he's kind of sighing, and I swear I felt so bad because it seemed like he was almost crying a little bit, and I felt bad about that because, oh my god, I was thinking to myself, my grandmother was right, this horse is a jerk. Right? Because he's like, Blue, please, he's like, you're making me look bad. He's like, he's like, come on, man. Right? And my aunt comes back, and she's like, what's going on? And I told her, I was like, I don't think Blue wants to run. And my aunt is staring. She goes, are you kidding me? Right? Yeah. And she told the guy to leave. She's like, come on. She's like, I'll handle it. She's like, I'm so sorry. He's like, he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I tried. And she goes, no. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Right? Right? And then Blue turns his face, and then he kind of startled because my aunt is glaring at him. She's standing right next to him, and she's glaring at him. And she's like, so Blue. She's like, you think you don't have to run today? She's like, you think you don't have to do your exercises? And Blue he let out a little whinny, and she's like, no. She's like, don't you talk to me that way, Blue. And I started laughing because I'm like, oh my god, he's getting scolded. This horse is getting scolded by my aunt. And she's like, no, Blue. She's like, no. She's like, don't you sass me, Blue. Right? And then she got one, and she's like, we're running, Blue. She's like, we're running. She's like, and if you try anything, right? And he's just like, yep. And he ran. Yeah. My aunt ripped into him. I was just like, what the heck? And I'm standing there, I'm like, wow. And my grandmother was like there with me too, and she goes, yeah, I told you. She's like, I told you. The horse is a jerk. Right? But he ran for my aunt. But that poor farmhand, he came over, and he had some water. And I was just like, are you okay? And he's just like, he's like, I love animals. He's like, I really do. He's like, I love working with them. And he's like, and your aunt's a nice lady, and she's a really good boss. And he's like, and I feel bad about it. And he's like, and my grandmother started laughing because he said it with such venom in his voice. He's like, I love animals. I love working with them. Your aunt's a great boss. And he's like, I hate that fucking horse. And I was just like, oh my god. Right? Like he's just like, I hate that fucking horse. And he's like, he won't do anything unless it's your aunt. And he's just like, unless it's your auntie, he's just like, he hates all of us. I was just like, oh my god. Yeah, and my grandmother was like, that poor man. That poor man. And I'm just like, yeah. He's just like, I love animals, love working with them. He's just like, Blue just like, right? And my aunt laughed about it when we were talking about it at dinner. right? Like day was done, and I, because we were visiting, and I mentioned, he said he hates blue, and my aunt laughed and she said, "Believe me, he's not the first one to say that they hate blue." And I was like, "Blue brings that out in people," and he's like, "Because he's just, she's like, for Horse Whisperer time, yeah, my grandmother laughed. Yeah, my aunt had a sense of humor about it. She's like, yeah, blue, she's like, blue brings that out in people. She's like, because frankly, he is an asshole. And I was like, but you love him? And she's like, well, yeah, of course I do. She's like, doesn't make him less of an asshole horse. I was just like, oh my gosh. Well, Sally said she was neglected because she was raised to be a racehorse, but was too slow. Oh, right, she was a racehorse. So maybe running brings back bad memories. Oh, that's right. They gave her away because she didn't win enough races for them, so they got rid of her, which is really mean. Don't worry, Epona. I think you're plenty fast myself. Yeah, so I hope she'll be able to enjoy running again one day. You probably didn't always hate it. Hey, can you do me a favor, Nobi? What? I want you to show Epona how fun running can be. It might take a bit of time, but I think she'll warm up to it little by little. Can you do that? Of course, I want her to be able to enjoy running too. Thanks, Nomi. Don't worry, Epona, we'll do this together. Aw, there we go. She's happy now. Horse Whisperer time, yep. Yeah, it's just like, did Nobi really forget that she used to be a racehorse? Yeah, because that's why Mary wanted to keep her. How is it going, Nobi? Oh, it's Kai. Good morning, Kai. What can I do for you? The fishing contest is tomorrow. I wanted to check if you'd like to enter. I'm not really sure. Anyone can join. If you'd like to participate, come find me in Hullabaloo Square tomorrow. This is a competition to see who catches the best fish. The better the catch, the better you'll do. Oh, it might be fun. But be sure you show me your catch so I can record it, or you won't qualify. Come see me again when you've caught something good. I will. That's the spirit. We'll fish and fish until our arms fall off. Oh my god. Please don't fish until your arms fall off. That seems bad. That seems like a bad thing to do. Like, please don't fish until your arms fall off. Cause that's not cool. Alright. Here we go. I want to upgrade a contest to see who can catch the most valuable, high-quality fish. You can join the contest by speaking with Kai in Hullabaloo Square. Once the contest begins, try and hook the very best fish you can. When you think you have a record-worthy catch, be sure to speak with Kai again, but be careful, because no matter the quality of your fish, you will be disqualified if you collapse or don't return in time for the award ceremony. Wait, why is it being held in Hullabaloo Square if we have to go to the beach? That doesn't make sense. That kind of doesn't make sense. What can we do, right? Okay. Let's build a horse stable. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, Loomis is okay. Wait, wait. Oh, is she's just wandering around? This is, okay. This is the cattle shed. I thought we were supposed to build a horse stable. Oh, horse stable. Wait, is this it? No, this is the chicken coop. I get the buildings all confused. Horse stable? So, you're looking great today, Epona. Okay. I guess I should let her wander around. I don't know. I feel bad about, like, I know I should probably, like, let her just run around outside unless it's raining. Okay, so now we have to, man, that whole conversation took us until 6:30 in the morning? Oh my. Yeah, so we're trying to grow like 6 of each crop. Like, there's different daily challenges that you can do. I know, I'm watering them one at a time because his stamina just wears out so quickly. That's the only thing that I don't like. Like, his stamina wears out so freaking quickly. That he has to take a nap. You know, like, eating food helps, but we don't have a kitchen, which is weird. It's just like, why do you have a farmhouse with no kitchen? Make that make sense. make that make sense. Yeah, so no. Oh, okay. Our strawberries are gonna be ready, I think. Um, I helped my grandma run my uncle's horse, but I never did it before, so I was scared of being hurt, like getting kicked. The horse knew and tried it. I don't know if this is because he barely literally just touched my neck. Touched my back, he got my shirt. Yeah, yeah. The thing is like people underestimate horses and they're just like, oh, they're just dumb animals. And it's just like, they're actually not. Horses are really freaking smart. Um, Grandpa said that I could hold a rope while he ran the horse. Yeah, and the thing is like they do know if you're scared of them. Like they sense it, and as weird as it sounds, it makes them anxious too. Because it makes them feel like you don't trust them, so then they don't trust you. Um, but they are really smart. Yeah, and I tried to explain that to my dad when so we lived in England, and because my dad was in the Air Force, and um, yeah, and our neighbor that lived down the street from us had miniature horses and regular sized horses. Yeah, he had horses and miniature horses. And he had a border collie that was really cute and, you know, helped with like herding the horses, and they had sheep too. Yeah, they had a whole little farm. Um and he was really nice. He always like let me he'd always chat with me, and he'd let me pet the horses, and sometimes he would let me ride the horses. He was really nice because I knew how to ride. He asked me, "Do you know how to ride?" And luckily the answer was yes. 13-year-old Mothergamer knew how to ride horses because of her aunt. Right? And so yeah, he's like, well, let's see how you do. And I was like, wait, really? And he's like, yeah. He's like, if it's okay with your dad. And yeah, so we went for a ride around the farm, and the horses were really nice, and I love horses. Because you know they can be like really mean sometimes, but you know like Blue, but they can also be, you know, really sweet. But my dad, we invited my dad, right, to go horseback riding, and my stepmom loves horses too because she also grew up around them, because her parents had an apple orchard and horses, so she knew how to ride. My dad likes animals and he likes horses, but he does not know how to ride a horse. And he was a little scared, and he unfortunately got a horse that was kind of a brat. Yeah, and our neighbor, right, he offered to switch out the horse because my dad was like, oh, this horse looks really handsome, and you know, like, oh, he looks like a really strong fella, right? And our neighbor said, he's like, oh, no, he's like, you don't want that one. He's like, he's a bit of a rot bastard. Right? And he tells my dad, he's just like, oh yeah. I was just like, oh my god. And it was really funny because do you know what that horse's name was? Galactus. And and I was kind of shocked, and I was like, but isn't he your horse? And it's a good looking one that you need to watch. Yeah. His name was Galactus, right? And our neighbor just flat out told my dad, he's like, you know what? He's like, I can get you another. I was like, we can pick out one of the more gentler ones. He's like, Galactus is a bit of a right bastard. And I was just like, oh no. I was like, isn't your horse? Right? And I asked, I was like, isn't he your horse though? They said, yeah, but doesn't make him any less of a bastard. His name was Galactus. Oh my god, he was like this huge, like chestnut horse. Yeah, his name was Galactus. And I was just like, holy crap. And the fact that he called his own horse a right bastard. And I was just, yeah, and I was shocked. And I said, isn't he your horse though? And he said, yeah. And he says, it doesn't make him any less of a bastard. And I was just like, oh, okay. Yeah, so my dad was just like, well, I think I can handle it. And I was like, Dad, you don't know how to ride a horse. And I was like, maybe you'd be, yeah. And, yep. And And my stepmom even said, she's like, you know, there's another, you know, she's like, there's another horse over there. Yeah, he says, yeah, there was a mare. She was really, really sweet and gentle. Yeah, and she was a dapple gray. And he said, you know, he's like, you can ride her. And he's like, she's a little more easygoing. And yeah, and my dad's like, I think I can handle Galactus. And it's like, Dad, you've never ridden before. I don't think this is a good idea. And my stepmom looks at him, right? And she says, listen to your daughter. And he's just like, what does she know? She's a kid. And my stepmom goes, a kid who knows how to ride horses. She's like, a child who knows how to ride horses. And he's just like, well, how hard can it be? Right? And Galactus has this look on his face. The horse has a glint in his eye. And I was like, we should keep an eye on Dad. And my stepmom says, agreed. Right? So we're riding around, right? We're riding around, and you know, there's some nice trails. And all of a sudden, Galactus takes off with my dad. And my dad's like, whoa, whoa, like, whoa, right? And he's just like, spin up faster. And our neighbor sighs and says, I told him, right bastard. Oh, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Galactus, yes, ride me. Yeah, he took off at like breakneck speed. And my dad is just like, whoa, 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 whoa. He's like, how do you stop this thing? And I'm telling him how to stop, right? And my stepmom's like, listen to her. She knows what you're talking about. You know, she knows what she's talking about, right? And our neighbor's just like, I better go get him. Yeah, so he took off. Galactus deliberately, I'm not even kidding, deliberately ran my dad into a tree branch and knocked him off into a pond. Like, my dad is soaked. And he's just like, great, this is perfect. He's like, yeah, like my dad was fine. It wasn't that deep. But Galactus is standing there, and I swear it sounded like the horse was laughing. Like, yeah, he's neighing, and it sounds like he's laughing at my dad. He deliberately knocked him off into a pond. Yeah, and I was just like, oh my god. Yeah, and my stepmom's helping him out, and our neighbor's just like, I'm so sorry. He's like, are you all right? Right? Yeah, and my dad felt really embarrassed. So he's just like, does the offer of, you know, a horse ride with that mare still stand? And he's like, yeah, of course. Right? And he was scolding Galactus. You know, he's just like, you're a naughty boy, you are. He's just like, oh my goodness. You know, he's just like, well, why are you like this? And it's just like, oh no. I'm like, I'm too scared to go any further. Why? It's just, when do we get to go in those woods? I'm just saying. When do we get to go in those woods? Because I'm curious about it. Yeah. Yeah, and it was just, we're like, oh my goodness. Yeah, so we had to, yeah, he switched horses with my dad. Because, yeah, because Galactus started to, like, move around, and our neighbor scolded him. He said, Galactus? He's like, you know, he's like, you know how to behave. He's like, I do not want any nonsense from you. I was just like, yeah, so he behaved on the ride back. Galactus was probably smirking, yeah, just like, oh, I got him. I got this guy. Yeah, so we had to ride back, and then, yeah, and my dad had to get a change of clothes. But yeah, then we had a nice horse ride, and yeah, the mare, she was really nice to my dad, right? Like, really gentle, just walked very slowly. And, and it was just like, oh, okay. Yeah, and the thing is our neighbor said that Galactus was younger than her, so he said he was an upstart. He said he was a bit of an upstart. I was just like, oh, that kind of horse. And he's just like, yeah. He's just like, you know, just kind of likes to rock the boat and, you know, do silly things and mess with people. And I was like, really? He messes with people? And our neighbor says, oh yeah, all the time. Right? He said one of his assistants, Galactus, was always trying to bite him. And my stepmom says, what? Trying to bite him? And he says, yeah, like he would sneak up behind him and he tried to like nip the guy's hand, or you know, he's like, or sometimes Galactus would try to like steal extra treats from the other horse. You know, when the horses were given treats, Galactus would try to steal the other horses' treats. And my stepmom was like, he sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, and our neighbor laughed. He says, yeah, he's a bit of a hellion. And my stepmom was like, but he seems like a beautiful horse. He's like, oh, he is. He's like, you know, he's like, he's got spirit. And he's like, but he's a bit of a rogue. And, you know, and he's, and I was just like, but, and I was like, well, but he, and I agreed. He was a really beautiful horse. He's like, but he's a bit of a rogue, bit of a hellion. And yeah, and he was just like, but my wife loves him. And I was like, oh, and my stepmom laughed and she said, oh, that's why you have to keep him. And he kind of sighed and he's like, yeah. He's like, you know, I don't want her to be sad. And she's like, yeah. And he was like, and she loves, she's like, and she loves him. So he's like, I just have to, you know, like, I just have to put up with his nonsense. And he was just like, is your dad all right? He's like, I am very sorry that Galactus did that. I was like, yeah, my dad's fine. Yeah, Dad was fine, and he didn't blame the horse. You know, he said it was his own fault. And he's like, you told me I should, you know, ride a different horse. He's like, I should have listened. And I was just like, yeah, but he dunked you in the pond. The funny thing is like, after that happened, Galactus liked my dad. Which was so weird. Yeah, because sometimes when we would be chatting with a neighbor, Galactus would actually, like, come over and he would nudge my dad until my dad petted him. And I'm just like, that's so weird that that this horse that dunked him in the pond decided, okay, you're fine, we're cool. Once told me that she tamed some wild horses, but one day they gave her a challenge and she hurt her back a little from it. She couldn't do it anymore. Yeah, taming wild horses is really difficult. My aunt does it sometimes, not all the time. And not as much as she used to. Yeah, she said it's really hard and it's very challenging because, you know, and the thing is because her farm is so big, she lets them run free anyway, because she's like, that's what they want to do. But she just you know, and she doesn't really interfere with them too much. She said because she wants them to be able to feel like, you know, they can run wherever they want. But, you know, she wanted them to have a safe place to do it. She said because, unfortunately, humans, you know, humans encroach on, you know, nature's environments. So, yeah, so she has some wild horses on her farm because, you know, safer, so they don't get hit by a car or harassed by other humans. Okay, we have like a ton of things. I'm hoping we get like more stuff, but the thing is like Nobi's stamina is so crap. Like, it's so freaking crappy. Because like I have to take naps for him. I have to like make him take naps, and then even then it doesn't really heal all of his stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to go see about the house. Okay, let's see if we can go to the woods. Yeah, I wanted to see if we can get him a house upgrade so we can at least get him a freaking kitchen, so he can buy some recipes and cookware so he can actually make food. Oh my god. Yeah, hey, Doraemon. Seriously, what does he do all day? Nobody's like working his ass off on the farm, and Doraemon's just like what? Puttering around, mending the fences? Probably respect that your dad took it well and didn't get upset with it. Yeah, the funny thing is as many mishaps as my dad has with animals, he loves them. And like cats and dogs absolutely adore him. Yeah, he brings treats with him on the 5Ks that he does, the charity races. And because people will sometimes bring their dogs for the races, you know, if it's a dog-friendly race. And my dad will give out treats to the doggos. Oh wait, are they closed? Aw, man. Darn it, we'll have to go after the next festival day. Boo! Wait, I'm trying to remember. Okay, so it's Wednesday. Sunday, Monday, oh, they're closed on Wednesdays. Damn it. Well, we'll have to try again. We'll have to try again. Oh, hey, Belle. Sometimes it's really foggy out early in the morning. They say the damp air is good for the skin. Is it? That doesn't sound right. The damp air is good for the skin. That doesn't sound right. Well, that's nice of him. Yeah, my dad has always loved animals, like always. Since he was a kid. My grandmother once told me she always knew when my dad had a bad day because when he came home from school because they had like, you know, they always had cats. We always had cats and dogs in our house. But there was one cat that my dad loved that was this orange tabby cat. And she said that anytime he came home from school, he always knew he had a bad day at school because he would grab the cat and he would just like hug the cat and he'd disappear upstairs to his room. And she said she always knew he'd had a bad day and the cat would go with him, right? And there were a couple of times she said the cat would follow him when he got home. This marvelous weather. I imagine your crops would agree. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's time for him to get all the food. Yeah, he and my stepmom actually rescued a stray cat. They think that she got dumped, which makes me really mad. I don't like that people do that, right? Like, if you can't take the cat with you or, you know, you don't want the cat anymore, take it to a no-kill rescue. Like, seriously? Instead of dumping it out on the street, because that is so cruel. Yeah, and that made my dad really upset, too. Yeah, she's a really cute, sweet cat. Like, she's a little black and white tuxedo cat. And yeah, she was wandering around their garage and my dad like asked around the neighborhood and nobody knew who she was. And then one neighbor recognized her and apparently, yeah, my dad said it was a family that lived a couple of streets over that they don't know very well. But apparently they moved away and yeah, and the neighbor was like, I guess they didn't take her. Like they seriously dumped their cat rather than take her with them. And my dad was really upset. So because he was just like, that's mean. Like that's not a nice thing to do. So he and my stepmom, yeah, so Gail, that's my stepmom, they set up a little area for him. And of course, the other three cats in their house hate it, right? But they made like a little barrier fence so he can, you know, sit there comfortably. And yeah, they took her to the vet and got her checked out and my dad's like, I don't know if we can have another cat. So yeah, so they're fostering her until she gets adopted. And he said it took a little while, but the other cats seem to be cool with her now. Yeah, and she's really sweet. My dad said that Gail loves her because she always like headbutts everybody. Like she'll walk up and like headbutt your face like really gently and then she has a really loud purr. Gail says she has a motorboat purr. Like she said it sounds like a motorboat. Yeah, and she's a really sweet cat and I'm just like, oh, that's so sad that like her family moved away and just like dumped her out on the street. I was like, what kind of a person does that? Like I mean it makes me sad because it's just so irresponsible and it's cruel to do that to the pet, to just, you know, and there's like so many people that would be willing to adopt a cat or a dog, you know, and don't have to dump them out on the street. Like seriously, it's not nice at all. It's super mean. I'm trying to think. Okay, so we have the fishing tournament, right? The fishing tournament is coming up. And then we have other things. Oh, and then we have other things. Okay, so we have fishing tournament. I mean, we could sit and eat with everybody, but honestly, we're like, to you. Like, to you, Nobi. It's like, look, it's weird. Yes. Well, we'll stay up all night and party. I'll stay up and party. Okay, 4,000. I know I haven't done any mining. Like, well, yeah, I think mining is more like rainy day, winter kind of stuff. Okay, yay, everybody's eating together. Woohoo! Thank you for the food. Bye! Everybody's off to their jobs. Except for Doraemon. Doraemon has no job. He's like, I'm a robot cat. What do I need a job for? Like, I'm a robot cat from the future. What do I need? What do I need? Okay, way to go list. Oh, our to-do list. Okay, to-do list. Oh gosh. Friends? Oliver! Get closer to Belle and Oliver. Go to the workshop. Okay, other harvest 6 types. Oh, we only have one more type of crop. Get closer to Grand. Go to Castletown Plaza. Wait, who's Poppy again? Oh, right. We gotta get close. She works at the tavern. Alright. Well, we have to water everything, otherwise it's not gonna work. Right, whoosh. Alright. Okay, so we gotta water all the... I know, this is gonna kill my stamina. We gotta get this done. We gotta get this done so we can go to the fishing tournament at Hullabaloo Square? I think that's where we're supposed to go. Whoosh. We gotta talk to Epona. Yeah, I need to get a brush for her from the blacksmith shop. Aww, that sounds so nice. There's this cat me and a family friend rescued and he named it Sponge. No idea why. I wanted to keep it. Later he changed his mind because the cat used his pillow as a litter box. Oh. Sponge seemed to have liked me more than my friend and we were friends for a while. Something happened to it sadly, but Sponge was the only cat in the colony. It jumped on my lap and cuddled with me. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice, Golden. Yeah, sometimes cats mark outside of their litter box if they're stressed or if they're in a situation they don't like. Sometimes it's also because they're sick. I know with Loki, he was very particular about his litter box. Right, and the thing is like we had to get like 2 extra, like he had a thing about, he insisted on having multiple litter boxes because he wanted to know that he had lots of places he could go. I don't know why he was like that, but he was like that. So yeah, so we had, so he had his own little space, right? Like upstairs we had like a room set up for Loki where he could like sunbathe. They had a litter box there, and then he had a litter box like downstairs, right? In a secluded area where nobody would bother him, right? And that seemed to help, right? And then we had like another litter box for him, right? In another part of the house that was like away from Jake, right? Yeah, and like in our front hall, so he could again have privacy. Yeah, and that seemed to help. And I was just like, that was the issue the entire time. Our cat was like, no, I need at least 3 bathrooms. 3 bathrooms or nothing. And I was just like, okay, well, what can you do? Told him to put some sand in his shoebox as a temporary litter box, but he didn't do it. Yeah, like there are solutions for it. Yeah, and apparently Loki was also like really particular about his litter, right? Like I had to get like non-clumping litter because apparently it would stick to, I think Ron like got picked out the litter last time and basically the litter stuck to his paws and he didn't like it. When I got like this more like natural like clumping litter and it didn't stick to his paws, he was a lot happier. Yeah, I miss him. I miss our little cat, our little grumpy old man. But he was very particular. He was a very particular cat. He liked things a certain way, and and if you didn't do it his way, he'd just look at you and just be like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "You have failed me, human." Just be like, "You have failed me, human," right? And the thing is like. He would cuddle with you, but it had to be on his own terms. And of course, every time he wanted to cuddle with me, it always seemed to be when I was working, when I was busy. And it was just like, your timing is impeccable, cat. But he would always do that. Yeah, and it's been a little while since he passed away, but I still miss him. Wait, okay, should we do, yeah, let's do till 9, because we have the festival. I miss him because sometimes when I was working, he would drape himself over my feet, while I was writing, while I was working, and he would just sleep there, and then he'd do like a little low purr, and I miss that. I miss that about him. Just having him sleeping on my feet, just draping himself across my feet, being in the way on purpose, just because he can. Okay, so we have to go to Hullabaloo Square. Oh, it looks like it's the Plaza Square. I just don't understand why we have to go to Hullabaloo Square and then go to the beach. That seems like a lot of extra work. Like, okay, it's fine, I suppose. Okay, wait. Can we go? We have to go to the square. Oh man, everybody's going to the festival? Everybody's going to the festival. The game is really pretty. It's honestly something that I loved about the first Story of Seasons game. Just like the hand painted, like how everything looks like a watercolor painting, and it's really pretty. It's nice to see that similar artwork here too. Okay, so is Sue not going to the festival? Well, that's just rude. Not gonna watch our fishing skills? Wait. Can we? I don't know if they're open on festival days. They might not be. Yeah, they might not be. Man, I really want to check our house upgrade. Alright, let's go. Let's see if we can. This is the wrong heckin' way. Wrong heckin' way. Oh boy. Alright. So if we go down this way, where did we end up? Okay. So Hullabaloo Square is... Where am I? Oh, it's through the woods? Seriously? Son of a bitch. Okay, hang on. Hang on. It's through the woods. Why is it so far away? That's silly. That's silly. Should have taken a horse. Okay, I'm like way off. I should have just followed Sue. She seemed to know where she was going. She seemed to know where she was going. Okay, wait. Is this Hullabaloo Square? Asking for a friend. Oh my gosh. Why do you have it like so far away from the main plaza? It's weird. Alright. Well. Hello. Haven't done much research into Piscine fauna. I wonder what criteria are judged favorably. I don't know. Hello. Oh, how I've waited for this day. You're joining, yes? Go catch us something grand. Yes? Tell me when you've hooked something you're proud of. Try Sunshine Beach if the fish aren't biting elsewhere. Okay, so we have to go to Sunshine Beach. So we can only catch one fish? Okay. You really are gonna make us go all the way to the damn... Oh my god. Why is this festival like this? They're like, here you go to the beach, and then run all the way back here to turn in your fishing competition thing. It's like, why didn't you just have it on the beach? Like, wouldn't it make more sense to have the fishing contest on the beach? Instead of having to run all the way talaga? Bakit naman? Like, why would you have him go all the way to the beach to get fish and then run all the way back to the heckin' Plaza Square to turn the like, why not just have the fishing contest on the beach? Oh my god, why though? Why though? Alright, fine. Okay, as long as we turn it in by the end of the day. I just like that kind of irritates me a little bit. I like just have it on the beach. What the frick? Okay. What do we get? That is not a fish, Nobi. Come on. It's not a fish, Nobi. Oh my goodness. We need an actual fish, like a big one, maybe. Okay. What do we get? Okay, size 23/8 centimeters. You set a new record, current record 24 points. Okay, so let's catch one more. So we can turn that one in, or we can turn in something bigger. I think we'll get better fish once we upgrade the fishing rod more. Come on, fish. You wish for fish? No fish? No fish? Aha! Alright, how about now? Okay. Current record 24 points. Is this the only fish that's here? Seriously, is this the only fish that's here? Like hello? Is that all that's biting? Can we get more? No? Really? That's just rude. Well, all we can catch is thread sail fish. Thread sail fish? Oh, there's a little... Okay. Let's try this side. Hello, fish. Ah! Alright, let's try one more. One more time! Let's... I don't know if we have to, like, catch a bunch of fish or... Or what? Wow. Okay, so the fish are not biting at all. Okay, come on, fishies. No? Really? Aw. Rude. They're just like totally ignoring me. They're totally ignoring me. So rude. Okay, here we go. How about now? Ooh, red snapper. Ooh. The new record, current record, 114 points. Alright. Fine. Let's turn in a red snapper. We'll sell the rest. Yeah. Right. Ta da 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 da. I hope we made it in time. We're going to the plaza. Well, I seriously don't understand why they didn't just have it on the beach. Like, just have it on the beach. Oh, is everybody else fishing too? Like, why couldn't you just have it on the beach? It's super weird to have the fishing competition so far away from have the fishing competition so far away from the actual fish. Kind of odd. Alright, is this the right one? Northeast Sunset Hill, Northwest Fizzle Pass. Did I go the wrong way again? Damn. Alright. Okay, so... Oh man. Wait, where am I? Are you freaking kidding me? Freaking place. Okay, wait. So we're... Oh, we are... I was going the right way. Oh my goodness. You might be one that on that fish randomly too. Yeah, very true. Yeah, but you see what I mean? We have to run... But you get my point, right? Like, here's the beach. Okay? Here's Sandy Shore. Here's Sunshine Beach. Here's Hullabaloo Square. What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? Why do they have us running back all the way back from the beach? For the, like, I just make that, you know, the first one they at least had the fishing competition on the beach. So why are we having to haul our ass all the way across the kingdom to turn in our fish? It was like, seriously? Okay. Ready to finish up? Golden fish fetch high scores, so you can always keep trying until you hook one. What's a golden fish? Alright. Everyone, thank you all for coming. The fishing contest is almost at an end. All that's left is to assess this year's catches. Okay. I didn't catch a golden fish. Takes a long time to get there, right? First, let us introduce our judges. So how long does I guess it lasts until nighttime, starting with Ori. They're collecting and scoring all the results. It's gonna be so fun to see all these fish. And for our second judge, Oliver. I might not know my fish, but I do know numbers, and that's why I've been asked here today. I know I didn't win, but how do you get a golden fish? He says you can fish until you get a golden fish, but the thing is like it's only from like the morning until the evening. Next, let's introduce our participants. And Garrett. Hi, I enjoy fishing. It's something of a casual hobby, but I'm fairly confident in my skills. I mean, look at him. He is the fish. The big fish. Nobbies! I won't lose anyone, not even Aiden or Garrett. Yeah, get ready for disappointment, kid. Aiden! I'm not much of a fisherman, so I'm not feeling terribly confident. Fingers crossed. Okay. With that out of the way, it's time to take a look at what our participants have caught. Ori, Oliver, if you would. Okay, I mean... That concludes the tallying. Now it's time to announce the results. Third place goes to... Aiden! Oh, okay. I guess it didn't work out. Sorry, but your catches weren't good enough. Higher quality fish will earn you a better score. Keep that in mind and you'll place higher. But if you listen to our judges' advice, you should be able to land a winning catch next time. Alright. Now let's move on to second place. It's me. Second place goes to Newbie! Hey, second place ain't bad. Second place, huh? I was so close. That was a pretty good score, but if you want to do better, you should use ground bait. Oh, that's how you get the goldfish. Yeah, I gotta get some more bait. Not bad at all. Although I believe you could do even better the next time. But they were on the right track, so we can expect better from them next time. So Garrett won, huh? And with that, it's time to announce our winner! And the participant to take home the honor of first place is... It's Garrett. Yep. Garrett! Yay! Naturally. Naturally? Excuse me, sir? Amazing! You don't see results like this very often. I may be an amateur, but even I could tell from your catch that you could win. He said naturally? Naturally, like it was in the bag. Dang, Garrett has a ton of confidence. Congratulations! Our winner gets this lovely commemorative trophy as a prize. One more big round of applause for our winner, please. Yay, fun times. I ate too much, I think? You ate too much? Oh no. Oh no. You ate too much? What? What did you eat? And with that, the fishing contest is concluded. See you all next year. Oh gosh. See you next year? Well, fine then. Fine. He's like, see you next year, bye. We didn't win, but hey, second place isn't bad. Joined your first fishing contest? Oh, now we gotta run all the way back? Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Just like, yeah, see, I don't understand the logic. That seems like a design flaw, honestly. To have the fishing contest and have like everybody run to the beach and then run all the way back to the, like, that really seems like a design flaw. Like, nah. Oh, right, so we can go in the field. Yeah, this is a rice, it says, I think it says it's a rice field. And I'm like, that's not right because rice is in water. Like the rice paddies, you have the rice shoots in water. Or maybe it was grain. I don't know. Oh, hello. I got a clamshell. Yay! Maybe later on we can use that for food. Yeah, I'm actually starting to get hungry. Oh right, we have a flashlight. Da 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 to Moo Moo Lane. Like, wait, do we get to keep the fish? Oh, we get to keep the fish that we caught. That's pretty nice. So if we use ground bait, yeah, I forgot to pick up more ground bait. So if we use the ground bait, or we use like a variety of more different bait, then we get we can get better fish. You know, like even more red snappers. Oh, maybe some tilapia. Okay, so yeah, I guess it depends on like the amount of points we have. So, Spaghetti from Chef Boyardee just finished a big burrito from Taco Bell. Oh my god, Golden, that's so many carbs. Yeah, that'll do it. But I mean, spaghetti or spaghettios? Because spaghetti's pretty good. Spaghetti's pretty good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so all that stuff can go in. Ta-da! These will probably be ready later. Oh, did I forget to water? Oh, I forgot to water one of the fields. Oopsie. Alright, we'll fix it. Don't worry, we'll fix it. No, Nobi. It's 5 hearts. Get with the program, sir. Right? Like, you mean to tell me he has 5 hearts of stamina and then he's just like, oh no, I'm tired. Like, you have 5 hearts of stamina. Get it together, Nobi. Get it together. He's just like, but it's late. It's like, I got work in the morning. And like, yeah, well, guess what? Guess what? Alright, so, oh, okay, I guess it's time for us to eat. Welcome back! No, welcome back to you. Yes, leave my feet alone, kid! Spaghetti and meatballs? Ooh, that's a good one. Hooray! They're like, everybody's fine! Okay, let me check the calendar. Okay, so there is nothing until, it's the 24th? Oh, right, harvest contest. Bring out your best. And then it looks like at the end of spring, oh, there's a horse race. I don't want to do that to the horse, though. Animal contest spring. Raise them with care, then bring them to the square. Oh, right, you can get alpacas in this game. Which are super cute. Okay, wait. Can we... Wait, hang on. Best not to do that here. You're not my supervisor. He's like, I can't take a nap. Like, yes you can. You can take a nap. You will take a nap. He's like, but I don't want to. Like, too bad. Too bad, sir. Like, sheesh. Gee willikers. Okay, how did we do fish-wise? Next? Oh. We sold the fish, though. Oh, right. We have to wait until the next day. We have to wait until the next day. He's just like, okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, what are they doing? Oh. Townspeople all seem nice. That's a relief. Yep. Did you sleep well? I mean, you know. He's 10, so what does he know? He's like, I know stuff. Like, okay. Aha! We got florals! Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to check the storage to see. But see, the thing is like, it's almost to the end of spring, so we're gonna need something that grows fast. Something that grows fast, otherwise it's not going to work. Otherwise it's not going to work. Alright, so we go here. Alright, so shall we Shall we? Ta-da! 6 out of 6 crops. We did it. Flowers. They're called Paris daisies. They're very cute. Very cute. He's like, yep. He's like, I can sell these. He's like, I can work with this. Alright. There we go. And in you go into the bin. Yeah, I forgot we didn't make any money the other day because of the festival. A festival! Okay, let me see. So where are our spring seeds? That's summer. That's also summer. Summer. Winter. Autumn. Okay, so no spring. Well, the thing is like it's the 19th of spring, so I think we're just gonna leave this field, let this field be while we harvest everything else. Yeah, because it's almost to the end of the season, so there's like no point. So there's no point. Oh, hey Loomis, what's up? Evo, nothing like working up a good sweat, eh? I mean, sure. Alright, so we're doing a thing. Okay, so our strawberries are probably gonna be ready soonish. Oh yeah, see, so the flowers blossom. Then eventually they turn to strawberries. Hey, like this. And like so. I'm gonna have to get some more water for the watering can. Oh wait, wasn't there a well nearby? Oh yeah, there is. Draw water. Thanks for that. Okay, so yeah, so we can get some by the fish pond and some over here. Alright, so then do like this. Like so. Then oops, missed a spot. I'd eat turkey, but it might zonk me out. Yeah, that tryptophan is no joke. Like, oh my goodness. Alright, so we got this and like so. And then do this. Aha. Now got all of these. Okay, so the strawberries are not ready. Yeah, do not tell me you need a bag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it? Why is that? 5 hearts. 5 hearts. And he's just like, oh my god, I'm done. I'm toast. He's like, I can't work anymore. Like, I know he's a kid, but like, dude. Really? He's like, oh my god, I'm done for. Ah, I can't go on. And I'm just like, you gotta be shitting me, man. Like, get it together, Nobi. Get it together. He's like, I'm little. He's like, but I'm little. It's like, why is it 5 hearts? Oh my god. Make that make sense. Like, dang. He's just like, it's not my fault. Like, it is not my fault. I'm like, oh, okay then. Like, oh, okay then. Alright. There. Get up, Nobi. He's just like, fine. Okay, let's see if we can do our house thing. Wait, how much money do we have? Okay, we have 17,000 gold. I also need a brush for the horse. Okay. I guess we should take the horse everywhere. I keep going to the wrong barn. This is ridiculous. Alright. I think this is the stable, right? Sheesh. Okay. So let's do like this. Honestly, it's faster just to... Okay, so I'm gonna let her... Okay, I mean, I guess we can run with her. But every time I have to like stop and get off of her, it just like takes extra time. Alright, so... We're going up. Yeah, so I'm gonna go up this way. I'm gonna see if we can't upgrade our house, maybe? Alright. Oh my goodness. Oops. Wrong one. Well, she seems to be picking up speed as we run. Okay, let me see here. Where was I going? Oh. Alright, I was going near their place. Okay. Okay, so let me see what we can do. Alright, hello, Belle. Hey, what do you need me to make? Build? Yes, roomy house. A house with more room than your humble abode. It comes with a kitchen for cooking. Yes! Let's do it! Let's do it! We need a kitchen. Yep. Ta-da! Building roomy house. It will be completed. It will complete. Okay, on spring day 23. Is that okay? Yes. Yes, that is absolutely okay. Hooray! We did it. We did it. Uh-oh. Oh ho! You finally gonna make the house bigger? Yeah, let's go back to the house and talk about what to do with it. Do you mind if I join you? I'd like to see what the place is like. Okay. For sure. They're gonna expand our house. And now we're ready to expand the house. That's great! Thank you, Nobi. You've brought the farm one step closer to its former glory. Yay! Alright then. Now, I just need you to tell me what sort of house you want it to be. Wouldn't hurt to have a proper kitchen to cook in, right? Not much we can do with just a sink. Thank you. Like, exactly. So where were they getting the food? Can we expand the upstairs room? I'd love to be able to invite my girlfriends over for sleepovers. Why not build a few extra rooms? You can decorate and use them however you like. Might as well have a recital hall for me to perform in while we're at it. Oh my god, no! If you have ever watched any of the Doraemon anime, don't give Big G a recital room. Do not let him sing. He can't sing. He cannot sing. Cannot sing. It's awful. It sounds like I swear it sounds like a screaming cat. It's bad. Yeah, see? I never knew you enjoyed music, Pingy. Perhaps we could turn the basement into a venue for you. Oh, hold that thought, Loomis. We wouldn't want to break all our glass stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna suggest that we drop this questionable line of thinking for our own good. Oh, I see how it is. You guys think you're the bosses, huh? Buddy, you can't sing, okay? Oh my god. He can't sing. Well, now that we're all more or less on the same page. Okay. We'll get started tomorrow. Belle will be here first thing in the morning. I won't be able to construct anything else while Belle is working. I hope you'll keep that in mind. Yeah, it gives us plenty to do. Hey, thanks, Oliver. Yay! New house. Yeah, I was like, nope, we can't do it. Hooray! We did it. Wait until the construction is done. So that was one of the to-do list things. Oh crap, where's our horse? Oh, I left her. Oh boy. Well, I got real excited about our house. I left her at the carpenter's house. Well, Mary says that she knows her way back. That she'll just like be there the next day. So she should be okay. Mostly okay. Alright. Okay, so what can we do during this farm day? I guess we could... I guess we can explore some more. There is the little old lady. Go sing in the forest in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Seriously. It was like, where only the animals can hear you. Like, oh, I see how it is. Like, yep, it's exactly like that, sir. Okay, wait. Did I? Oh, okay. I went past Moo Moo Lane. What are these names? I went past Moo Moo Lane. Okay, wait. Where is? Okay, so there's her house. This is the general store, and this is where May is. Where's Granny Smith's house? It should be around here somewhere. Okay, nope. That's our farm. Should be around here. Okay, if we go, okay, so oh, oh sweet, loquats are ready. All right, so we'll grab these. All right, so let's grab this, and then we can grab some cattails. Right, so maybe if we go down. Okay, nope, that's towards the mines. I don't remember where the little old lady lives. You might ruin the animal's hearing, Mom. I mean, that's not my fault. I don't know, or our birds will swoop him and peck him to death, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, so we gotta go. Okay, so we gotta go do the things. Yeah, so we'll be playing more of this on Thursday night. And then Friday, I'm not sure, either gonna be Dreamlight or Animal Crossing. Oh, there's her house. Ugh. Yeah, we haven't seen her in a little while. I was thinking about buying a tree from her. Like some trees. Welcome, dearie. Do you need a sapling? Yes. The fruit can be harvested. Okay, requires a 3x3 space. Takes about 20 days to fully grow. Okay. Cherry sapling, cherry blossom sapling. Maybe you can use it to make some cute furniture. Oh, really? Okay. Yep, one cherry blossom sapling. Okay, bamboo sapling. Maybe you could use it to create cute furniture. Okay, so we have cherry blossom sapling and cherry sapling. You know what? Let's get a cherry sapling too and a bamboo sapling. I don't know if that's a good idea. So I'm getting one of each. Just until. Thank you, dearie. Do drop in again. Oh, I think we're getting a cutscene with her now. I think we're getting a cutscene with her now. Thank you for your purchase, dearie. By the way, do you know how to plant saplings? No, I don't. How would you like a little lesson from old Gran? That would be swell, thank you so much. Think nothing of it, dearie. Now, where shall I start? Besides crops, you can also plant trees. Cherry blossoms and bamboo. That includes what you just bought. Okay. Unlike crops, saplings don't need to be watered. Yay! Really? Indeed, they don't wither when the seasons change either. Very sturdy plants, trees. That's great, I can't wait to plant a bunch. There is one drawback though. Trees take up more space than crops and take longer to grow. They also only bear fruit in certain seasons. Think carefully when you plant them. I will? Okay. Hey Gran, I know I can gather fruits from fruit trees, but what about cherry blossoms? Oh, cherry blossoms and bamboo don't produce anything, dear. They're only for decoration. If you bring them to Belle and Oliver, however, they may be able to make something out of them for you. Neat. I'll check with them if I get some cherry blossom wood or bamboo. Oh, I do recommend it. They do such lovely work. Well, I believe that covers saplings. Take good care of them, dearie. Okay, so the cherry blossoms are decoration, bamboo too. I will. Okay, so you can plant fruit trees, cherry blossoms, and bamboo in your fields. Yep. I do want like a section for each. Okay. Okay, so saplings require more space than normal crops. Yep. 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 That's the thing. I'm saving them up for when I clear out that one field that I want to have trees on. Yay! First purchase at Granny's Orchard. Yay! Did it. Alright. So we're gonna put them. Okay, so we're gonna go places. Okay, Sunset Hill. We're gonna run. Run. So we're gonna run. Yeah, so I might. And yeah, so certain fruit trees only grow in. Yeah, like you only get fruit from them in that particular season. Alright. So now. Gonna go here. Alright. So yeah, so there's this big field here. Okay, so there's this big field here that I'm kind of working on. And then there's this field here where I'm trying to clear out the trees and rocks. So we need some wood. Okay, he's like, I'm tired. He's like, oh, okay. Sheesh. Swear it takes forever to cut down some of these trees. Alright, so we got this. Yeah, so I gotta upgrade the axe and get it done. Okay. Alright, so like this. Okay, so we got all of these things. Alright. Yeah, so I'm chopping up as much of the wood as I can find because we need so many materials for the housing upgrades. Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay. So let's grab these. I have to upgrade the axe, but I don't necessarily think it needs it yet. Okay, so some of the building materials are gonna go in here. Okay, so we got this again. Okay, and then okay, so now you can put this stuff in the bin too. Okay, and then here. Oops. Alright, there we go. So some good stuff. Yeah, I think there's an entrance towards the back. Kind of behind the table a little bit, or just on the farm in general. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I think there's like more construction stuff here, but don't have all the animals we need yet. Okay, so go over here. Guess we'll put the dandelion in the bin. Right, there we go. Okay, so that should be a good haul. That should be a good haul. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna sleep here. Oh, that's not so bad. Alright, yay, everything's done. Yeah, Jakey. Jakey's making complaints. Alright, shipped for things. Okay. So we'll save it. Okay, wait, what's on our to-do list? Friends. Other. Okay, harvest 8 types of crops. Jeez. It never ends. Like, we did what you wanted. Why is there more? So we'll say yes. Okay, oh my goodness. Yeah, so we have I guess we can upgrade the shed, like the stable and everything later on, but not right away. So it's just like, okay, let's see here. Yeah, Jake is being silly. Well, I mean, it is like his breakfast time, yeah, and we're gonna be wrapping up. Yeah, so let me see who's on. Thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. I hope y'all enjoyed the visual novel that we played. I think we're gonna move Skyrim to next week. With, you know, since we're gonna be starting Ragnarok next week. And then yeah, and then Thursday night I think we're gonna play more of Doraemon's Story of Seasons because I'm really liking it and having fun with it. Let me see. Let me see who's on right now. Oh my goodness. Yes. Thank you for hanging out. If you're new and you want to join our Discord, you can do that. You can hang out with everybody after streams. Please remember, you know, it's 18 and up community. It's mature streams, mature community. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out, Lilo. Yeah, and of course, if you want to subscribe to the YouTube, you can do that. If you missed the stream, past VODs are there. And of course you can follow on the socials. I don't know what's going on with Hive. Like, okay, so real talk, I like Hive, you know, and it definitely doesn't have like constant Elon Musk nonsense with, you know, him being weird about people saying that he should pay taxes. I mean, you're a billionaire, bro. Pay your taxes. You know, but it runs so freaking slow. For if you have, so my phone is an Android phone, right? It's not Apple, it's Android. And for the Android system, it runs really slow. It barely loads anything. And I know they got like an influx of like tons of people like joining Hive. So it's a little bit frustrating, which is why I haven't posted a lot on it, because it feels really frustrating to not be able to use it. Plus I feel there are accessibility issues with it, and they said that they're working on it, which, okay, great. And I know it's only like 2 or 3 people, but the other side of that is, why didn't you think of disabled people in the first place? Like, why didn't you think about accessibility in the first place? Right? And this is, yeah, like, I'm sorry. I know it sounds like I'm a little frustrated, because I am, because, you know, anyone can become disabled at any time, okay? And I know from my experience with like my hamstring injury and, you know, the arthritis, right? Like, yeah, when I was younger, yeah, I could do a lot of things. And now that as I've gotten like older, right, my body does not want to do what I want it to do sometimes. So much this, yeah. And it's just like, and it just, homes in on the point that the world totally does not, the world around us, the universe around us, totally does not think about disabled people. And it's so super freaking frustrating because it's just like, are you serious? It's just like, you do understand that disabled people exist, right? That, you know, in their day, in the day to day, in things that disabled people deal with, like, where is the accessibility? So I was a little frustrated to see that, where they're just like, oh, we're working on accessibility issues, and I'm like, on accessibility, it's just like, why didn't you have that in the first place? Like, why didn't you think of it in the first place? And plus the other side of that is just like, how do you think that makes disabled people feel, where you're like, oh right, you're here too? Like, really? Really? It just, it comes across as really, like, infuriating, and just like, oh right, you live in this world with us. Like, come on, come on. So it's just, so as much as I like it, you know, like, yeah, Twitter, unfortunately, right now, it's just like, that's where I'm at the most, even though, even though there's like lots of problematic people on there, because for every problematic person, there's lots of good people on there too, that are, you know, in our communities, that are doing their best. We're all doing our best, trying to just, you know, build a better world where everyone gets included and everyone is not an afterthought. Because seriously, um, yeah, and, you know, as I said, I think we're gonna rate our friend Robin, Robin Kyrie. They are playing some Pokemon of the new Pokemon game. I'm sorry, I don't know any of the Pokemon game. I'm like, it's a Pokemon. I felt so bad. I was lurking in Tease the other day, and I was just like, I'm just sitting here listening because I don't know any of the Pokemon. I just, like, Pokemon's just not my thing. I like watching people play it, but if you ask me to name like all the different types, I couldn't tell you. I just be like, I don't know. But if you want to copy and paste those messages, if you're subraid command, if you're subbed, if you're not, yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Robin. They are playing Pokemon game. We haven't seen them in a little while, so we're gonna go say hello. Come with me. So give them a few minutes of your time. How to get Pikachu onto Pokemon. Best joke. I love it. I love it. Yeah, but, you know, we're doing the best we can, right? We're doing the best we can to speak up and to be there for everyone in our community. You know, and I hate that our identity, you know, if you're a queer person, if you're a person of color, if you're disabled, I hate that our identity is political, because that's what they do to us. And I don't, honestly, I don't think it's too much to ask for us to be treated with, you know, with human kindness, you know, just be treated like human beings and treated with decency and kindness. So we have so much work to do, and we're doing the work, and it is exhausting, but we're doing it, right? We're doing the best we can to build that better world together. And it's slow. It's very slow, but hopefully, you know, we'll get there. But yeah, I think we're gonna play more Doraemon for Thursday night stream. The other visual novel I think we're gonna do next week. But we're gonna raid Robin. Thank you so much for hanging out. I love y'all. I appreciate you. Please remember to do your best to be kind to yourselves and be kind to each other. I'll see you later for more Doraemon. So let's go say hi to Robin. Until next time, bye everyone.